Harper Audio presents Taming the Highland Bride by Lynsay Sands, performed by Mariana Polka. Copyright 2010 by Lynsay Sands. Production copyright 2010 by HarperCollins Publishers. Prologue. Merowyn Stewart stabbed the needle into the cloth and tugged it out the other side with an irritated jerk. She was in a foul mood, and as usual, the fault for that lay with her father and two brothers. Unfortunately, the Stewart men liked their drink. Equally unfortunately, while they were lambs when sober and only stupid and clumsy on ale, they were downright mean on whiskey. So, of course, whiskey was their drink of preference, which meant Mary often found herself standing between them and the rest of the clan. Her first lesson on taking over as chatelaine at Stewart Castle had been to arm herself with something heavy when they got like that. Fortunately, her doing so was often enough to keep them in line. However, their whiskey-sharpened tongues could be cutting, and the very threat of violence that shimmered in the air on those occasions was frightening to deal with. Mary had spent the last 6 years doing all she could to keep them from drinking the whiskey the Stewart clan made and sold. She'd taken to locking it away in the pantry, keeping the only key to that lock on her person at all times. But they just rode out to the inn in the village, or to Colingow's to partake of his whiskey. She then was left to deal with whatever chaos they created when they returned intoxicated. That had been the pattern since her mother's death 6 years ago, until last week. Last week they'd returned from a visit with Colingow so drunk she'd been amazed that they hadn't broken their full necks on the ride home. She was even more amazed when they still wanted more drink. Mary had refused them the key to the pantry and suggested they find their beds. She'd then ordered the servants to make themselves scarce and retired herself, hoping that would be the end of it. It hadn't. The 3 men decided to take battle axes to the pantry door. The racket had brought her from her bed to find they'd hacked their way through the thick wooden door and were inside, breaking open the casks of whiskey. When she'd tried to stop them, her brother Brodie had pushed her away and raised his axe threateningly as he told her not to interfere. There'd been nothing else for her to do but to leave them to it. What had followed was nearly a week of them binging on their treasure, while Mary and the servants had done their best to stay out of harm's way. The trio had drunk until they passed out, and then woke to immediately begin drinking again. On the 3rd day, Brodie had cuffed one of the kitchen boys who had been foolish enough to return before she gave the all clear, and then had not moved quickly enough for her brother's liking. Fortunately, Mary had been close enough she'd managed to intervene after only the first blow, and while the lad had suffered a bloody nose, he'd also learned a valuable lesson. She doubted he'd ever return to the keep before he was sure it was safe to do so. On the 4th night, Gawain had nearly set the stables ablaze when he'd dropped a torch in the stack of hay in his own horse's stall. However, the stable master had managed to get Gawain and his mount out uninjured, and even put out the fire before it spread beyond the one stall. But it was father, Eakin, who had committed the sin that upset her most. On the 5th and final day of their drinking, in a maudlin moment of whiskey-fueled grief, he'd taken her mother's portrait from its place above the fireplace to whisper weepy words of longing to it. Then he tripped over his own feet and destroyed the painting when he fell on top of one of the fireside chairs. The chair back had torn through the portrait's face and upper body as surely as a sword. Sent into a sudden fury, her father had then smashed the chair and thrown it into the great hall fireplace. The picture, ruined in his opinion, had followed. Mary had tried to prevent it, but had been struck to the floor for her efforts. By the time she'd managed to regain her feet, the painting was on top of the chair on the fire, burning merrily away. She dropped back to kneel in the rushes and simply wept at the loss of this one and only portrayal that existed of her dearly departed mother, Margaret Stuart. Once Mary's tears had dried, her grief had been replaced by fury, not just at her father, but at both her brothers as well. They ruined everything. There was little left at Stuart that was not mended after one of them had broken it, including her heart. That last incident had moved her father to swear off drink again, and the binge had finally ended 3 days ago. But the men had spent the time since then doing nothing but moan and whine about their aching heads and nauseous stomachs. Mary had little sympathy, and had simply gone about running the castle as usual, directing the servants and soldiers and overseeing the men at practice in the bailey, while her father and brothers recuperated. She also had the pantry door repaired, and a new lock placed on it. For all the good that would do, she thought bitterly. Mary had no doubt once her father and brothers had done what they considered was enough penance, they'd return to the drink like long-lost lovers. They always did. Here they come. Mary glanced up from her mending at her maid, Una's words, her mouth compressing as she saw the 3 men crossing the great hall toward them. "Shall I—" "You'd best go to the kitchens for a bit, Una," Mary interrupted as she noted her brothers were swaggering somewhat. They only did that when they'd been drinking. "I'm staying," Una said firmly. "You go," Mary said firmly. Una hesitated, but then clucked her tongue with exasperation and stood to head for the kitchens, muttering, "Fine, but I'm watching from the door. And if that devil Brodie tries to threaten you again like he did with the axe, I'm grabbing the heaviest pan cook has and coming out here to put him in his place." Mary shook her head, an affectionate smile briefly claiming her lips as she watched the curvaceous and freckled strawberry blonde go. They had grown up together and were more friends than maid and mistress. That friendship had been a real source of strength for Mary these last years, and was the reason she'd sent Una away. Una was very protective of her, and could sometimes overstep herself in an effort to protect Mary. All that did was raise her brother's ire and make the situation worse. "Mary!" She turned reluctantly to her father and brothers, noting that while her father's expression was diffident, Brodie and Gawain both wore eager expressions that warned the trio was up to no good. She glared at the 3 of them until they began to fidget before finally snapping. "What is it?" Her father glanced to the young men behind him and then took a deep breath and stammered, "Aye, you see, well..." Merwin's mouth tightened. The man couldn't even get out whatever lie he and her brothers had concocted to get into the whiskey. He kept pausing and licking his lips, his expression getting more desperate until she wanted to slap him soundly. Mary was heartily sick of dealing with the trio. "Aye, you see," her father said nervously, trying again. He then paused once more. No doubt his brain was still pickled from their latest drinking binge. If it was not permanently so now, Mary thought with disgust, and set down her sewing to get angrily to her feet. "Let me guess. I heard the shout that a rider approached. 'Tis our neighbour Colin, isn't it? And no doubt you're thinking his arrival a grand excuse to open another cask o' whiskey." "Aye," her father breathed, and then straightened abruptly when her brother Brodie elbowed him in the back. I mean, aye, Colin has come, but 'tis no his arrival worthy of breaking the seal on another cask o' whiskey. 'Tis the grand news he brings." "And what news is this?" Mary asked dryly, not expecting much in the way of news at all. Colin's arrival with a tale of how he'd caught a hare while hunting a week earlier was enough to rouse the Stuart men to celebration. "Your betrothed is returned from Tunis," Gawain blurted before their father could continue his stammering. Mary was so startled by this news, she dropped to sit on the bench again. Her eyes widened as her dazed mind tried to accept what was truly news of some magnitude. In fact, it was a dream come true. A very old dream. In the years just before and just after her mother's death, Mary had spent a good deal of time imagining what her future husband would look like, and what sort of man he'd be. In her imagination, he'd been handsome and fine, and he'd ridden into Stuart, swept her up on his horse, and carried her away to a better life. But that had been years ago. As summer after summer had passed, bringing excuse after excuse for why he couldn't collect her that year, those dreams had faded and died, and she'd begun to think he would never come, that she was destined to be an old maid, chasing her father and brothers around until she or they died. Recalling those excuses now, Mary narrowed her eyes on the trio before her and said, "'Tisn't true." "Aye, it is," Brodie and Gawain said as one, and rushed around their father to sit on either side of her, their expressions eager and full of glee. "He got word of his father's death and returned to take up the reins," Brodie said happily. "And now he needs to produce an heir. So he's ready to settle down and marry now," Gawain added. "Is that not flattering?" Mary muttered. "Aye," Brodie said, apparently missing the sarcasm in her voice. "So we're to travel to England at once for you to marry him. We celebrate tonight and leave first thing on the morrow." Mary snapped out of her surprise to glare at them again. "Oh aye, nae doubt you'd like that. Hustle me off to England to marry the blackguard now he's deigned to return. Surely that's something to celebrate. You'll be free o' me." Her brothers exchanged a glance before Brodie quickly assured her, "Oh nay, Mary, we're no happy about it. Why, without you here, who will nag us out of our beds on a morning?" "Aye, and who will keep us from drinking to our heart's content?" Gawain asked. "And who will mither us to train at battle and go on the hunt and so on?" their father, Eachon, asked. Mary turned hard eyes from one man to another. Despite their claims of not wanting her gone, their eager smiles suggested otherwise. Well, it was no more than what she wanted herself. She would love a life where she did not have to chase after these three and try to keep them from killing themselves or someone else. However, they were out of luck. "Aye, well, I'm sure you'll no have to face those worries any time soon. My betrothed has taken his sweet time returning from the Crusades, and nae doubt he'll take his sweet time coming to claim me too. And until he does, you're stuck with me," she announced grimly, and picked up her mending again. A pregnant silence surrounded her. Mary was sure they were exchanging panicked glances, but didn't trouble herself to look up and see. She knew they would not stop there when they were so tantalizingly close to having their deepest wish of being rid of her fulfilled. "Aye, but Mary," Eachon Sturt said finally, "'tis no that we want you to travel to England to be wed, but 'tis his wish," Gawain said abruptly. Mary raised her head slowly to scour each man with suspicion. "His wish? Aye, well, as you say, he's been away a long time. 3 years, Brodie pointed out. And I gather Domesbury knew naught about his father's death, and that his absence left his stepmother in charge. You ken a female can't run a keep like a man. There is much to set to rights at Domesbury." Mary's mouth flattened out so much she was sure her lips were no longer even visible. Women couldn't run a keep? Her sainted mother, Margaret, had run Stuart until her death, and then Mary had taken over at 16. She'd had to. She'd promised on her mother's deathbed to look out for her father and brothers and run Stuart. The promise had been to do so until either her father died and her eldest brother Cade, the only sober male in her family, took over as laird, or she married and moved away. Mary had done her best to keep that promise. However, while she had run Stuart and done her best to keep her father and brothers away from whiskey, she couldn't keep them from the ale. Fortunately, they were more amiable drunks on ale, but the 3 men were still often too drunk or too hungover to manage making any sensible decision. And even when they weren't, they were pretty much useless, just wandering around whining about how they had a thirst for whiskey and complaining about her keeping it from them. The 3 were weak, silly creatures who were nothing but a trial to her, but they were her family. "Aye, Domsbury canna take time away just now," Gawain assured her. "But he wishes to marry ye as soon as possible and sent word asking us to travel there for the wedding." "It seems a grand idea," her father put in. "After all, it means he has to supply the wedding feast and it saves us a load of bother, doesn't it?" "Aye," Gawain said quickly. "'Twill save you all the trouble of arranging a feast and preparing for guests and so on." "So, we'll leave first thing on the morrow, aye?" Brodie said hopefully. It seemed to Mary that the three men were almost holding their breath in anticipation of her answer. She could feel their eagerness for her agreement, and that alone almost made her say no. But were she to do so, and force her betrothed to come collect her as was proper, she would only be spiting herself. Truly, running herd on a bunch of drunken louts was not fun, and while she would worry about them all, she had no more desire to stay than they apparently had for her to do so. Marriage, hopefully to a responsible, non-drinking man, who actually kept his promises instead of forgetting them the moment they were spoken, as her father and brothers were wont to do, would be heaven to her mind. Still, Mary didn't put them out of their misery at once. They had made her life a living hell these last 6 years, and, shameful as it was to admit, she was enjoying their suffering now. So, instead of answering, she returned her attention to her mending, fed the needle through the material, and slowly drew it out. "Mary," Brodie prompted impatiently. "I am thinking," she snapped, not looking up from her efforts. "But Mary, he's sent for you," Gawain said. "Aye," her father muttered, "and you're well past marrying age." "Well past," Brodie agreed. "Do you no think we should—" "I canna think with the three of you nattering at me," Mary insisted firmly, and kept her head bent to her sewing as she tried to decide how long to leave them hanging before agreeing. The longer she kept them waiting, the longer she could keep them away from the whiskey, and, she hoped, the less drunk they could get this night. On the other hand, she had to pack and prepare for the journey. The thought made her sigh. Her life had often seemed an effort to balance on a needlepoint. It appeared her last night in this, her old life, would be no different. Mary just hoped her new life held more joy for her. Chapter 1. "You should have the blacksmith see to that." Alexander Domsbury stopped rubbing his jaw and shrugged. "I have no time for it now." Gerhard Abernethy clucked with impatience. "That tooth has been bothering you since we left Tunis. You should have had it tended the moment we landed back in England, not let it drag on paining you." Alex smiled affectionately at the older man. Gerhard had always been one of his father's most trusted and faithful soldiers. It was why his father had insisted that the warrior accompany Alex when the prince asked Alex to travel with him to Tunis to join the Crusades. Gerhard obliged, joining him willingly, though Alex often wondered if he'd regretted it since. None of them had expected to remain away so long. Indeed, after just 1 year, Prince Edward had returned to take the throne on his father's death, but he'd asked Alex to remain in his place, and so he, and his men, had stayed behind to carry on the losing battle. It had meant 2 more years of heat and sand and blood. During that time, Gerhard had been his friend, his counsel, and at times his nursemaid, mothering him when he was injured or struck down by fever, watching his back in battle, and offering his wisdom when it came to important decisions. Alex honestly didn't think he'd have survived without him, and he wished his father were still alive so that he could thank him for making him take Gerhard along. Young and arrogant at the time, he'd seen Gerhard, a mere 10 years older than he, as old. He'd thought the man would slow him down and be a bother. He couldn't have been more wrong. Gerhard had saved his life more than once, and had become a friend. "I have had too much to do to bother with it," Alex said now. "I shall tend to it when we get back from Donachie." "You should tend to it ere visiting your sister and that devil she married," Gerhard insisted. I already sent word to Donachie accepting my new brother-in-law's invitation. I didn't realise then how much work was needed here, Alex said, and scowled as he glanced around the great hall. The large room was nearly empty, an oddity considering the size of the castle and the number of people it held. The great hall had always been a busy, noisy area when he was growing up, and had remained so even after his mother's death and his father's marriage to Edda. Now, however, it was empty and silent as a tomb. "I suppose you'll be collecting your betrothed on the way back," Gerhard commented. "Aye," Alex muttered, peering down into his ale. It was not a chore he was looking forward to. The marriage contract had been arranged and signed when he was still a boy. He probably should have married the girl before heading to Tunis, but had managed to put it off at the time. He'd expected his father to make a fuss about it, but the man had said the same thing he'd always said when Alex had found an excuse to avoid the marriage. "Plenty of time for that later, son." Having thought about that, and the fact that his father had never even taken him to meet his betrothed while growing up, Alex suspected his father had come to regret making the match, and would have cancelled the contract if he could. However, there had been a penalty clause in the contract for such an action that was so exorbitant it would have beggared them. And still would, Alex thought unhappily. "Well?" Gerhard asked. "Are you collecting her or not?" "Aye," he said finally. "The Stuarts are not far from Donachie, so I guess I shall have to collect her on the return journey." "You do not sound eager," Gerhard pointed out with amusement and teased. "Do I sense a little reluctance to claim your betrothed?" "They call her the Stuart Shrew," Alex pointed out dryly. "The name does not suggest a sweet, biddable bride and helpmate." "Aye, and the last thing you need around here are more problems," Gerhard said sympathetically, and then shook his head. "These last 3 years I've pined for home, but now we're here, I find myself thinking almost longingly of the dry heat and bloody battle we left behind in Tunis." "Edda has that effect on a person," Alex said grimly, glancing around to be sure his stepmother was not within hearing distance. He didn't care for the woman, but wouldn't deliberately insult her. "She's not so bad," Gerhard said, making Alex's eyebrows fly up with surprise. Shrugging, the man said, "She and your father were not well matched. He loved your mother dearly, and could not see past his grief to the young bride he had when the king forced their marriage. As for Edda, she was miserable being stuck up here in northern England with a neglectful husband after being feted and pampered at court. I suspect she was overwhelmed by all the responsibility that landed on her shoulders when your father died, and the running of the castle fell to her. No doubt that was the reason behind her harsh treatment of the servants while we were away." Alex muttered. It was exactly what Edda had said in her own defence when he'd returned home to find half the servants fled and the other half preparing to do so. It was not the homecoming he'd hoped for. He'd returned to learn his father was dead, his sister married off to the devil of Donachie, and the castle half empty. He'd spent the week since arriving home trying to get things in order and convincing the servants to return, promising to provide them with better living conditions and to keep Edda under control. Alex could have simply ordered them to return. They had sworn fealty to his family after all, but his father had taught him that an unhappy worker made a poor worker, and that he should respect even the lowliest servant. So he'd made no threats, but instead offered promises he intended to keep. Fortunately, he'd managed to get all but a couple he hadn't yet found to take up their positions again. He had even returned order to Domsbury, at least as much as he thought was necessary before he could take the time out to go see his sister and be sure she was all right. He had worried about Evelyn ever since arriving at Domsbury to learn she'd been married off to the devil of Donachie, and frankly, her well-being was more important to him at the moment. Alex couldn't believe that Edda had allowed her to be married off to the bastard. The man hadn't been born with the name the devil of Donachie, he'd earned it. He was reputed to be completely merciless in battle, and a stern laird to his people. He'd also gone through one wife already who had fallen off a cliff to her death under what could only be called suspicious circumstances. The rumours claimed the Laird of Donachie had been seen riding away from the scene around the time of her death. This was the man Edda had allowed Evelyn to be married to. The thought made him again glance around for his stepmother. Alex didn't know what to think where the woman was concerned. Edda had never been a very warm, kind person. She'd always seemed to resent her life here, but now that he was back, she appeared to be making an effort. He could almost like the woman she'd been since his return. The fact that she'd let Evelyn be married to the Devil of Donachie, however, plus the wary way the servants all watched her, troubled him. He wondered just how bad she'd been while he was away, and how much of her new attitude he could trust. Alex would know more once he'd spoken to his sister. It was another reason he was eager to make the journey. He would have left at once, had he not needed to get the servants back and decide which of his men to leave in charge while he made the trip. In the normal course of events, Gerhard, as his first, should have been the one left in charge. The man would make a great castellan, he was sure, but Alex found himself reluctant to leave him behind. He depended on his wise counsel, and suspected he would need it for this visit, in his dealings with both the Devil of Donachie and his own betrothed. Alex didn't expect either meeting to go well. He knew he could be a bit hot-headed at times, and loved his sister enough that, did he find Evelyn miserable or abused by her husband, he knew he would be tempted to skewer the man on the spot. Such rash action was likely to see him cut down by one of the Laird's men seeking retribution. Gerhard was extremely level-headed, weighing the pros and cons of everything, and had managed to temper Alex's rashness in the past with wise words. Alex was counting on that when he met up with his sister's husband. And then there was his betrothed, the Stuart shrew. Merwin Stuart had been called that since she was 16 or younger. It was part of the reason he had never been overly eager to claim her. The title didn't suggest a sweet, biddable bride, and he suspected she would be difficult to deal with. Gerhard might have some suggestions there that could come in useful too. Nay, he wouldn't leave the man behind to act as castellan, which meant he'd had to train someone else for the task ere he could leave. He'd chosen John, a steady, dependable sort, with a level head, and after a week of training him, now felt comfortable leaving him in charge. Last night, Alex had announced that they would ride out for Donachie today, and he had no intention of allowing anything to interfere with that plan, not even a nagging toothache. One of the maids arrived at the table with a tray of cheese and bread for Alex and Gerhard to break their fast. Feeling his stomach rumble, he thanked the girl and began to look over the offering.
"Good morning, gentlemen."
Alex glanced up to see Edda crossing the hall toward the table. She was smiling cheerfully as she'd never done when he was younger, but a smile seemed ever present on her face since his return. It actually made her more attractive than he'd ever thought she could be. With oddly thinning long brown hair and several teeth missing, Edda would never be pretty, but she was positively ugly when she wore the pinched expression he'd known her to wear before he'd left on the Crusades.
"I see you are just breaking your fast. Good. Then I am not as late rising as I thought.
She paused and blinked in surprise as she peered more closely at Alex.
"Why, Alex, your face is swollen. Did you suffer an injury?"
Alex felt his eyebrows rise on his forehead and lifted a hand to rub his face, frowning as he realized that his face was indeed a bit swollen. "'Tis a bad tooth," Gerhard explained. "I told him he should see it tended ere we leave, but he's being stubborn."
"Oh, you must not be stubborn about it, Alex. 'Tis obviously infected,"
Edda said firmly. "'Tis fine," Alex assured her quietly, and then disproved the claim by biting into a hunk of cheese and wincing as pain shot through his jaw. "Oh aye, 'tis fine," Gerhard said dryly. Edda glanced to the maid who had brought the food.
"Girl, Go fetch the blacksmith to your lord.
There is no need, Alex began, but she overrode him.
Aye, there is. You are not leaving Domsbury without having it seen to. Better men than you have been felled by infection when they didn't tend a bad tooth.
Alex grimaced, but didn't protest further. Truly, the tooth was paining him this morning, and infection anywhere on the body was a dangerous thing. Grimacing at the very idea of what was to come, Alex turned his attention to breaking his fast, placing the food in his mouth on the good side and trying to chew it there. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to help much. While it didn't cause the sharp pain that biting down on the other side had, his jaw was now throbbing, and moving it about was just exacerbating that ache. Sighing, he gave up on the food.
There's the blacksmith.
That announcement from Gerhard brought Alex's attention to the door. His eyebrows lifted when he saw the fellow entering the keep.
That's the blacksmith, he asked with surprise. What happened to old Baldric?
I hear Baldric went to his reward while we were away, Gerhard said quietly. This is his replacement, Griffin. Alex scowled at both the news and the man himself. While old Baldric had been a large, beefy man, this one was shorter and lean-looking, without the bulk that suggested the strength needed to pull a tooth. Alex knew from experience that pulling teeth took a lot of strength. He'd had to help pull the tooth of one of his men while in Tunis. Teeth could be a devil to pull out. He suspected he was in for a bit of a trying time.
I was told you had a tooth bothering you, my lord.
Alexander glanced at Griffin as the new blacksmith paused beside him. He briefly considered not having it pulled at all, but the ache was a steady, pulsing throb now. Besides, the gum was swollen with infection. It needed pulling. He nodded his head and turned his chair so that he was sideways to the table and faced the blacksmith. Griffin promptly stepped closer and ordered,
Open up and let me take a look then.
Alexander opened his mouth.
Which one is it?
He asked, squinting into his mouth. Alexander used one finger to point to it, keeping as much of his hand out of the way as he could so the man could see.
Aye,
Griffin murmured, and as soon as Alex removed his finger, reached in with his own to give the tooth a prod. Alex managed not to groan at the agony that shot through him at the touch, and squeezed his eyes closed as the man did more prodding. How's it look? Gerhard asked, standing and moving to the man's side to try to see into Alex's mouth for himself.
'Tis in there pretty good, he muttered grimly. Not loose at all. 'Twill be a bugger to get out.
Alexander felt the man's fingers slip from his mouth, but kept his eyes closed as pain continued to shoot through him in slowly decreasing waves.
I'll need a pitcher of whiskey, the blacksmith announced.
That announcement brought his eyes open as one of the maids hurried off toward the kitchens. What for? Gerhard asked with surprise before Alex could.
For him,
Griffin said dryly, jerking a thumb in Alex's direction.
'Twill numb the pain a bit at least.
Alex shook his head at once. I do not want it. We are leaving for Donachie as soon as you're done, and I shall need my wits about me for the journey north. Just pull the tooth. Griffin laughed.
Oh, aye, you want it, my lord.
And I'll not touch that tooth until you've drunk a full pitcher of whiskey. The trip will just have to be delayed. I do not want whiskey, he insisted. Alex had never been much of a drinker. He didn't care for the taste, and it did nothing for him but make him stupid. Alex didn't like to be stupid. Even more, he disliked the after-effects overindulging caused. Alex, Gerhard started, but while he was small, Griffin was apparently as surly as his predecessor and needed no one to argue for him. He caught Alex by the face and jerked his face toward him,
fingers digging into his cheek on the good side, and thumb pressing into the swollen side. When Alex hissed at the pain stabbing through him, Greffin nodded his satisfaction and snapped, "The last man who wouldn't drink ere I pulled a tooth damned near throttled me to death while I tried to get it out." Alexander noted a couple of men nodding further along the table. Apparently, the incident had not gone unwitnessed. He would have asked about it, but the maid, Leah, was rushing back with the requested pitcher of whiskey. He scowled as the girl handed it to Greffin. "Still, You'll drink the damned whiskey," the blacksmith interrupted. "Every last drop, and then the men are going to hold you down, else you can pull out your own damned tooth. And that's that." He emphasized the words by shoving the pitcher of whiskey at him. Alex ground his teeth with irritation, half tempted to try to pull his own tooth, but the teeth grinding had been a mistake, and the pain it sent knifing through him again made him decide otherwise. It looked as if the trip was going to be delayed, he acknowledged with a curse, and grabbed the pitcher and began to gulp down the liquid. No drink-induced headache could possibly be as bad as the agony he was now suffering. "God's whiskers," Griffin breathed with admiration when Alex slammed the empty pitcher down on the table moments later. "Get on with it," Alex growled. He then leaned back in the chair and grasped the wooden armrests firmly as he popped his mouth open. The whiskey wasn't affecting him yet. He'd drunk it too quickly for it yet to be in his system, but Alex didn't care. He wanted the tooth out and the pain gone. "Why did we nae finish the journey last night?" Brodie asked in complaining tones. "We were practically on Domsbury's doorstep and could have slept indoors rather than get up at dawn to finish the last mile's journey." "Because your sister wished to make herself presentable to meet her husband. Now stop your whining. The journey is nearly over." Brodie's grumbling complaint and their father's answer were picked up by the wind and carried back to Mary, where she rode several feet behind. She glanced toward the trio, but none of them was paying her any heed. They'd been riding a good distance in front of her since leaving Sturt several days ago. An attempt to avoid her temper, Mary supposed. She hadn't been at all pleased with her father and brothers the morning they'd left Sturt. While they'd stuck to ale the night before leaving and not tried to force her to give up the key to the pantry again, they'd also celebrated until well past the witching hour. Having seen this one too many times, Mary hadn't had the least sympathy with the three of them. She'd roused them from their beds at the crack of dawn and nagged them through breaking their fast and mounting their horses to lead the party out of Sturt Bailey. The three men had been avoiding her ever since, not even daring to complain about their pounding heads the first day of their travels. They'd recovered by the second day of the journey, and had then insisted on picking up the speed, forcing the entire party to travel at a pace that had made her worry for the wagon carrying her belongings. Mary had been sure the cart would rattle itself to pieces at any moment, but it hadn't. The wagon had held together, and they'd arrived in the woods surrounding Domsbury late last evening. The men had wanted to continue on to the castle right then, but Mary had refused. It was late, and she'd suspected the drawbridge would be up and the gate closed. She did not want to rouse the night watch and cause a fuss to get in. Besides, they'd been travelling for days, getting up at dawn, riding until well into the night and then stopping just long enough to sleep before mounting up again to continue on. Mary hadn't wished to ride into Domsbury without first taking the time to bathe away some of the dust and dirt of the trail and don a fresh gown. Now they were nearing the end of the journey. By her guess, they would arrive just as everyone finished breaking their fast. The thought made a nervous quiver flutter through Mary's belly, and she found herself biting one corner of her lower lip. She was surprisingly anxious about the coming meeting. Excited, too, though. Mary had spent the last several days distracting herself from the discomfort and boredom of their journey by thinking of the future. In her mind, she'd painted a happy picture. This marriage was finally bringing an end to her promise to her mother and freeing her to look to the future, and she'd done so with both hope and relief. In her imaginings, Alexander Domesbury was a good, honourable man, and a proper husband, nothing at all like her own father and brothers. She would live in England with, she hoped, an intelligent, sober man to husband, someone she could depend on rather than having to be the dependable one. Mary was full of hope. Still, Mary could have done it in more comfort at Domesbury. There we all would have had a warm bath and a comfortable bed at least, Gawain pointed out with obvious irritation. Besides, 'tis no as if Domesbury can refuse to have her, can he? A moment passed, and then he added worriedly, He canna, can he? What? Eakin Sturt sounded startled by the suggestion, and she could hear the uncertainty in his voice as he said, Nay, of course not. Why would ye even ask a question like that? Well, he has dragged his feet about coming to get her, Brodie pointed out reluctantly. Nay, Eakin Sturt denied quickly. He was on a crusade at the request of his English prince. But the prince returned 2 years ago, and Domesbury didna, Brodie pointed out. Aye, Gawain said with alarm. What if he heard that our Mary was a harpy and a shrew, and was trying to avoid wedding her? Well, he can't, their father said firmly. We'll follow him to the ends of the world if need be. He's marrying the lass and that's that. Now hush, I'll no have Mary hear you calling her harpy and shrew and taking out her temper on us. Aware that the men were peering back at her anxiously, Mary kept her face expressionless and continued to stare into the woods they were travelling through. She was too weary to put them in their places as she normally would. Besides, it wasn't the first time she'd heard herself referred to as a harpy or the Stuart shrew. The names had lost their ability to hurt her feelings long ago, but they did make her wonder now. Had her betrothed heard she was a harpy and shrew, and set out to try and avoid marrying her? The idea was a troubling one that preoccupied her for several minutes. In none of her imaginings about her future had her betrothed wished to avoid their marriage. There it is! Mary raised her head and drew her mount to a halt behind the men as they suddenly cleared the woods, and a castle loomed before them. Domesbury was a large, imposing fortress, perched on a hill and overlooking the land surrounding it. It was much bigger than Stuart, which didn't bother her except to make her wonder how her father had managed to arrange such an advantageous marriage. He'd always claimed it had come about through friendship with the late Lord Domesbury, claiming the two men had met at court while young and started a friendship that had lasted a decade. Domesbury's son, Alexander, had been born 5 years before her, but the moment Merwin had been born, the two men had sealed their friendship with the marriage contract. Mary suspected the friendship had not lasted long after that. At least, she didn't ever recall visiting between the families. She suspected her father's drinking might have had something to do with it. Her mother had once said that while her father had been a hard drinker when younger, he had not grown really bad until his own father's death when Mary was 2. It seemed his grief, combined with the new responsibility as laird, had pushed him that final step to prefer the happy, fuzzy state of drunkenness to the sober reality of his life. Here we are, Mary. Her father turned to beam a smile on her, the one that was reflected on her brothers' faces as well. She noted as he added, You'll meet your betrothed now, and soon you'll be a married lady with a passel of bairns to chase about. Aye, rather than 3 grown drunks, Mary thought, but didn't speak the words aloud. Why bother? Very soon she would be free of that chore. She'd have a husband of her own, one who, she hoped, would be nothing like her father and brothers. With that hope firmly in mind, Mary urged her mare past the men and up the hill. It was late enough in the morning that the drawbridge was down and the gate open. Still,
They were hailed as they approached, and Mary stopped and left it to her father to answer the hail and explain their presence. She then followed his mount into the bailey and straight to the steps of the keep, knowing the news of their arrival would reach it before they did. Mary was dismounting when she heard the keep doors open. Once on the ground, she saw that a seasoned soldier was rushing down the stairs toward them. It was not her betrothed. He was only 5 years older than she, and this man looked to be 15 or 20 years older at least. Wondering who he was, Mary moved to stand beside her father as the man reached them. "Lord Stuart," the man greeted, holding out his hand as he stepped off the stairs. "'Tis a pleasure to meet you. I am Gerhard, Lord Domesbury's man." Mary's eyebrows rose slightly at his hesitation. It appeared to her that he hadn't been sure what to call himself, or what his station was. Odd, she thought as she watched the two men shake hands. Then the Englishman was turning to her, beaming brightly. "And you must be Lady Merwin. A pleasure, my lady. Welcome to Domesbury." "Thank you," she murmured, and then waited patiently as her father introduced her brothers. Gerhard greeted both men politely, and then shifted his attention to the rest of their party, who had dismounted and now stood about uncertainly. "I shall have your horses and wagon attended to directly. In the meantime, perhaps we should go in." Her father nodded, and took Mary's arm to lead her to the stairs, asking, "Where's Domesbury? He should ha' been here to greet us. He is now away, is he?" "Nay, nay," Gerhard assured them as he followed them up the stairs, Brodie and Gawain trailing behind. "In fact, you are most fortunate in that way. Had you arrived on the morrow, we would have already left for Donnacha." "Donnacha?" Mary asked with surprise, halting to turn to the man. Donnacha was the Duncan stronghold, and less than a half-day's journey from Stuart. "Aye. Alexander's sister, Evelyn, recently married the Devil of Donnacha, and he wishes to check on her," Gerhard said as her father urged her forward once more. "Actually, we were supposed to leave this morn, but Alex is, indisposed." Mary felt trepidation slide through her at his choice of word. Indisposed was the term she used when referring to her father and brothers when they were nursing a sore head after a night or several days of drinking. And what did he mean they were supposed to leave that morn? The man had sent for her. Surely he hadn't then planned to leave ere she arrived. "All's well that ends well, eh?" her father said with a bluff laugh before she could ask any of her questions. He tugged on her arm once more, drawing her up the last few steps to the keep doors. "Aye, of course," Gerhard said quickly. "But I should explain." "No need. Lord Domesbury can explain," Eakin interrupted, pulling the door open and urging Mary inside. He hustled her several steps forward, but then paused, and they both stood blinking in an effort to make their eyes adjust to the sudden dearth of light. As with most castles, the great hall was much darker than it was out in the sunlight, and the sudden shift left them both briefly blinded. That being the case, Mary actually heard the occupants of the hall before she saw them. Raucous shouts and cheers assaulted her ears and drew her blinking gaze to a crowd of men gathered in a small, tight bunch. "Is he among that group?" Eakin Stewart asked, glancing about for the man who had greeted them. Gerhard nodded as he hurried to catch them up. "Aye, but—" It was all her father needed to hear. Waving the man to silence, he again hurried Mary forward, this time steering her toward the group by the trestle tables. Gerhard rushed after them. "But I should tell you that he is bollocks." Mary glanced over her shoulder to see that the man had tripped over something in the rushes. He stopped to pick up whatever it was, and then her attention was drawn forward again when her father suddenly drew her to a halt. They'd reached the edge of the group, and her father was now tapping the nearest man on the shoulder. The fellow, as large as a small building, turned a glare on them for interrupting whatever was going on, but quickly killed the glare when her father announced in a bluff voice,
I am Laird Stewart, and this is me daughter, Mary, soon to be your lady. Where is her betrothed, Alexander Domesbury?" The fellow's eyes widened, slid to her, and crinkled slightly as he smiled, but he didn't answer her father's question. Instead, he turned to nudge the man next to him. Once he'd gained his attention, he whispered something in the fellow's ear, and that fellow peered around with surprise before nudging someone else. Within a moment, every face in the crowd had turned to look at her. No one, however, was stepping forward and announcing that he was her betrothed. Mary was just growing uncomfortable under their stares when Gerhard caught up. "Really, Lord Stewart, I should explain." He tried again, but paused as a sudden roar of fury sounded from the centre of the group of men before them. It was followed by shuffling and shifting as the men whirled back to whatever had held their attention earlier. Mary stood on her tiptoes, trying to see what was happening, but couldn't see a thing. Then Gerhard shifted past her and pushed his way through the crowd, Mary quickly following in his wake. When he paused, she stood up on tiptoes again to peer over his shoulder, and this time was able to see what was happening. 2 men were rolling about on the floor, a slender, smaller man attempting to defend himself, as a larger man appeared to be trying to throttle him to death. The sight had apparently startled Gerhard to a halt, but only briefly. He was already moving forward, barking at the others. "I told you to hold him down, damn it!" The rebuke had several men moving forward to help as Gerhard struggled to drag the one man off the other. It took a bit of effort, but eventually they were able to separate the 2. Mary suspected it was only because the larger man had grown weary of the struggle, or perhaps he'd got over whatever it was that had made him attack the smaller fellow in the first place. It appeared to her that the larger man simply stopped fighting and allowed the others to pull him upright and away. The smaller man immediately scrambled out of reach and, shaking his head, Gerhard quickly stepped forward. He brushed down the larger man and straightened his clothes, saying, "Your betrothed is here." Mary sucked in a breath as she realized that the man presently swaying in the grasp of the men still holding him upright was her betrothed. She was not the only one shocked. Alexander Domesbury appeared absolutely appalled by them and gasped, "The Stewart shrew! What the devil is she doing here?" The men surrounding them all turned wide and even apologetic eyes her way, and Mary felt herself flush with embarrassment, but lifted her chin as Gerhard hissed, "She's right here, Alex, right in front of you." He then urged his lord toward her, and Mary's eyes narrowed as she noted how unsteady her betrothed was on his feet. Gerhard was having to help him stay upright with the grasp he had on his upper arm. "My lord, your betrothed, Lady Merwin Stewart," Gerhard introduced, drawing the other man to a halt before her. Or at least he tried to. While Gerhard's hold on his lord's arm should have stopped him, Alexander Domesbury's feet were slower to get the message, so that he nearly walked right into Mary before the hold on his arm made him swing in a clumsy half-circle. Gerhard immediately caught the man by both arms and turned him to stand before her like a naughty little boy. He then repeated grimly, "Lady Merwin Stewart." Seeming oblivious of Gerhard's pained expression, Alex peered blearily at Mary, and then blew whiskey fumes all over her, saying, "Damn me, you're pretty. You don't look like a shrew." There was a collective gasp of dismay from those around them, and Eakin Stewart actually drew himself up as if to say something, but Mary placed a hand on his arm and merely said in dry tones, "Thank you." Really, what else could she say? The man was obviously beyond drunk and wouldn't remember any reprimand anyway. "You're welcome," he beamed at her, and then in the next moment grimaced and turned to tell Gerhard, "I don't feel so good." The last word had barely slipped from his lips before he suddenly fell forward and flat on his face on the floor. For a moment, the room was silent and still as everyone stared down at the unconscious man, but Mary's thoughts were not silent.
Her mind was wailing in loss and fury as every last dream she'd had on the way here died a sudden, horrible death. She had gone from the pot into the fire, leaving one home of drunks to live in another, but this was worse. This drunk had rights to her bed and body, and he'd been in a drunken rage, throttling another man just moments ago, so appeared to be a mean drunk. Mary closed her eyes, depression and misery settling over her. She would never get away from drunkards and fools. She allowed herself a moment of self-pity, then she straightened her shoulders and forced her eyes open again. Finding everyone now peering not at the man on the floor but at her, Mary controlled her expression and raised her head. "Well," she said grimly, "do you no think you'd best carry your laird's worthless hide up to his bed?" Glances were exchanged, and then there was a sudden rush as every single man present began to shuffle forward. There were too many for the task. In the end, only 4 were needed, each taking an arm or leg to cart him toward the stairs. The others followed, however, even the man whom her betrothed had been throttling when she'd first arrived. Mary watched them go, and then started to glance toward her father, but her gaze caught on a woman she hadn't noted earlier. Standing on the other side of where the men had been, the brunette appeared a good 15 years older than she. She was also taller, with a thick frame and small eyes presently narrowed thoughtfully as she looked after the men carrying Alexander away. Mary peered at her curiously, wondering who she was. Then the woman glanced toward her, offered an anxious smile, and rushed forward. "Good morn, Merwin. I am Edda, Alexander's stepmother. Welcome to Domesbury." "Thank you," Mary murmured as her hands were clasped in the woman's larger, strong hands. "Pray, call me Mary." "Thank you, dear," Edda smiled, but it was a crooked smile, tinged with worry, and she rushed on. "I am ever so sorry you saw that. Did Gerhard explain matters to you?" "Aye," Mary said dryly. "He explained when he greeted us that my betrothed was indisposed." "Oh, good." She looked relieved. "I feared you might get the entirely wrong impression. But truly, while Alexander has been away these 3 years, I am quite positive he has not become a drinker, and normally does not down a full pitcher of whiskey first thing in the morn. These are somewhat unusual circumstances." She smiled wryly, and then urged Merwin toward the table. "Come, sit yourselves down. Have you broken your fast yet this morn?" "Nay," Mary's father answered as they settled themselves at the trestle table. "We reached your woods late last night, and camped out there until this morning. But Mary was up early and through with her ablutions by the time the rest of us woke, so we rode straight here." Edda nodded, and then glanced to a maid who was hovering several feet away. "Leah, fetch some mead for Lady Merwin and—" She paused, and glanced to Eakin Stewart. "For you, gentlemen?" "Mead for them too," Mary said firmly. "Mary," Eakin protested, "we've been travelling for days without a drop of whiskey. Surely we—" "Shall manage without it so long as you're here," she said grimly, and then leaned forward to hiss in a voice she hoped Edda could not hear. "I'll no have the 3 of you embarrassing me while you're here. There'll be no whiskey for you." He scowled, but didn't protest further, and Mary turned to Edda and offered a relieved smile. "They are fine with mead too." "Mead then for the men as well, Leah, and something for them to eat." The moment the girl rushed away, Edda turned back and offered a smile. "I hope your journey here was a pleasant one." Mary grimaced. Riding from dusk until well past dawn for days on end is rarely pleasant, but we were fortunate and didna run into bandits or trouble of that sort. "From dusk until dawn?" Edda asked with surprise. "Aye, well, myself and me sons are all here, are we no?" her father said defensively. "We left one of the men in charge of Stuart while we were away, but 'tis no the same as me being there." Mary snorted at this.
earning a glare from her father before he continued. We wanted to get the gal here, see her wed, and then get back to Stuart.
Oh, aye, of course,
Edda murmured sympathetically.
I suppose you must get back as quickly as you can. 'Tis a reflection of your caring for Mary that you would all come to see her wed and leave someone else in charge.
Mary managed not to snort as her father and brothers all puffed up under the compliment. 'Twas not caring but eagerness to be rid of her, she was sure, but didn't say so. Aye, just so, her father said staunchly, and then added, that being the case, mayhap ye can send for your priest and— Father, Mary snapped. What? He asked defensively. Your betrothed wishes to get to Donachie, and we need to return to Stuart. There is no reason to delay. Except for the wee matter of the groom being unconscious, she pointed out dryly.
Aye, that does put a bit of a wrinkle in things,
Edda said with a twinkle in her eye.
But I am sure he shall be recovered by the sup, or by tomorrow morn at the latest. There is no reason the wedding cannot take place first thing on the morrow, and then everyone may set out on their journeys.
Her father and brothers agreed quickly, but Mary remained silent. She was no longer eager to be married, but there was really no reason to delay. The contract was binding, and she would have to marry him eventually. Realizing that Edda was peering at her in question, apparently looking for her agreement, Mary sighed and nodded.
Good,
Edda said brightly.
Then after you have eaten, I shall hunt down Father Gibbon while you talk to cook.
Me? Mary asked with surprise.
Aye, well, you will be the lady here by the morrow and in charge of everyone. You may as well begin now. Besides, 'tis your wedding, dear, and while it may be a bit rushed, you should really be the one to choose the menu for the wedding feast and so on.
Mary smiled uncertainly, but again nodded. Put that way, there really seemed little reason for her not to be the one to talk to Cook. She just hoped Cook agreed and would take orders from her despite the fact that she hadn't yet married his lord and officially become his lady. Chapter 2. Pain was a great monster inside Alexander's skull, slamming a mace around with sharp blows. It made him shut his eyes more tightly and groan as he instinctively fought returning to consciousness and fully experiencing the pain attacking him. You can squeeze your eyes closed all you like, but 'twill not stop the pain. Alex's eyes popped open at those raspy words, and he scowled at the gnarled old woman who stood beside the bed mixing something in a wooden mug. However, the moment he recognized Bet, his mother's old nursemaid, he forced the scowl from his face and squeezed his eyes closed once more. I feel like hell. A pitcher of whiskey on an empty stomach first thing in the morn will do that to you. The woman didn't sound terribly sympathetic. And you gave yourself a nice goose egg on your forehead when you fell on your face too. I'm sure that's not helping. Here, sit up and get this into you. It'll help ease the pain. Fell on my face, Alex growled, eyes popping open. His gaze landed on the wooden mug she was holding out, and, after the briefest hesitation, he sat up to take it. Aye, she assured him. Right at the feet of your betrothed, too. Made a fine first impression, I'm sure. Drink it, she added, sounding a bit impatient when he started to lower the mug full of vile-smelling liquid, his mouth opening on another question. Alex briefly considered reminding the woman of her place, and that he was her lord, but knew from experience that neither reminder would impress her. It was hard to impress someone with your power and position when she'd changed your nappies as a babe. Grimacing, he didn't even bother attempting to argue with the stubborn old woman, but quickly downed the drink. It tasted as bad as it smelled, of course. He wasn't surprised. Bet's medicinals had always been the most god-awful tasting brews, but they also usually worked damned well.
He would have been grateful for her vile concoctions and less than tender mercies more than a time or two in Tunis. Managing to down the entire contents in 2 healthy swallows, Alex grimaced at the taste as he handed the mug back and then growled, "What was that about my betrothed being here?" "She and her kin arrived just as Greffin was making his attempt to yank out your bad tooth," Bet announced, and there was no mistaking the amusement on her wrinkled face. Alex ignored it for now, instead scowling as the fuzzy memory of the morning's misery slid through his mind. Just poking at the tooth had caused agony, but the blacksmith's clamping his pincers on it and trying to yank it from his jaw had been hell. The pain of it had been so shockingly fierce that Alex hadn't, at first, even been able to find the breath to roar his agony. But then something had distracted the men holding him, and he'd managed to break free and grab Greffin by the throat to bring his torture to an end. The blacksmith had dropped his pincers and tried to back away, and the moment he wasn't fiddling with his tooth, Alex had got his breath back and roared his fury as he'd followed the man, stumbling to his feet before the 2 of them had tumbled to the floor. He could only think it was a good thing he'd roared because that had caught his men's attention and recalled them to their duty. It was probably the only thing that had saved Greffin a good thrashing. Alex also decided it had been a good thing Greffin had insisted on their waiting half an hour for the whiskey he'd downed to take effect before making the attempt. If there was a worse pain than that he'd suffered while numbed by whiskey, Alex had no desire to experience it. Honestly, he'd taken sword wounds in Tunis that had hurt less. The thought made him search around inside his mouth for the tooth in question. Relief slid through him when he felt a hole where the tooth had once been. "He got the tooth out once you were in your bed," Bet announced. "Greffin said it was much easier to yank out when you weren't fighting him. It only took him a moment once you were unconscious." Alex grimaced at the claim and shook his head. Those vague memories of Greffin struggling to remove his tooth down in the great hall and then his attacking him were the last things he recalled. He had no recollection at all of Merwin Stewart's arrival. "Why is my betrothed here?" "To marry you. Why else?" Bet said with a shrug as she began to put away her pouch of medicinals. Alex scowled at the woman. She should have waited for me to go to her, not... "You were dragging your feet over the business, were you not?" Bet asked dryly. "It seems she grew weary of the waiting and came to see the deed done." Alex pursed his lips with displeasure. He wasn't ready to marry. He'd planned to take the time to get matters in order here and then visit his sister. After that, perhaps on the way home, he might have stopped to claim the wench. Or not. There was no rush. Apparently, she didn't see it that way. "Although," Bet continued when he remained silent, "from what I have seen and heard, I suspect it was really her kin who are eager to be rid of the chit." "Well, I'm not surprised," Alex muttered, feeling worry rise up in him as he thought of the things he'd heard about his future wife. Noting the raised eyebrows Bet had turned his way, he explained, "She's called the Stewart Shrew." Bet nodded and commented dryly, "So you said when you saw her." "What?" he asked sharply. "When she arrived and you first saw her, I'm told your greeting was to say she didn't look much like a shrew, or some such thing," Bet explained, her eyes now twinkling with silent mirth. "I didn't," Alex said with shock, and felt a frisson of horror slide down the back of his neck when the old woman nodded. While he'd spent much of the last 3 years surrounded by men, he'd retained enough of his training to know greeting his intended bride that way was beyond rude. It was hardly likely to encourage good relations with the woman. "Aye, you did," Bet said, and added dryly, "not the most welcoming greeting you could have offered your future wife." "Dear God," he breathed in dismay, and then asked, "What did she do?" Bet chuckled openly as she answered, "I was not there. I heard all of this from one of the maids, but I gather, while she looked unimpressed,
All she said was thank you. And then you fell flat on your face, and she had your men pick you up and cart you up here to bed. That's when Greffin finished pulling out your tooth," she added. "After that, the men left you to sleep off the whiskey." Alex sank back in the bed, his mind whirling with dismay, but then sat up abruptly and asked, "What time is it?" "Nearing the dinner hour," Bet answered, putting away the last of her things and moving toward the door. "I thought you might be stirring by now and need a tonic to help your head. Besides, it seemed best to wake you before the girl completely takes over the castle." "What?" He tossed aside the linens that had been covering him. Much to Alex's relief, he was fully clothed and, despite his aching head, could give chase to the old woman as she tried to slip out of his room on that cryptic comment. "Get back here, Bet," he growled, rushing forward to catch the door as she tried to pull it closed behind her. Taking the woman by the arm, he tugged her back into the room, careful to be gentle with her frail old bones. He wasn't at all surprised when she came willingly. Knowing her, she was probably enjoying the whole thing. Bet had always had a bit of the devil in her and had enjoyed a good stirring up. "Explain what you meant by that. How is she taking over my castle?" "Well, once she'd ordered the men to take your worthless hide up to your room." "Worthless?" Alex snapped with affront. "Aye, that's apparently what she said," Bet informed him with a grin that displayed several gaps where teeth had once resided. "And once the men had carted you out, Edda appeared and the two women put their heads together for a bit." Alex stiffened at this news. He was sure that couldn't be a good thing. "And then your little Mary rushed around, taking matters in hand and running Domsbury as if she were already lady here." Alex took note of the name Mary rather than Merwin, but merely asked shortly, "What has she been doing?" Bet shrugged mildly. "Doing what a lady does. She's spoken with Cook and several of the other servants. She's started arrangements for a feast to follow the wedding tomorrow, and—" "Tomorrow?" he growled, horror coursing through him. This was all happening too fast. "Aye, and now she's down overseeing the men at their training." Alex stiffened and began irritably. "She has no business." "Go tell it to her, boy," Bet interrupted dryly, tugging her arm free to turn to the door. "I've too much to do to be standing about here while you bellow at me over what your betrothed is getting up to." Alex glared after the old woman as she slid out of the room again, but she paused once in the hall and glanced back to add, "You might be wanting to change your clothes and clean up a bit ere you go looking for her. You fair reek of whiskey, and I doubt that will impress her any. From what I've heard, she's had enough of that with her father and brothers." Alex glanced down at his tunic and then lifted the material to give himself a sniff as the door closed behind the old nursemaid. His nose immediately wrinkled with distaste. It did reek of whiskey, and it was a bitter, stale smell too. Grimacing, he immediately tore off the tunic and tossed it across the foot of his bed. Alex then moved to the basin of water on the small table by the window to give himself a quick wash before searching out a fresh tunic from one of the two chests that held his belongings. Once satisfied that he was presentable, he then left his room and rushed below stairs. Alex had intended to head straight out to the bailey to find his betrothed, but found himself halting on the bottom step to stare at the men presently seated at his trestle table. There were nearly a dozen of them, and every one wore a plaid and looked in need of a good washing. Obviously, these were his betrothed's brothers and father, as well as the soldiers they'd brought with them on the journey. It looked to him as if, on arriving that morning, they'd settled themselves at his table and not moved since except to raise their drinks to their mouths. They were obviously drunk and loud and boisterous with it. He wasn't pleased, but wasn't terribly surprised either. Gossip tended to travel on the wind,
often carried by travelling performers as well as salesmen selling spices and other foreign goods. From what he'd heard over the years, Eakin Stewart and his 2 sons had a reputation for being over-fond of their drink, and apparently his own, and anyone else's they could get their hands on. His father, James, had not been much for drink himself, and Alex suspected Lord Stewart's tendency toward drunkenness was part of the reason the friendship had ended, and possibly why his father had not been pushing him to marry Merwin Stewart. Thoughts of his betrothed reminded Alex of the task he'd set himself, and he turned toward the door, but had hardly taken a step before he was spotted and hailed. "Oi, lad, come sit yourself for a minute and visit with your new kin." Heaving out a breath at how near he'd been to escaping unnoticed, Alex turned back and reluctantly moved to the table, thinking he'd just explain he was off to find Mary and excuse himself. However, before he could say anything at all, before he'd even quite reached them, the oldest man in the group, Eakin Stewart, he supposed, announced, "'Tis glad I am I'm getting a chance to speak to you ere our Mary does." "Oh? Why is that?" Alex asked cautiously as he paused. Eakin Stewart appeared to have seen nearly 6 decades. He was more paunch than shoulders, a rat's nest of wiry grey hair springing out of an oddly large head over a face that was flushed from drink and made up of small squinting eyes, thin lips, and a slightly bulbous nose. He was also obviously well into his cups. His speech was slurred, and he was swaying like a sapling in a stiff breeze in the larger of the only 2 chairs at the table. They were the lords' and ladies' chairs. Everyone else used the benches that ran around the tables. The man he thought was Eakin Stewart presently sat in the chair Alexander had occupied since returning from Tunis. A younger version of the man sat in the smaller chair. "Well, lad," Eakin Stewart said, drawing his gaze back to his face. "You see, when we heard you were returned, we decided to save you a trip north and bring our Mary to you. But we kenned she'd no agree. She'd expect you to collect her all good and proper, you see. So we fibbed a little to our lass." Alex let his eyebrows rise in question. "We told her you were the one to send for her," he explained, and then added slyly, "We knew you would, of course. After all, 'tis well past time the 2 of you were married, and you wouldn't be wanting anyone thinking you were trying to avoid the duty." Alex managed not to wince at the accusation in the man's voice. "'Tis understandable if you were delaying as long as you could," he went on in a friendly manner. "I ken from your greeting on our arrival that you've heard Mary's called the Stewart Shrew, and that name's no likely to make you eager to claim her, but she isn't as bad as all that." Alex was still. He'd heard she was called that, but had never thought to hear her own father bring up the name. "'Tis our fault she's called that," Eakin added almost regretfully. "Aye," the younger man in the second chair said. He was very similar in looks to his father, but with carrot-coloured hair. He also sounded amused rather than regretful as he added, "We gave her the name." "My son Brodie," Eakin introduced, glaring at his boy, and then he turned to the man on his other side, one who could have been the first's twin, and introduced him as well. "And this is Gawain." Both younger men nodded, and Alex nodded a bit stiffly back. The brothers were in at least as bad a state as their father. All 3 were swaying back and forth in their seats almost in time. It made Alex feel like he was on a ship in rough waters. "Aye, we did give her the name," Eakin admitted. "I fear our Mary tends to worry and fret over us. She doesn't understand about a man and his drink. Got that from her mother," he confided. "My Margaret was always disapproving when we had a little whiskey. But that's the only complaint I have with the girl. She's a good chit, generally good-natured,
and always willing to lend a hand and take care of things," he assured him, and added, "Why, right now she's down overseeing the men at practice for you because you were too, indisposed to manage the task yourself." The old man grinned. "To be in such a state you must have been at the end of a long celebration. We like to do that ourselves, and understand, but Mary might be a bit testy about it. Never fear though, she may get angry, but she'll still tend to anything that needs tending and stand in for you where she has to." Alex's brow puckered at these words. It seemed obvious they had no idea he'd only drunk the whiskey that morning to have a tooth pulled, but believed he'd actually just been drinking for drink's sake that early. He found the idea, and their easy and cheerful acceptance of such behaviour, absolutely deplorable. Alex had met men over the years too fond of their drink. He'd even had a man or two under him take to the problem. The minute he suspected someone of it, he dealt with it by first trying to get the man to stop, and then by releasing the man from his vow to serve under him. He had no desire to have a drunk under his command. Dependence on drink made a soldier sloppy and undependable, and like to get himself or someone else killed. "I'm getting a crick in me neck staring up at you," the steward complained, and then turned to give the son seated in the chair next to his own a push. "Get out of the chair, lad, and let your host sit with us." "There's no need for that," Alex said quietly, having no desire to join the men. "I was just going out to oversee my men at practice." "But lad, like I told ye, Mary'll tend to it. She's a fair hand with the men." Alex stiffened. "'Tis my place to—" "There's no need," Eakin interrupted. "Her mother raised her well. Mary's a fine helpmate. She'll tend everything do you wish it. She does everything at Stuart." "And what do you do?" he asked curiously. "Whatever we wish," Gawain said with a laugh. "Aye, 'tis a grand life you're headed for," Brodie informed him, and then snickered as if that were a joke. It brought a glare from his father. "'Tis a grand life you're headed for," Eakin insisted quietly when Brodie fell solemn. "My Mary's a hard worker. She'll step in and tend whatever needs tending." "Which would be grand if she did so without glaring at us like we've done something wrong," Brodie put in, appearing irritated at the compliment to his missing sister. "Aye," Gawain agreed, and warned, "She has a glare that'll singe the hair off your arse." "And then there's her fish face," Brodie muttered, gaining an elbow in the ribs from his father. Unsteady as he was, it nearly sent the younger man tumbling to the rushes before he caught at the table to save himself. "Fish face?" Alex asked with bewilderment. "Aye," Gawain answered as his brother struggled to sit up straight. "She narrows her eyes and purses her lips like this, and looks just like a fish when she's disapproving or—" His words came to an end on a yelp as his father now slammed his other elbow into him. While Brodie had managed to save himself, Gawain couldn't and landed in the rushes. He burst out laughing, as if his state of inebriation were a grand joke rather than the sad showing it was, and then his laughter faded, and his eyes closed, and he began to snore. "Don't trouble yourself about him," Laird Stewart slurred, with unconcern. "We've been celebrating your upcoming nuptials since arriving, and he's in his cups. He'll be fine and fit for the ceremony tomorrow, though, I'm sure." Alex shifted his gaze to the older man as he continued. "As for Mary, aye, she glares and makes strange faces, but that's the worst of it, and that's damned good by anyone's standards, especially when you get the benefit of her tending to everything for you in return. She'll be a good wife to you." Alex's gaze moved from Eakin to Brodie and back. Brodie was scowling with resentment, obviously not pleased at the compliments to his sister. As for Eakin, he was looking a tad sad and regretful, and Alex suspected the man was realizing what he was losing.
Who was going to run Stuart when these men returned and slipped completely into their cups? He knew from what little gossip he'd heard over the years that the burden had fallen to Mary since her mother's death, and suspected her father at least knew what they were losing. It made him wonder why the old man had lied to get her there, and not done everything he could to delay losing her to this marriage instead. Alex wanted to think it was because the man had some sense of decency left in him, and wished to see her happy and married despite the burden losing her would be, but he suspected the truth was he'd merely bowed to the wishes and demands of his sons, who were obviously happy at the prospect of being rid of her. Aye, Alex thought, glares and strange faces were little enough in response to the trouble life with these 3 men must have been. He couldn't imagine what Mary's life must have been like these last 6 years. After only minutes in their company, he was irritated as hell. Muttering, "Excuse me," he turned away and headed for the door, neither pausing nor glancing around when the steward called out to him again. Alex wanted to get to the practice field and speak to his betrothed. He had no doubt that Mary must now loathe drinking after her experiences with these men, and was very aware that she'd arrived here to find him 3 sheets to the wind. He doubted it had made a good impression, and could only hope someone had explained matters to her so she wasn't now fearing she'd gone from one home full of drunks to another. He would just find her and thank her for tending to matters while he was indisposed after his tooth pulling. Her response would tell him if someone had indeed explained things. If not, he'd explain himself, and then perhaps take the opportunity to get to know her better. While Alex had found her father and brothers rather annoying with their drunken slurs and the way they spoke of Mary, it was something of a relief to have spoken to them. For he now did understand how she had come to be called the Stuart Shrew, and was positive it didn't reflect poorly on her so much as on them. Much as he'd like to deny it, her reputation had rather put him off marrying the girl. Alex had been more than happy to postpone the duty as long as possible. Now, if he wasn't eager, at least his stomach didn't roil at the mere thought of it. The practice field was a hive of activity when he reached it. Pausing on the edge, Alex peered over the people filling it, some practicing at swords, some with lances, some maces. All of them were men dressed in mail and brays, however. Alex had no idea what his betrothed looked like, so had counted on her being the sole female there for him to find her, but there wasn't a woman anywhere to be seen. For all he knew, he might have passed her in the bailey, although he hadn't noted anyone he didn't recognize on his walk down here, but, preoccupied with his thoughts as he'd been, he hadn't really paid attention. Muttering a mild curse under his breath, Alex started to turn back the way he'd come, but stopped when he heard someone shout, "Keep your shield up, or you're going to be skewered!" It was a woman's voice with a very definite Scottish accent, and he once again scanned the area in search of a gown. He was frowning with bewilderment over the fact that there wasn't one when she spoke again. "Good, good! You're a fine fighter, Albert. Just remember to keep your shield up, else all that fine skill will go to waste when you're run through. William, 'tis your turn." Alex followed the voice to a small group of men at one end of the field. He scoured the gathering with his eyes, but still saw no dress to tell him which was his lady. There were 6 large men standing in a loose circle around another large man, battling at wooden swords with a much smaller, slender youth in brays, mail and helmet. "Damn me, William, stop hesitating. I noted you tend to do that while you were fighting with Henry earlier. 'Tis why I brought you here. Now thrust, man. You'll no hurt me, and were we in true battle, you'd already be dead." Alex's eyes went round, horror coursing through him as he realized the little fellow in brays was his betrothed. The crazy woman wasn't just overseeing the training, which would have been bad enough. She was actually participating in it. "God's teeth," he bellowed, and rushed forward. Alex pushed his way between 2 of the men, reached the pair in the centre, and grabbed the one he'd originally thought was a slender youth by the arm to wheel her around. She was definitely a woman. Large, wide eyes blinked up at him in surprise above a straight little nose and full, luscious lips. Merwin Stewart had instinctively brought her wooden sword up to hit at him, but paused abruptly when she saw his face. Recognition flashed briefly through her green eyes. It was followed quickly by irritation, and she jerked her arm free and snapped. "Are you daft? You nearly got yourself skewered. This sword may be wood, but it can still do damage." Alex ignored her tirade and grabbed her arm again, holding her in place as he snatched the helmet off her head. His eyes widened as a mass of glorious chestnut hair suddenly tumbled out to surround her heart-shaped face. It fell in waves, reaching nearly to her waist, and felt as soft as silk against the back of his hand where he held her arm. It seemed obvious the girl had got her looks from her mother rather than her father, and he was grateful for it. "What are you gawping at?" Merwin Stewart asked, but while her words were irritated, the way she was flushing and avoiding his eyes suggested discomfort and even embarrassment. "Unhand me and let me get back to work." "'Tis my work," Alex said with a scowl, and turned to drag her, protesting, off the field. "What are you doing?" she squawked, sounding alarmed rather than angry. "Madam, you are in braze," Alex said through his teeth as he noted several of his men pausing in their training to watch them. Mary's response was a cluck of impatience. "Aye, I can hardly fight properly in a gown, can I? One fall and the skirt flies up and 'tis a free show for all. 'Tis one thing for a Scottish man to be flashing his bum at every turn. 'Tis quite another for me to be flashing my—" Alex stopped abruptly and turned on her with dismay, and she swallowed whatever she'd been about to say and merely scowled at him instead. He took a breath, trying to erase the image her words had brought to mind, and then said, "That is, you—" Before he could quite figure out what he was trying to say, she heaved an impatient breath. "I see you've the same problem with speech me own da has after drinking too much. No doubt your thoughts are muddled like his too. You'd best take yourself back to the keep and out of harm's way while I see to the men." Alex briefly closed his eyes and prayed for patience, then opened them again and said as calmly as he could, "Madam, the practice field is no place for a woman. 'Tis my job to oversee the men." "Well, you were in no condition to oversee them, were you?" she said pointedly. "So I tended it for you. And stop shouting. I am standing right here." "I was not shouting," he said through gritted teeth. "Aye, you were," she assured him, but now spoke in solemn tones as if to a child. She also patted his arm as if soothing a child. "Take yourself on back to the castle and leave me to tend to the men until you're no so scattered." "I am not scattered," he denied quickly, then added, "and the men do not need tending." "Aye, they do," Mary assured him. "Albert there has a habit of letting his shield drop while he's fighting. It's like to see him killed despite his being a fine swordsman. And William is too timid. He constantly hesitates ere swinging at his foe. 'Twill see him dead in his first battle. And then there's Tom. He seems to be skilled, but needs to build more muscle or have a smaller sword made for him. The one he has is too heavy for him to wield for any length of time." Alex stared. Everything she'd said was true. They were problems he'd noticed and had intended to work on, when he had the time. Unfortunately, he'd been in such a rush to get things in order here before heading to Donaghey that he decided to tend it when he returned from Scotland. "Am I wrong?" she challenged. "Nay," he assured her. "I had recognised those issues, and I will tend to them as soon as I return from Donaghey." Mary nodded slowly and then said, "And what if the castle is attacked while you're gone? What if those men die because you were lax in your duties and didn't take the time to train them properly ere heeing off to see your sister?" Alex stiffened at the accusation, but merely snapped, "The chances of an attack are minimal at best." "But no impossible," she said firmly.
and 'tis your place as laird to see your men well trained and able to defend themselves and your castle." Alex's mouth tightened. As much as he liked to think he was a good and responsible lord, it did seem a bit selfish that he was going to delay correcting those flaws in his soldiers in favour of checking on his sister. It would take only a day or two to tend the matter. He was considering this when he noted she was a bit flushed and sweaty from her efforts on his behalf that day while he'd been sleeping off the whiskey. It made his mouth tighten further. "I shall attend the men ere we leave for Donachie," he assured her quietly. "But I shall tend it, not you. You shall stick to matters in the castle itself from now on, and this moment you will go in, wash up and change, and then sit at the trestle table with your father and brothers until the sup." "My father and brothers are still at the table?" she asked, eyes narrowing. "Aye. They're no drinking, are they?" "Aye, and my best whiskey from what I could tell," Alex said dryly. Much to his amazement, Mary spat out a curse he'd never expected to come from a woman, though he'd heard it often enough on the tongues of his soldiers, and then she whirled and hurried away toward the keep. Sudden concern claiming him, Alex was about to follow when Gerhard appeared at his side and commented, "I did try to steer her away from the practice field, but she's a determined little thing." Alex grunted, but before he could respond, the man added, "I tried to explain about your tooth and the whiskey this morning when they arrived, but her father wouldn't let me and kept interrupting." "He probably thought you would say something that would give away that I had not sent for her," Alex said dryly. "She thinks you sent for her?" Gerhard asked with surprise. Alex nodded. "I gather her father and brothers thought my sending for her more likely to get her to come, and they seem eager to be free of her disapproval of their drinking. It sounds to me as if they do a lot of it, leaving Mary to run Stuart these last years." Gerhard nodded, not appearing surprised. "She seems to be very able at it. While I did try to steer her away from overseeing practice, she was good at it, picking out problems and flaws in the fighters and insisting on training them herself. She is surprisingly skilled." "Aye, so I noticed," Alex murmured, his eyes narrowing on his betrothed. Her steps became stiffer and more militant with every step toward the keep, and he suspected the Stuart men were about to get more than the usual glare and fish face. It suddenly seemed a good idea for him to be there. Glancing at Gerhard, he said, "Tell the men 'tis enough practice for today. 'Tis nearly time for the sup anyway." He waited just long enough to see Gerhard nod and then hurried after his betrothed. Fast as she was moving, and though she had a head start, Alex had longer legs and had reduced the distance between them by the time Mary reached the keep. He was just starting up the steps when she reached the keep doors. Still, he was close enough to hear the shrieks coming from inside the moment the door opened. Alarm coursing through him, Alex charged up the stairs even as Mary cursed and rushed inside. The door closed behind her with a loud thud that silenced the screams from inside before he reached it. Those screams reached him again, however, the moment Alex opened the door himself. He took in what was happening at a glance. The rest of the Scots were quiet and wary-looking as they noted Mary's arrival, but Gawain was still unconscious on the floor beside the trestle table, and Laird Eakin himself appeared to have passed out slumped forward on the table. Brodie, however, was still conscious and was presently trying to hold one of the struggling Domesbury maids in his lap and kiss her. He wasn't succeeding very well. The girl was struggling in earnest to be free of his clutches, but those struggles ceased and her mouth made an O of surprise when Mary reached them and promptly smashed her shield down over her brother's head with a bong that made even Alex wince. Brodie apparently had a thick skull. He merely shook his head and stood up, dumping the maid to the floor so that he could swing around and confront his attacker. Alex put on even more speed, rushing forward to be at hand to defend Mary if necessary, but the lass didn't need defending. When her brother turned unsteadily and swayed before her, face furious and mouth opening, no doubt to berate her, Mary slammed the shield over his head again. "What do you think you're doing, you great gawk?" she snapped as her brother reached up to rub his head. "The lass isn't a willing. Leave her be." "I was just having a little fun,"
Brodie growled, swaying like a giant oak whose base had all but been hacked away by men with axes.
Well, she wasna having fun,
Mary barked, and hit him again for good measure. The third time was the charm. Where the first two had hardly seemed to do more than get his attention, the third blow finally felled the man, sending him first to his knees, where he blinked briefly with confusion before slumping forward on his face in the rushes. Alex slowed, his eyes shifting to Merwin Stewart. The expression that crossed her face as she peered down at her brother was a combination of shame, fury, and disgust, and then she turned on the maid.
I told you all no to let them drink aught but ale.
Aye, my lady, but they were guests and were demanding whiskey and...
Mary silenced her by grabbing her arm to give her a small shake.
I care not what they were demanding. Listen to me in future. They're no to have a drop o' whiskey here. Understand?
Aye, my lady, I'm sorry, my lady,
the girl said quickly. Mary patted the girl's arm and then turned to sweep a glance over the 3 unconscious Stewart men before turning to the soldiers still seated at the table.
Well, what are you waiting for? Gather your laird and me brothers and take their worthless hides above stairs. They can sleep this off in their rooms.
The soldiers moved at once, getting to their feet to follow her orders. Alex watched them with interest. He had assumed that they were as drunk as their laird and his sons, but now realized he'd thought wrong. Not one of them appeared the least unsteady on his feet as they began to drag the 3 Stewart men away. It seemed while they'd kept them company, not a one had drunk as deeply as the men they served. He also couldn't help but notice the respectful deference the men showed Mary. It was only now, seeing the glances and nods they cast her way, that he realized that respect had been missing from their expressions as they'd sat with her father and brothers earlier. They hadn't been openly disrespectful then, but he could now see the difference in their attitudes to each. Once the men had disappeared above stairs with their burdens, Alex turned his gaze back to Mary. He was just in time to see her head and shoulders droop as if under a terrible weight. He realized then that she had no idea he'd followed her inside. Alex was positive Mary wouldn't allow herself to be seen as anything but strong and capable in the normal course of events, and usually hid any feelings of defeat or weariness her family's antics caused. He was glad to see it, however. It allowed him to see a vulnerability he suspected he otherwise wouldn't have been privy to. It was a very brief vulnerability. Barely a heartbeat had passed before Mary released a heavy sigh, straightened her shoulders, and moved off toward the stairs. Alex found his eyes sliding down over her lithe shape as she went, travelling over the bulky mail jerkin she wore to her behind in the braes. He'd never before seen a woman wear braes. It was really quite... Alex licked his lips as he watched the cheeks of her bottom move with each step, and then realized what he was doing, gave his head a shake, and forced himself to turn away as she reached the stairs and began to ascend them. Moving to the table then, he sat down and considered the situation at hand. It seemed he was getting married on the morrow, to a woman who presently thought him a drunken lout like her father and brothers. He could simply sit her down and explain things and tell her that he wasn't a drinking man, but having dealt with drunks himself, he knew they were prone to lying to hide their affliction, and doubted she would believe him if he simply told her. The best way, he supposed, was to show her by his actions. After a week or so of their living together, she would see that he didn't drink and wasn't like her father and brothers. Chapter 3. Her husband was a drunk, Mary acknowledged unhappily as she watched him out of the corner of her eye. It was dinner time on the day after she and her kin had arrived at Domesbury. Her wedding feast, but that wasn't the only reason this meal differed from the one the night before. That had been a quiet affair. Her father and brothers had been sleeping off their drink in their rooms, and Mary had been so embarrassed about them that she'd found it difficult to relax or respond much to Alex's efforts to engage her in conversation at the table. She'd been relieved when the meal had come to an end and she could excuse herself, claiming weariness from her journey to make her way up to her room. Not that she'd slept. Mostly she'd found her mind whirling with worries about her looming marriage and the wedding night that would follow, so that it was quite late when she'd finally drifted off to sleep. It had been late when her maid Una had woken her. The woman wasn't pleased to have to move to England and had been quiet since they'd left Stuart. She'd continued that way this morning, saying little to distract Mary from her worries about the coming bedding as she'd helped her bathe, dress and fix her hair. The great hall had been empty when Mary had made her way below, but Edda had soon joined her and kept her company as she broke her fast. From her she'd learned that Alex was out, passing the morning training the men, and would come in to bathe and prepare for the wedding at the nooning hour. The rest of the day had passed in something of a nervous blur for her: the nooning meal, the wait for the priest and Alex to be ready, the ceremony itself. The only thing that Mary really recalled about the wedding was the moment when Alex had pressed his lips to hers to seal the marriage. She'd gone stiff in his hold, but every sense in her had been on the alert, and she'd been aware of the fresh male scent of him wafting into her nose, the feel of his warm, gentle hands on either side of her face, the pressure of his lips brushing softly across hers, and even his taste when she'd licked her lips nervously afterward. Now she watched her husband slur out his answer to a question her father had asked and felt her heart sink. It was disappointing when the meal had started with such promise. At first, Alex had refused the drinks flowing so freely around the table, and she'd felt relieved that, this night at least, he would refrain from drinking, and she'd hoped the bedding would be, if not easy, at least less of an ordeal than she'd feared, since arriving to find her betrothed was as much of a drunken lout as her father and brothers. But halfway through the meal her father had stood to make a toast and had insisted that Alex must have a drink to toast it with, else he'd be insulting the Stuarts. Alex had reluctantly allowed some whiskey to be poured into the empty mug he'd been drinking mead from ere that, but had stopped them after only a couple of drops had been poured in. However, he'd obviously topped it up since then. The man was unmistakably in his cups. Aside from slurring, he was also unsteady in his seat, and twice she'd seen him reach for something on the table and miss it. Mary feared it didn't bode well for the night ahead. She couldn't be sure, of course. Her mother had died when she was just 16, and the matter of the marriage bed had never come up between them. Still, she suspected what was to come was not going to be made easier by her husband's being drunk. A tap on her shoulder distracted Mary from this worry, and she glanced back to see Edda. The woman wore a smile that was a little crooked and uncertain. There was a gaggle of maids gathered behind her, however, who were all grinning widely.
"'Tis time for the bedding,"
Edda announced, not sounding sure whether Mary would welcome the announcement or not. The answer was decidedly not, but despite wishing she could scream, nay, Mary forced a smile to her own lips and got to her feet. Her brothers immediately began cheering, laughing, and making lewd comments, and she felt a blush claim her cheeks. There was nothing she could do about that, but Mary did her best to ignore them otherwise, and, resisting the urge to box their ears, mustered all the dignity she possessed and forced her head up and shoulders straight as she allowed herself to be led away. With so many to help, Mary found herself stripped and bathed in no time. She was perfumed and oiled until she felt like a boar being prepared for the spit before she was allowed to climb into bed. Most of the women left the room then, taking the bath with them, but Una and Edda remained behind. As Una quickly cleaned up the room and put away her clothes, Edda settled herself on the edge of the bed next to Mary and took her hands in her own.
"Mary, dear, I know we do not know each other well yet, but I went to my wedding bed not knowing what to expect, and I really think it just made things harder and more scary than it needed to be. I know your mother passed away some time ago and so may not have had the chance to talk to you about your wedding night."
She paused then and bit her lip briefly before asking,
"Do you know what to expect?"
Mary briefly considered lying. Part of her duties as lady at Sturt had been to help their healer tend to the ill and injured. She'd seen boys naked, and even a wounded man or two. She'd also helped with more births than she could recall. She did know the physical differences between a man and a woman. She even had some idea of what actually took place, but wouldn't mind knowing exactly what to expect.
Nay.
Edda nodded.
Well then.
She paused and bit her lip again, and then grimaced and said with a light laugh,
I can see why my mother did not explain, but simply said, he will know what to do. Just obey your husband and do as he says.
Mary smiled, but it was a tense smile, and she said, If 'tis making you uncomfortable, you need no explain.
Nay, 'tis all right.
Edda patted her hand.
'Twill be easier on you, do you know?
Mary nodded solemnly and waited, and waited.
Well,
Edda said finally,
you see, men are built differently than we women. The man has a...
She paused again and chewed on her lip briefly before brightening and saying,
Have you ever been in the kitchens at Sturt while your cook was preparing a chicken?
Mary blinked at the question, not at all sure what a chicken had to do with this, but said, Aye.
Well, think of the neck when the cook has plucked and cut it off to throw it in the soup. A man has one of those between his legs.
A chicken neck? Mary asked blankly. She would never have described the few male parts she'd seen as a chicken neck.
Sort of,
Edda said with dissatisfaction.
'Tis straighter. At least 'tis when they are excited. And it does not have the bony ridges, and it may be a tad bigger than a chicken neck.
Oh, Mary said faintly. Edda nodded solemnly.
'Tis most odd looking. It sticks out from their body like a misplaced nose. But you must not laugh when you first see it, she cautioned, and nodded to emphasize the point. They become very offended. For some reason they are very proud of their chicken neck.
Ah, Mary choked out, trying desperately not to laugh. It would be incredibly rude when the woman was trying so earnestly to help her. Fortunately, Edda seemed to think the amusement she was trying to smother was about men's pride in their parts.
Aye, silly I know, but they truly do strut around with it waving about like a war banner as if 'tis the most wonderful thing in the world. 'Tis really quite sad.
She shook her head with mild exasperation and then continued.
And we women have well, 'tis sort of like a sheath for their chicken neck. In fact, they use it as such, wielding their chicken neck like a sword and sheathing it in the woman.
Mary pursed her lips to control her expression. War banner. Sheath. Sword? She couldn't help but notice Edda seemed to use a lot of battle imagery. She waited for the woman to continue, but after a moment noted that her expression was quite satisfied, as if she were done. Is that it? She asked with surprise. He will just walk in here and sheath his chicken neck, and 'tis over.
Oh, well, no,
Edda admitted. Much to Mary's surprise, the woman was now blushing and avoiding looking at her.
He will no doubt kiss you a time or two, and then squeeze your breasts once or twice, and then if his chicken neck is excited enough and stiff, thrust it in your sheath.
Mary muttered, slightly disgruntled. It didn't sound all that impressive or frightening to her.
I suppose I should mention that it will hurt if 'tis your first time, and I am sure it is, she added quickly.
Aye, Mary assured her solemnly, knowing the woman had merely misspoken in her discomfort and was not trying to insult her. Edda nodded.
It shall hurt a lot as he breaks through your maiden's veil. That's a bit of skin inside your sheath, she added, gesturing toward Mary's lap before continuing. And there shall be blood, and in the morning we will come for the bloodied sheet, and it will be hung from the stair rail for all to see the proof of your innocence," she finished in a rush.
Mary was worrying about the hurt a lot bit when the door suddenly burst open and a group of men began to crowd into the room, carrying Alexander Domsbury before them. It seemed either the men had grown weary of waiting, or the women had informed the men that she was ready and in bed when they'd gone below. She wasn't too pleased about that. Mary would have liked to ask more about this pain and blood. That didn't sound at all appetizing, but then none of it had. Kiss, kiss, squeeze, squeeze, and in it went? It hardly sounded the most exciting business in the world, and it made her wonder why the maids were so willing to let the soldiers and her brothers have it them at Sturt. Mary's thoughts scattered when her husband was set on his feet, and promptly fell on his face. This brought laughter from the men, but made her grind her teeth and glare.
"Oh dear, I hope he is not so sotted he cannot manage the matter,"
Ada muttered. Mary didn't comment, but she hoped so too. Not because she would be embarrassed not to have her sheet hung in the hall, but because she didn't wish to go through the next day worrying about the night ahead as she'd done today. That concern in her mind, she watched the men lift her new husband up off the floor and hold him upright to undress him. She watched his clothing slip away, noting a little distractedly that he really had a fine physique. It was easy to believe the man had been at battle these last 3 years. He had none of the bloating and flab her father and brothers had from their main pastime of drinking. His shoulders were wide and muscular, his waist trim, Mary's thoughts died. That definitely didn't look like a chicken neck to her, she decided as she stared at the erection jutting out from between her husband's legs. It seemed to her the kiss, kiss, squeeze, squeeze would not be needed to excite her husband. He was already sporting an erection that was large, full, hard and angry looking. She wasn't the only one to notice. The men had taken note and were grinning widely and making ribald jokes, and Edda suddenly relaxed beside her and patted her shoulder as she breathed out.
"All will be well. The whiskey has not affected his ability to consummate."
Mary suddenly wasn't sure that was a good thing. Honestly, it looked more like a small log than a chicken neck, and the idea of being stabbed with it was not exactly inspiring either pleasure or relaxation in her right then. She stopped worrying about that for the moment, however, when she realized the men were done undressing him and were now carrying her husband forward to place him in the bed beside her. Mary steeled herself against what was coming, but still felt her face flush and her teeth grind together as the linen was lifted and she was briefly revealed to all before her husband was in bed beside her and the linens allowed to fall back over her as well as him. And then it was over, and the men and women were moving out of the room, leaving them alone. Mary watched them go, managing an uncertain smile when Edda glanced back encouragingly before walking out. Her brother Brodie was the last to leave the room. Mary released a breath of relief when he went out, pulling the door closed behind him, but then just as quickly frowned when the door slid back open a crack and she realized he hadn't pulled it to. She wasn't the only one to notice. Her husband muttered a soft, slightly slurred curse before he tossed the linen aside and rose to close it. He staggered a bit as he walked to the door, but made it there fine. It was on the way back that he ran into problems. Mary was so distracted staring at the part bobbing about between his legs that she too was taken completely by surprise when he stumbled over the clothing the men had left strewn on the floor. Eyes widening, she sat up just as he crashed into the upper end of the straw-stuffed mattress. At least his lower body did. His upper body was bent forward as he struggled to get back his balance, and he was at an angle so that his head slammed into the upper post of the bed. Alex didn't cry out in pain, but a low moan slid from his mouth and then he collapsed, his chest and arms on the bed and his legs hanging off. Mary stared at him, wide-eyed, waiting for him to lift his head and speak, but nothing happened. He just lay there. After a moment, she cleared her throat and said tentatively, "My lord." When that got no response, she reached out to poke at his arm. Still nothing. Mary tossed the linens aside and shifted to her hands and knees to see his face, which was turned in the opposite direction. She had to lean far forward to get a look at it. The man's eyes were closed, his face slack. Worried, she gave his arm a shake. "Husband?" When there was no response, and his eyelids didn't even flicker, Mary sat back on her haunches, unsure what to do. The silly man had knocked himself out. She stared at him for a moment, but was starting to feel uncomfortable about sitting there nude, and got out of bed to quickly draw on her chemise. She then walked around the bed to get a better look at him. He was definitely unconscious. At least she hoped he was. It was hard to tell if he was breathing, crumpled up on the top corner of the bed as he was. Blowing a breath out, she moved forward and began to struggle to turn him over so that he was lying properly on the bed. It was harder than she expected. The man was large and heavy, at least 6 feet of solid muscle. It took quite a bit of effort and a lot of huffing and puffing to get him turned on his back. Mary then promptly stepped back as she found his erection pointing accusingly at her. She scowled at the limb, amazed that while he appeared dead to the world, it was still hard and ready to go. Forcing her eyes away from the angry-looking thing, she glanced to his chest, a little sigh slipping from her lips when she saw that it was still rising and falling. He was alive. He'd just knocked himself senseless. Despite having seen it happen, and knowing the clothes lying about the floor were at fault, and that even she might have tripped over them had their positions been reversed, Mary couldn't help but think he might have managed to save himself had he not been quite so inebriated. Grimacing, Mary shifted her gaze to his face. When awake, Alexander Domsbury was attractive, with long blonde hair and strong but pleasant features often fixed in a stern expression. But asleep, that sternness was absent, and she could see that he was much more than just attractive. He was actually handsome, and if he spent less time frowning, scowling, and looking pained. Mary shrugged the thought aside. It mattered little if he was handsome. She would be more pleased to have an ugly but kind and sober husband. Unfortunately, that wasn't what she had. Feeling depression and gloom slip over her, she left him as he was, walked around the bed to her side, and crawled back in. Mary then simply sat and stared at him. It seemed all her worry about the wedding night had been for naught, and she had worried and fretted over it today as she'd waited to be married and then picked at the food during her wedding feast. She'd tried not to think about it, but it had been constantly at the back of her mind. It had been wasted fretting, and now she could fret about it all over again on the morrow. In the meantime, there was little to do but go to sleep. Shaking her head with exasperation, Mary shifted to lie down in the bed and pulled the linen over herself. She then turned on her side to face her husband, staring at his unconscious form as she tried to relax enough to drift into slumber. However, it didn't take her long to realize that she wasn't likely to sleep any time soon. Now she was worrying about the morning and the embarrassment of explaining that they had not consummated their marriage. Clucking with exasperation, she sat up and glared at her husband with resentment. She was wide awake and fretting while he lay there naked, and Mary scowled, thinking she should probably cover the man, but didn't do so right away. She would have been ashamed to admit it, but the idea did cross her mind that it wouldn't be a tragedy did he catch a chill and possibly die from it, leaving her a widow. Of course, Mary wasn't at all sure she would be a widow since they had not yet consummated the wedding, as the lack of blood on the linen would prove. That thought made her mouth turn down unhappily. It would be just her luck did the man never wake up from this blow to the head, but die in his sleep on their wedding night without finishing the job and making her his wife. No doubt she'd then find herself married off to another drunk either in Scotland or somewhere else, and possibly an old man with no teeth and bad breath who would make her skin crawl. Clucking with disgust, she peered at her husband again, this time her attention moving to his erection. The thing was still hard and full, looking as if it was ready to burst open at any moment like an overripe plum when squeezed. She sat there glaring at the overblown chicken neck until she was assaulted by the mad thought that there was no reason she could not consummate the wedding herself. The idea had barely flittered through her mind before Mary was shaking her head. Nay, she couldn't possibly. Why, that was just... Why not? Another part of her mind asked. She was used to taking matters in hand herself, and this was no different. She would simply... Well, Mary supposed, she could sit on it, break her maiden's veil herself with his chicken neck, and 'twould be done. There would be no more fretting about what was to come, no more worry about handing over the linen in the morning. The more Mary thought about it, the smarter the idea seemed to her. She had overseen the men when Alex had not been up to doing it himself. Why not tend to this as well? It seemed perfectly reasonable to her. Never one to stall when something needed doing, Mary promptly crawled back off the bed and moved around to her husband's side. It seemed obvious to her that for her to mount his chicken neck, she needed to get his feet on the bed. At least it looked to her as if it would be easier to do so were he flat on the bed rather than hanging off it. Pausing before his feet, she bent and caught him by the ankles and began the long, hard struggle to get him turned so that she could get his legs on the bed along with the rest of him. It was no easy task. The man weighed a ton, and it was something of a delicate operation since every time she dragged his legs toward the bed, his upper body seemed to want to move closer to the edge, threatening to tumble off. But by repeatedly moving his legs to the side a bit, and then setting them down to move to his chest to push his upper body farther onto the bed, she managed the task. Once she had him safely on the bed, Mary paused to contemplate him and the logistics of what she intended to do. It didn't take much thought to realize he was too close to the edge of the bed to allow her to straddle him, so Mary shoved him away from the edge and farther toward the center of the bed. By the time she'd accomplished that, however, she was a bit weary and dropped to sit on the side of the bed by his hip while she recovered. Her eyes immediately focused on his erection. Mary stared at it, marveling that it still hadn't deflated or whatever it should do. It seemed odd to her that a man could be completely unconscious but remain erect. She would have expected it to go back to its resting, chicken neck-like state. But then, she was new to all this. Perhaps it was supposed to stay hard until it was used. If so, she could only think that was a good thing since she intended to use it. She reached out tentatively to poke it, watching curiously as it swayed away and then back. When it stopped, she bit her lip and hesitated. It had seemed hard when she'd poked it, and she was curious to know what it felt like. There seemed little harm in giving it a feel. He was her husband, after all, and she intended to do much more than touch it. Still, Mary hesitated, her gaze sliding to his face to be sure he was still unconscious before she reached out and brushed her fingers tentatively down the shaft. It was solid, but the skin felt velvety soft under her fingertips. Fascinated, Mary ran her fingers over it again, and then took it curiously in hand and closed her fingers around it, measuring its girth and length and moving it about to see just how far it would bend to one side and then the other. A sudden groan from Alex made her still, her fingers unintentionally tightening on the erection. In the next moment, the chicken neck jerked in her hand, and she glanced to it with surprise as it suddenly began to spit some sort of liquid out of the top. Mary released it at once and stood up. The first thought to flash through her mind was that she'd broken it, but she wasn't sure if she'd broken it or if that was supposed to happen. However, she was pretty sure she'd just ruined any possibility of consummating the wedding, since it was finally beginning to deflate before her eyes. Cursing, Mary turned away and paced to the foot of the bed and then back, her mind working. Edda had said that he would probably kiss her, squeeze her breasts, and then, when excited, thrust his chicken neck into her. She supposed that hard state had been his being excited. Perhaps she could excite him again. That thought gave her hope, and she moved back to the bed to peer at his now sadly shriveled chicken neck. But Mary really had no idea how to go about exciting a man. She'd seen maids on their knees in dark corners at Stuart Castle, doing things to the men there that seemed to make them groan and moan, as Alex had done before exploding, but wasn't sure exactly what it was they did. She supposed it was something that felt good and tried to think of things that felt good to her. Her maid brushing her hair before the fire was nice, though that was more a relaxing sensation than an exciting one. Rubbing her feet when they were sore was also nice, but again relaxing. Obviously, she was approaching the problem from the wrong direction, Mary decided, and asked herself what excited her father and brothers. The only thing that came to mind was whiskey, but she hardly thought pouring a mug of whiskey over the man's parts was going to get them working. Mary poked at his chicken neck again, and then glared at it with irritation. Truly, she hadn't a clue what to do here, yet she needed to somehow get it excited and stiff and then mount it to break her maiden's veil to produce the blood. Or, Mary thought suddenly, she could just cut herself to get the blood, spread it on the bed linen, and pretend he'd done the deed. That thought lifted her spirits at once. It would ensure she didn't have to marry again did the man have the good grace to drop dead on her tonight, and might save her having to worry about his wishing to trouble her in their bed for a while. She had no idea how frequently men liked to bed their wives, but her father never seemed to bother the maids and village women back home much. Of course, he was older, but even Brodie and Gawain did not seem to trouble the women much. Mayhap once a month was her guess, but then she did tend to send the servants away when the three men were drinking, and they did do that often. That didn't really matter to her anyway, Mary decided. She was more concerned with securing her place as lady here so she couldn't be married off to some other drunken lout should the man die tonight, or stumble down the stairs and break his neck in the morning. Did she cut herself, rub a bit of blood on the bed linen, and give it to them to hang above the stairs on the morrow, then her place as Lady Domesbury would be secure whether the man survived the night or not. Satisfied with the idea, Mary slid back out of bed and moved to her chest to retrieve her ski-and-do from where Una had put it away earlier. She carried it back to the bed with her, tugged the linens to the bottom of the bed so that they were out of the way, and climbed in next to her husband. She then settled cross-legged and hesitated as she considered where she should cut herself. Her first choice was her hand, but that would be easily seen, and someone might notice and wonder about it. She peered over her body, considering likely spots. Somewhere that was covered by her gown was her best bet. Her eyes settled on her legs, and she peered at them solemnly for a moment and then pressed the knife to her left inner thigh and hesitated again. Mary wasn't a coward, but truly, deliberately hurting herself wasn't an attractive idea. It had to be done, however. Sucking in a deep breath, she held it and then quickly drew her knife across her skin, gasping in pain as the knife sliced a shallow wound in the tender skin. Blood immediately beaded to the surface of the cut, and Mary caught it up on her fingers and brushed it over the bottom linen of the bed. She did it a few more times before the shallow wound clotted and the blood stopped coming. Mary peered at the bed linen then, considering the small dark smudges on the clean cloth. It didn't look like much, and she grimaced at the timidity that had made her hold back and cut herself so shallowly. Still, it might be enough. The problem was, she wasn't sure. How much blood did breaching the maiden veil cause? Edda hadn't described that, and Mary hadn't thought to ask. She shifted impatiently on the bed, worried that too little blood might give her away. Her gaze then slid to his chicken neck, and she bit her lip at its clean state. Surely if he'd breached the maiden's veil and made her bleed, there would be blood on him as well. There was blood on a knife when it was used to stab someone. Mary clucked with irritation at this reasoning. There seemed little else for it but that she would have to cut herself again. It seemed to her that it would be better to have too much blood than too little, and she definitely thought she should put some on him. Tightening her hand around her ski-and-do again, she pressed it to her right inner thigh this time, closed her eyes, and quickly, sharply, sliced herself again. This time, she didn't merely gasp at the pain, but had to bite her tongue to keep from crying out, and the blood didn't trickle forth to bead on the wound, but began to gush out. She'd definitely cut deeper this time, more deeply than she'd intended. Ah well, at least she'd probably have enough now, Mary told herself, and shifted so that she was in the centre of the bed. Her hip rubbed up against Alex, and it reminded her to rub some on his shaft, but once that was done, she ignored him and concentrated on using her fingers to spread the blood about as it ran down her inner thigh and onto the bottom linen. She continued to do so until the blood finally stopped running. Truly, the wound bled an awfully long time, and Mary was growing concerned by the time it stopped. She even considered wrapping the wound, but feared moving about to find something to bind it with might start it bleeding again, so merely lay back in bed, pulled the upper linen over herself, and tried to go to sleep. Unfortunately, while she wanted to sleep, she didn't seem to be able to relax enough to do so. Mary tried everything she could think of to relax herself enough to manage it, but nothing seemed to work, and eventually she gave it up and simply lay there thinking about her life, past and present, and the bleak future that appeared to lie before her. It was near dawn before she finally felt sleep overtaking her, and Mary greeted it with a small relieved breath and the hope that the morrow would be a better day. Alex again woke to a pounding head. He moaned, squeezed his eyes tightly closed, and rolled onto his side to try to bury his head beneath the pillow. He was so groggy that it took a moment for him to realize that what he was trying to bury himself under wasn't a pillow. Eyes blinking open with confusion, he then had to push the linens and furs away so that he could see that he had his hand clasped over one of his new bride's rather generous breasts. The realization brought him immediately awake, and once awake, he recognized that the pounding wasn't only in his head. It was coming from somewhere behind him as well. Rolling onto his back, Alex peered toward the door as his brain slowly puzzled together that there was someone knocking at it. He scowled at the door and then swung his eyes back to his bride to see that the racket hadn't even made her stir. The woman was pale, shadows under her eyes and dead to the world. It didn't look to him like she was likely to wake up for anything anytime soon. The pounding at the door became a little louder and more insistent, drawing his attention once more. Alex stared at it with disinterest for a minute, but when his brain finally pieced together that the pounding would not stop until he answered the door, he rolled out of bed and stumbled over to open it. "There you are," Laird Stewart said cheerfully and far too loudly, the moment the door was open. "We were beginning to think the two of you had slipped out while we weren't a-looking." Alex had a terrible urge to punch the man, but it seemed like a lot of effort, so he merely growled, "What do you want?" The bed linens, lad, Eakin said, as if it should be the most obvious answer in the world. Alex was just scowling over that and trying to sort out why they would want his bed linens when Edda drew his attention to the fact that the man wasn't alone by saying gently,
"For proof the marriage was consummated."
Alex blinked, absently noting that the priest and Mary's brothers were there as well, but most of his brain was processing the bit about proof of consummation. The bed linens. Proof. Blood from the breaching of her maiden's veil, his mind put together, and he whirled to peer at the bed. Mary had burrowed back under the furs and linens again like a mole seeking darkness, and he was not at all sure she was yet awake. But that didn't concern him as much as the fact that he had absolutely no recollection of whether he'd consummated the wedding. In fact, he didn't even recall making his way up here to bed last night, which was troubling since he should. While his plan to abstain from alcohol last night had been forced off path by his father-in-law's claim that not to drink to a toast would be an insult on the whole clan, Alex had allowed them only to pour a small amount of whiskey in his mug before covering it with his hand. He had sipped that small amount slowly through the rest of the night, and it surely shouldn't have been enough to affect him as it had. Unless his father-in-law had been topping up his mug when he was distracted, Alex thought suddenly, and was sure that must be the case. It seemed the only explanation for the state he'd been in last night. "You were able to manage it, were you no?" Eakin Stewart asked with a sudden glower. "You were in rough shape last night, and—" He paused abruptly and glanced to his sons when Brodie suddenly elbowed him. The younger man whispered something that made the older man's eyebrows rise, and then he turned back, his gaze honing in on Alex's groin. It appears you managed all right after all." Alex glanced down to himself, his own eyebrows rising as he saw the dried blood on his semi-erect staff. It did indeed appear he'd managed the deed, he thought with relief, and then found himself nudged to the side as the Stewart men pushed their way into the room, with Edda and the priest on their heels. It seemed they were impatient to get the deed over with. However, the sight of Mary sound asleep in the centre of the bed brought them up short. "How the devil did she sleep through the knocking?" Brodie asked with amazement as the small group came to a halt at the edge of the bed. Eakin scowled at the sight, a tinge of concern on his face, but merely glanced to Alex and said, "Wore her out, did ye? Well, you'll just have to move her out of the way so we can retrieve the linen. We'll get out of your hair the moment we have it," he added. Alex shook his head and moved around them to the side of the bed. If he hadn't managed the bedding last night, he'd send them all from the room and do it now. If he had, well, frankly, he'd be grateful because he didn't think he could manage the task with his head as sore as it was. "Mary," he said softly, shaking her arm. When that gained no response, he shook her a little more insistently. "Mary, girl, wake up. Your father and the others are here." Much to his relief, she woke enough to grumble in her sleep and slap at his hand as if at a bee buzzing about her before snuggling back into the bed again and apparently drifting back to sleep. Shrugging inwardly, Alex gave up on waking her and simply scooped her into his arms, taking the top linen at the same time. He carried her to the foot of the bed and out of the way, so distracted making sure the linen covered her decently that it took him a moment to notice the sudden silence in the room. Raising his head, he peered to the horrified faces of the group around the bed and then glanced toward the bed itself. Alex immediately sucked in a breath of dismay, his eyes widening in horror as he took in the bloodstain that covered a good portion of the centre of the linen. "Dear God, what the devil did you do to me daughter?" Eakin Stewart breathed with dismay and the beginnings of anger. He then rushed forward to grab Mary's face and turned it toward him. Mary, are you alive, girl?" Mary blinked her eyes open, scowled and brushed irritably at her father's hands with a grumpy, "Leave off." Her father didn't seem to mind, but breathed out a relieved, "She's alive." "Of course she's alive," Alex snapped, a bit affronted that they might think otherwise. But then his gaze landed on the bed again and his irritation left him, replaced by shame and worry. He must have been incredibly rough with her to have made her bleed like that. He might even have done serious damage. It was a sickening thought. Alex had never in his life been rough with a woman, and the thought that he might have been on his wedding night, and to the warm, sweet-smelling woman in his arms, was actually nauseating. Suddenly furious, he glared at the silent people staring so accusingly at him and growled, "Take the linen and get out." A moment of silence passed, and then Father Gibbon began to strip the bottom linen from the bed. Edda immediately hurried forward to help, and then the group began to move out of the room with the proof of his abusive treatment of his wife. He couldn't help but notice that they were moving extremely slowly, as if reluctant to leave Mary alone with him, and that just made the shame in Alex swell and grow. He was relieved when the door finally closed behind them, but not much. The image of the blood-soaked linen was burned into his brain, and he peered down at Mary with regret and self-loathing. She was a beautiful woman, sweet in sleep, with none of the frustration, anger, disapproval, and unhappiness that made up her expressions when she was awake. At that moment, it was his dearest wish that Mary always look as peaceful and tranquil as she did right then, that he somehow could soothe her wounded soul and make her happy. Unfortunately, he apparently hadn't made a good start on that last night, but he would make it up to her, Alex vowed silently. He would touch her only with the gentlest of intentions. He would never even speak a harsh word, and he would woo her, teach her to trust him, and make her forget their wedding night and the pain and misery he must have put her through. Mary shifted sleepily in his arms, turning her head into his chest and exhaling against the naked skin there. Despite his pounding head, Alex felt his body respond to the caress of breath against his skin, and decided if he wished to keep those vows he'd just made to himself, he might do better to keep a little distance between them for a while, at least until she was healed and had forgiven him for their wedding night. Moving back to the bed, he gently set her back in it, taking the time to cover her properly with both the linens and the furs on the bed. He then straightened and forced himself away from the bed to finish donning his clothes, his mind moving on to how his plans had changed yet again. The intention had been for him, Mary, and a dozen men to leave today along with her father and brothers and their men for the journey north into Scotland. They would have ridden with the Stuart party most of the way and then split the last day, with their own party continuing on to Donaghey while the Stuarts continued home. That was out of the question now. He could hardly make Mary travel today. The amount of blood on the linen suggested he might have to give her several days to heal from his rough treatment, maybe even as much as a week before setting out for Scotland to check on his sister. Guilt squeezed him at the realization that his sister, Evelyn, might be suffering mightily and would continue to suffer a week longer than necessary because of his own behaviour, but he was already so soaked in shame and guilt it made little difference. Finished dressing, Alex scrubbed his hands wearily over his face and then cast one last glance toward the woman in his bed before making his way to the door. He would make it all up to her. Chapter 4. The bed was empty when Mary woke up. She sat up and glanced sleepily around the room in search of her husband, but he was gone. Tossing aside the linens covering her, she started to slip her feet off the bed when a sudden, sharp tug of pain from her right thigh reminded her of the night's events. It made her glance down, and Mary noted with surprise that the bottom linen of the bed was gone. She then turned her attention to her leg and saw that her thoughtless movement had started the larger cut on her inner thigh oozing blood again. Judging by the smeared bloodstain on her leg, it wasn't the first time. Grimacing, she eased more carefully from the bed and stood to move to the basin of cold water on a small table by the window. Mary quickly washed, cleaning up the blood on her inner thighs last, and then pressed the bit of damp cloth against the wound until the bleeding stopped again. Her gaze slid back to the bed as she held the cloth there, and she found herself wondering how they'd managed to retrieve the bottom linen without waking her. She was still puzzling over it as she finished at the basin and moved to find a fresh gown to wear that day. Mary had just pulled on a chemise and gown and was doing up the laces of the gown when her door eased open a crack and she saw Una's head poke in. "Oh, good, you're up," the maid said, sounding relieved. She then pushed the door open farther and stepped in and to the side to make room for the servants who followed her. Mary paused as two men carried in the bath she'd used the night before. They were followed by several servants carrying pails of water. Her eyes widened and she opened her mouth to refuse the bath, but in the next moment closed it again, the words unspoken. She was unwilling to send the servants away after they'd gone to all the trouble of hauling it above stairs for her. Supposing she'd just have to bathe again, Mary bit back her words and moved to one of the chairs by the fire to watch Una direct the servants. She was relieved when it was done and offered a quiet thank you as the servants then filed out, leaving only her maid behind. Mary waited until Una had closed the door on the last one before giving in to her curiosity and asking, "Who ordered the bath?" "Your husband was the first to order it," Una answered as she turned back from the door. Mary's eyes rose slightly at the maid's grim voice and expression, but she merely asked, "The first?" "Aye, he asked me in the hall outside the room when he came out. He said to let you sleep and fetch you a bath when you woke. And then Lady Edda stopped me at the bottom of the stairs and suggested you may want one when you woke. She was followed by your father, who approached me when I sat down to break me fast and made the same suggestion. And then finally Brodie came to me as I headed above stairs to check on you some time ago and suggested it as well." Mary's eyes were wide by the time the woman finished. It seemed everyone had thought she'd need to bathe this morning. She had no idea why. All she'd done was sleep since her last bath. "I had no idea why everyone was so all-fired certain you'd need a bath," Una said, echoing her thoughts, "until I saw the linen hanging from the stair railing." Mary gave a slight start at the hardness that had entered the maid's voice. She now noted the pity filling her face and bit her lip with worry as she wondered if she had not put enough blood on the cloth. "What is wrong with the linen?" "What is wrong with it?" the maid gasped. "Why, 'tis covered in blood." Mary waved that away with unconcern. "Well, 'tis expected. He was to break my maiden's veil last eve." "Break it, aye, but to cause so much blood, he must have done more than that. The mon must have been an animal. I was surprised to open the door and find you standing this morn. Does it hurt to walk?" Actually, it did, she acknowledged to herself, but only because of the tender cuts on her thighs, not for the reason Una thought. Frowning, she asked, "Was there too much blood then?" "Aye," she assured her firmly. "'Tis normally just a bit of it." Mary clucked irritably at this news as she began to strip her gown back off. "I wish you'd told me so ere last night. That means I needn't have cut myself the second time at all." "Cut yourself? You mean 'tis no from the bedding?" "My husband was so drunk he knocked himself out almost the minute everyone left the room," Mary said dryly, her voice muffled as she pulled the gown over her face. "He couldn't bed anyone, but I kenned everyone would expect me consummated and be looking for the linen in the morning to prove it, so I cut myself and smeared the blood on the linen." She got the gown off and tossed it across the nearest chest with an irritated grimace. "I wasn't sure how much blood there should be, but the first cut seemed to produce little, so I cut myself again. Only the second cut was deeper than I'd intended and bled quite freely." Mary had tugged off her chemise as she spoke and now tossed it after the gown before turning to see Una's expression. The woman looked partly horrified at this news, partly admiring, and mostly like she was fighting to keep from laughing. Mary supposed it would be funny if she weren't still suffering a sore thigh from her efforts.
"What did your husband say about it?"
the maid asked finally, managing to stifle her amusement. Mary shrugged. "Nothing. He was unconscious, as I said." Una waved that away.
"But what did he say this morning when he saw it?"
Mary didn't have any recollection at all of being woken and roused from her bed this morn, but she must have been for them to have taken the linen, she reasoned. "I'm no sure," she confessed unhappily. "I dunna really recall waking this morning until just now." Una pondered that briefly and then suggested,
"Mayhap you didna. Mayhap he just scooped you up off the bed so they could take the linen and then set you back to continue your sleep."
Mary's eyebrows rose at the suggestion. She supposed that was most likely what had happened, else she'd have some memory of what had occurred, at least a sleepy fuzzy one. However, it suggested a thoughtfulness and kindness on the part of her husband that she didn't generally equate with drunks. Their actions were usually selfish and thoughtless. At least they seemed to her to be, although her own father and brothers had occasionally displayed a sweetness when sober that caught her by surprise. Shrugging the matter away, she moved to the tub and leaned down to test the water. Finding it satisfactory, Mary then stepped carefully over the edge, grimacing as lifting her leg pulled on the wound again. Knowing the perfumed water was likely to sting the cut, Mary sucked in a breath and tried to steel herself against it, but still gasped in another breath as she settled to sit in the tub and the water covered her thighs. The pain was even worse than she'd feared, and she ground her teeth together and closed her eyes against the tears gathering there as she waited for it to pass. Mary's eyes popped open again, however, when Una clucked with concern next to her.
"What did you do to yourself, lass? There's blood in the water. Stand up."
Mary glanced down to see that there was indeed blood drifting through the water, and it was coming from her right thigh. Grimacing, she stood up and let Una look at the wound.
"Dear God, what were you trying to do? Cut off your leg?"
"'Tis not that bad," Mary responded a bit irritably, for truly it did hurt and standing up had hurt, but sitting back down for the water to cover it again was going to hurt even more. Besides, she hadn't meant to cut so deeply, but the deed was done now, and she felt foolish enough knowing she hadn't needed to cut herself a second time at all. Shaking her head, the maid straightened and gestured for her to continue with her bath. Mary settled back in the tub, grinding her teeth against the return of pain as the water closed over her. Una watched silently for a minute and then commented,
"I wonder what he thought when he saw the blood this morn. Does he think he consummated the wedding? Or does he ken he didn't, and has worked out that you produced the blood for the linen?"
"I dinna ken," Mary said as the pain finally began to ease.
"I think he thinks he consummated," Una decided. "He certainly looked guilt-ridden when he ordered me to let you sleep and prepare a bath for when you woke."
Mary felt a moment's guilt of her own at this possibility, but then shrugged. "Well, 'tis fine. Then mayhap he'll blame it on the drink and not drink so deeply ere he does try to bed me." Una grunted at the suggestion and said, tight-lipped,
"I wasna keen on the idea of moving to England in the first place, but I damned near dragged you out of the keep and back to the horses when we saw the state of the man you were to marry. 'Tis hard to believe that God and the fates could be so cruel as to take you from your whiskey-soaked father and hand you o'er to a whiskey-soaked husband."
"Aye," Mary said unhappily.
"The only thing we can hope for is that fate has a plan, and the man will do you the favour of getting hisself killed quick so you can find some peace."
It was nothing more than Mary had thought last night, but hearing it from her maid made it sound terribly cold and heartless. She squirmed in her bath, ashamed of herself. "We shall just have to make the best of it," Mary murmured, and then added,
Lady Edda seems nice. Una muttered, drawing her curious glance. The maid had picked up her gown and was shaking it out to set down more carefully so that it would not wrinkle. Has Lady Edda been unkind to you? She asked with a small frown. Oh, nay, Una assured her, but then pursed her lips briefly, her eyes thoughtful before she said, "'Tis just there is something wrong there." With Lady Edda? Mary asked slowly. In her experience, women were saints and men sinners. It seemed to her that such was the case here as well. Edda was sweet and kind, and Alexander was a drunken fool. It seemed much as it had been at home with her own mother and the male members of the family. Nay, no with Lady Edda exactly, Una said carefully, and then admitted, I am no sure. She seems fine, and has been kind to you, but the servants act a little queer about her. Mary's eyebrows rose. Queer how? Una hesitated and then said, They go all quiet and watchful when she is about, and the old woman, Bet, seems to hate her, though she'll no say why. Mary considered this and then asked, Have the servants said anything to you? Oh, nay. She waved the very idea away. I'm new here. They'll no say aught until they're sure they can trust me. 'Tis just a feeling I get. Something isna right. Mary considered that briefly, but Una was prone to feelings that were often wrong. For instance, during her mother's last illness, the maid had assured her that she had a feeling her mother would recover. Instead, she died. And while Una had fussed about leaving Scotland and living in a foreign land full of Englishmen, she'd also had a feeling, when they had set out, that the future was much brighter here for Mary, that she would be happier with her husband than she'd ever been at Stuart. Considering what they'd found here, that feeling had obviously been wrong as well. Shaking Una and her feelings out of her thoughts, Mary decided to judge Lady Edda on how she treated her. So far, the woman had been kind and even sweet. Therefore, she would consider her a friend. Mary was quick about the unneeded bath, and the water was still hot when she decided it was enough and stood up. She quickly dried herself off with the linen Una handed her, and then stood patiently as the maid fussed over the cuts she'd given herself. Mary then donned her clothes, fidgeted impatiently while Una tended to her hair, and then burst from her room like a horse charging from a burning stable and made her way below, walking a bit oddly in an effort not to rip open her wound again. Late as it was, Mary had expected the great hall to be empty, but instead found her father, brothers, and Lady Edda still seated there, their heads close together as they conversed in quiet voices. Curious at the solemn expressions they wore and the stiff tension in their bodies, she headed to the table. The foursome were so wrapped up in their discussion that she had nearly reached them before anyone noticed her. The moment they did, however, their conversation came to an abrupt halt, and they all sat up and turned to offer her bright smiles that were patently false. "Good morn, Mary lass," her father greeted, standing to walk the few feet to greet her. Much to her amazement, the old man actually gave her a quick, hard hug and then took her hands to lead her back to the table. Her brothers were on their feet as well, she saw, showing a courtesy she'd never before seen, and Brodie even moved out of the chair that belonged to the lady of the house for her to sit. She was made suspicious by all this fuss. Nevertheless, Mary allowed herself to be steered into her seat, and then glanced around as they all started to talk at once, wishing her good morning and saying they'd hoped she'd slept well. Mary murmured a general good morning in return and assured them yes, she had slept well. She then paused and sat back as a young maid rushed from the kitchens with some mead and a pasty for her and asked if she would care for anything else. "Nay, thank you," Mary murmured,
and watched the girl nod and curtsy and then hurry back to the kitchens before turning curiously in her seat to see what had kept the girl glancing wide-eyed behind and above her as she'd set down her offerings and asked if she would care for anything else. The only thing behind and above her was the linen, hanging from the stair rail for all to see, and Mary grimaced as she noted the dried blood on the sheet. There really was a lot of it, even more than there had been when she'd gone to sleep. Obviously, her wound had opened up again and added to the stain she'd made before lying down last night. But then she'd already figured that out when she saw the dried blood on her legs this morning. Shaking her head, Mary turned back to the table, her eyebrows lifting when she saw the expressions on the faces of the others. They too had turned to peer at the linen, and while Edda was glowering with displeasure, her father and brothers looked absolutely furious.
"Alex is down on the practice field with the men,"
Edda announced suddenly, noting Mary's curious gaze. She then shifted in her seat and stood.
"I suppose I should leave you to visit with your father and brothers. I shall be in the salon above stairs if you wish to speak to me ere you go."
Mary nodded and started to lift her mead to take a drink, but paused as the woman's words sank through her thoughts. Ere you go. Ere she went where, she wondered, and glanced around to call after the woman, but paused when her father touched her arm. Turning back to the table, she raised an eyebrow in question as she glanced to her father. "He hurt you, lass," Eakin Sturt growled. Mary's eyes widened at the rage now in the man's face. She stared at him blankly for a moment, stunned by a show of emotion she rarely saw from the man, and then set down her mead and peered at her pasty, muttering with embarrassment, "I am fine." "You're no fine. The linen bears the proof. The man is an animal. If you're wanting to have the marriage annulled and return home with us, I'll back you up on it." That made her glance up sharply. Her father looked grim and determined, and her brothers were nodding their agreement to his offer. Mary didn't know what to think. The men had been nothing but eager to see her go since learning of Lord Domsbury's return from Tunis, so this offer was more than a little surprising. After a stunned moment, she managed to gather her thoughts, cleared her throat, and then pointed out, "The linen bears the proof that the wedding canna be annulled." "We'll say you cut your leg, or that 'tis your woman's time. Domsbury was so foul with drink he probably doesna remember what he did last night." Mary simply stared at her father for the longest time. An annulment at this stage would mean forfeiting her dower. Her mind was finding it difficult to accept that he would make this offer. Truly, he and her brothers had been sunk so deep in their cups these last years, she'd felt sure they cared for naught but themselves. It was startling to find that they did, after all, care for her. The realization even brought tears to her eyes, but she wasn't foolish enough to think this meant anything had changed. While she was tempted to accept the offer and escape her marriage, it would simply mean returning to Stuart and babysitting her father and brothers again until her father mustered himself to contract another marriage. If he ever did. And did he? There was no guarantee she would land in happier circumstances. At least at Domsbury, she knew what she had to deal with. Here she might have a drunken husband, but she was used to dealing with drunks, and here she also had Edda. Mary had missed the kindness, wisdom and guidance of a woman since her mother's death. Here she had that in her mother-in-law, and Edda even reminded her somewhat of her dear deceased mother. Not in looks. Margaret Sturt had been a beautiful woman even in death, whereas Edda, well, she wasn't as pretty. Mary ended the thought lamely, unwilling to insult the woman even in her own mind. Besides, her looks mattered little. The fact was Edda was English, and Mary's own mother had been born to a Scottish husband and English mother and raised in England. Every time Edda spoke, Mary heard the same rhythm and cadence to her words as had been in her mother's, and it reminded her of her youth when she'd felt safe and secure in her mother's care. She would not give up the unhappy lot she had here for what might be an even unhappier lot somewhere else. "Nay, I am fine," she said finally, and then assured him. "He really was not so rough with me. I must just be a bleeder." Eakin Stewart's eyes narrowed at her words, and he then offered, "We will stay around here for a bit in case you change your mind." Mary blinked at the offer, surprised again. Alex had mentioned the night before the wedding that he thought they would ride back to Scotland the day after the wedding with her father and brothers for the added safety the increased number of men would supply. But now her father seemed to be suggesting that, "I thought we were all travelling north today." Eakin Stewart looked affronted at the very suggestion. "Even Domsbury isn't a base enough to force you to travel today. Nay." He shook his head. "Your husband announced this morn when he came below that he was giving you a week to heal and that we should go ahead without you." Mary bit her lip, feeling bad that everyone was thinking so poorly of her husband over this business. Obviously, she had really miscalculated the amount of blood expected. Unfortunately, she didn't know what to do to change that opinion of the man, short of admitting what she'd done. "But," her father continued, "we'll stay right here to be sure the bastard doesn't kill you next time." That suggestion nearly made her wrinkle her nose. Did they stay, Mary knew it would mean nothing but a struggle for her as she fought to keep them from drinking and embarrassing her or wrecking the place. "Nay, there's no need for that," she said solemnly, and when her father opened his mouth as if to argue, added, "We shall be travelling north to Donachie as soon as enough time has passed for me to heal. 'Tis close to Sturt, and easy enough for me to ride over there, then do I change my mind." Her father did not look pleased, but nodded after a moment and let his breath out. "Well then, I guess we may as well leave." Mary blinked at the abrupt announcement as the men stood up. "Now?" "Aye, well, we did plan to leave today," he pointed out. "Everything is ready. We were only waiting to see which way the wind was blowing with you." Mary recalled Una telling her while helping her dress that she'd heard Alex order the whiskey locked up and the Sturt men to be told it had been used up in the celebrations for the wedding. It seemed likely to her that this was the real reason her father was now eager to go. It made the fact that he'd made the offer to stay, and that her brothers had not protested, even more surprising. Suddenly aware that while her father and brothers had got to their feet, they now stood waiting for something, Mary glanced at them uncertainly and then rose herself. The moment she did, her father wrapped her in a warm embrace. He hugged her tightly and whispered, "Send for me if you need me, lass," before releasing her and stepping aside. Mary was still blinking in surprise at the unexpected embrace when Brodie took his place and caught her in a bear hug. His message was a little different. As he released her, he pointed at her chest and said, "If he gets too bothersome, a blade right here and twisted will end him for you." She smiled crookedly at the advice and pointed out, "'Twould put an end to both of us since I'd be hung for murder." "Aye," he acknowledged, and then suggested, "Just push him down the stairs then so it looks like an accident." "Stop giving her advice, Brodie. You're like to get her hung," Gawain muttered, displacing him to clasp her in a warm embrace of his own so he could whisper, "I ken we've been a pain, Mary, but we love you for all of that. I want a letter a month from you so we ken you're well, all right?" Mary nodded silently, unable to speak through the lump suddenly lodged in her throat. They were like strangers to her, or perhaps it was more as if her true brothers and father had been briefly returned to her, the ones who had existed before the drink had got the better of them. It made her heart ache. This was what they could have been all these years had drink not muddled their minds and made them so selfish and hard to handle. "Come," Laird Stewart growled, and Mary found herself jostled between Gawain and Brodie as they followed their father to the keep doors. A half-sob, half-laugh slipped from her lips when she was led outside to see their already saddled mounts, and the Stewart soldiers all milling about the empty wagon that had carried her belongings here. It didn't make her doubt the sincerity of their offer to stay, but it seemed obvious they'd expected her response. Mary walked them down to their mounts, hugged each man one last time, and then impatiently dashed away the tears blurring her eyes as she watched the party ride out. She found it hard to believe that after so many years of yearning to be free of these 3 men, she now was upset at their going, but she couldn't help but wonder who would look after them.
"'Tis hard, I know."
Mary glanced around to find Edda beside her. She hadn't heard the woman approach, but was grateful to have the distraction of her presence. Edda smiled at her gently and reached out to take her hand, squeezing it reassuringly as she urged her toward the stairs.
"I left my family and friends when I came here too. 'Twas very hard on me. I had no interest in marrying a man nearly old enough to be my father, and even less interest in living so far away from the excitement of court."
She shook her head and then said,
"Take my advice, Mary. Do not do what I did. Do not allow yourself to grow bitter and mean."
"Mean?" Mary asked with a small laugh. "I find you quite kind."
"Aye, well."
She paused, her lips twisting.
"You have not been here long. No doubt ye shall hear a tale or two from the servants and people here. I fear I was quite a horror for many years. Now everyone here hates me, and I cannot even blame them, for I brought it on myself with my previous behaviour. Do not do that yourself. Accept your lot in life and make a place for yourself here."
Mary nodded silently, her mind on the claim that Edda had been a horror. She found that hard to believe, but then she'd been surprised by her father and brother's behaviour that day too. Perhaps people were not all purely evil or purely good. Perhaps everyone had bad traits and better ones. Even herself.
"Mary,"
Edda said softly. She glanced at her in question, noting the discomfort on the woman's face, and suspected whatever was coming had something to do with the bedding. She was right.
"I realise that the bedding must have been horrible for you, and I myself can hardly believe that Alex would be so brutal, but—"
"'Tis no what everyone thinks," Mary interrupted quickly, feeling guilty that her ignorance of how much blood was needed had convinced everyone the man must have been cruel in his bedding. The man might be a drunk, but she had no desire to paint him blacker than he already was. Unfortunately, she suspected Edda would not believe the excuse that she was a bleeder, as her father and brothers had. She took a moment and then decided it would be best to stick as close to the truth as possible in case her cut leg was ever discovered. It wasn't likely, but not impossible. She might forget about it and change in front of one of the maids or something. They might note it and comment on it to Edda, and that might bring about doubt that the marriage was even consummated.
"Is it your woman's time?"
Edda asked, obviously trying to find another reason she might have bled so much. "Nay, I finished that 2 weeks ago," Mary admitted, and then almost smacked herself in the head for not thinking of that lie herself. It was too late now, however, so she said, "I have a wound high on my leg. It must have opened last night without my realising it."
"Oh,"
Edda breathed, her eyes going wide. She hesitated and then said carefully,
"So he did not hurt you last night? He was gentle with you?"
Mary knew she was really asking if the wedding had indeed been consummated. This was where the truth would no longer suffice, and she lied solemnly. "Aye."
"Good,"
Edda said, but was still looking uncertain, and Mary felt moved to add to her lie. "He was very gentle with me during the bedding, and very quick," she added, recalling his exploding at her touch.
"Oh."
Edda's eyes widened, and then she patted her hand.
"Perhaps that is for the best, though I would not expect to be so lucky in the future. 'Twas probably just the excitement of the first time with you that had him finish fast."
Mary wrinkled her nose at the warning. While it had been a problem for her last night and prevented her actually accomplishing the consummation, she suspected had they actually been consummating at the time, she would have appreciated his speed. Mary truly saw no joy in the act, and believed when it came to unpleasant tasks, the sooner done the better.
Well,
Ada patted her hand again.
I am relieved all went well. When I saw the linens...
She didn't finish the comment, but just shook her head, and then pulled the keep door open and ushered Mary inside, saying,
Come, cook wishes to discuss the menu for the week ahead and see if it suits you.
Mary managed a smile of her own and allowed herself to be led across the great hall. She tried to walk as normally as possible, but the wound to her thigh made her walk oddly as she tried to avoid rubbing it. Noting the pitying glance Ada was giving her, and knowing why the woman thought she was in pain, Mary flushed but said nothing. She was grateful, though, that she would have some time for the cut to heal before having to travel. The wait would also allow her to settle in here at Domsbury, and she was grateful for that as well. Chapter 5. Alex reached for his drink and somehow misjudged its position, nearly knocking it over rather than picking it up. After adjusting his aim and managing to close his fingers around it, he raised it to his lips, but paused when his eyes slipped to his wife. She, of course, had not missed his clumsiness, and a sigh slid from his lips as he saw the disapproving look she was casting his way. Brodie had been right. She did resemble a fish when she did that. It had been 3 weeks since their wedding day, and still they had not left for Donaghadee. Unfortunately, the planned trip had met with delay after delay. First there had been the week he'd decided he should allow his wife to heal from his drunken clumsiness on their wedding night. Alex had chafed at the delay, but made himself stick to it despite the fact that she seemed well enough after only a couple of days. However, the day before they were to leave, illness had struck the castle, forcing another delay. It had been a cruel ailment, attacking a body so that the victims spent half their time tossing up whatever they'd eaten, and the other half running for the guard-robe. The illness had struck in waves, taking out a couple dozen men, and then taking out another couple dozen when the first were just starting to feel better. Alex grimaced at the memory, but then shook his head and acknowledged that it could have been worse. While it had kept him and the rest of the men busy trying to pick up the slack their absence left, at least it had not struck them all at once, leaving the castle completely unmanned. Still, he hadn't been able to head to Scotland without leaving Domsbury short-handed, something he hadn't been willing to do. But now, after 2 weeks, the illness appeared to have run its course, unless you counted him. Alex had been suffering his own illness these 3 weeks since his wedding night, but his symptoms were different from those of his men. His stomach did not cause him trouble, and he wasn't running for the guard-robe. Instead, every evening he found himself feeling off-kilter and disoriented, sometimes even dizzy. It left Alex slurring some of his words, missing his mug or trencher when he reached for them, and staggering on occasion. In short, it left him appearing as drunk as he'd somehow gotten on his wedding night. At one point, the fact that the symptoms occurred only at night had made him consider that someone might be drugging his ale at the sup. His wife had been the most likely suspect the moment that thought had taken hold. It had started only after her arrival, and after his apparent brutality on their wedding night, she'd certainly have reason, he'd supposed. Alex had been so sure this might be the case that he'd entirely skipped drinking anything at all during 2 evening meals in a row. However, he'd still suffered the symptoms. That had reassured him and left him again to decide that he must be fighting off some sort of infection, perhaps even the one his men had been battling. If so, the reason he suffered symptoms only at night might be that after a full day of running about, filling in here and there, he was usually exhausted and at his weakest point. Unfortunately, it was also when he saw the most of his new bride, and he very much feared she was completely mistaking his symptoms for a result of too much drink. Mary had watched him like a hawk every night since their wedding. She had not missed a single slip, stagger, or slurring of words, and he feared she was putting it all down to his being a drunk like her father and brothers. Alex did not blame her after their unfortunate first meeting, but that too was damned inconvenient. He'd intended to show her with his actions that he was nothing like her father and brothers. Instead, this damned illness was simply reinforcing her certainty that he was. He'd considered trying to explain that he hadn't been drinking and that he suspected his symptoms were the result of illness, but doubted she would believe it. Besides, he was having difficulty even attempting to converse with his wife. First there was his guilt and shame over his rough treatment on their wedding night, and then he very much doubted she would believe a word he said anyway. She had grown up with drunks and was probably used to their lies. Even if he pointed out that he didn't drink at the table, she would probably just assume that he was drinking down at the inn beforehand. Aside from that, however, Alex found it impossible to speak to his wife for another very different reason. The fact was that as ashamed as he was of his behaviour on their wedding night, and as certain as he was that she must loathe him, he couldn't be around the woman without growing as hard as a dead hen. Every night he sat at the table beside her, a need burning inside him and growing with each accidental brushing of arm or hand, each whisper of her voice as she spoke to Edda, and each inhalation of her scent that reached him. Knowing she probably feared and loathed the idea of his touch after the pain he must have caused her on their wedding night, Alex fought that desire. But while he won the battle in his mind and managed not to touch her when he joined her in their bed at night, he was definitely losing it in body. For the last 3 weeks he'd found himself sporting an erection that just would not die. The damned thing left him swollen and aching and nearly rabid with need. Not even in his youth had he experienced such rampant desire, and it was getting progressively worse each night. In the normal course of events, Alex would have thought this a grand thing, with marriages being business contracts signed and sealed when the individuals were but children. It was a rare thing for a man to desire his wife as he did, and he would have thought himself a lucky man indeed had he not mucked up everything so royally on their wedding night. Now, however, Alex found himself lusting after a wife who appeared to loathe him, and the worst part was he couldn't even resent or blame her. He hated himself for the shape he'd been in on their wedding night, and what he must have done to her to produce so much blood. He found the matter preying on his mind most days like a venomous snake. Had she pleaded with him not to be so rough? Struggled to be free as his body had pinned her down? Had she wept? Dear God, Alex had never in his life mistreated a woman. Not that he could recall, but now he worried if at another time while in his cups he'd hurt a woman. He'd rarely been in his cups, but even once was once too often if it meant he had hurt a smaller, defenseless woman. And how was he to make up for it? Clearly he had to. He could not stand a marriage that had become a cold war. 3 weeks of it were wearing on his soul already, but he wasn't sure how to repair the damage he'd done. Alex glanced to his wife as she suddenly excused herself to retire. He watched unhappily as she walked toward the stairs, his eyes sliding over the curve of her back, to the gown swaying around her hips. He wanted to get up and follow her. He wanted to trail her to their room, follow her inside, and catch her by the wrist to pull her back around as he pushed the door closed behind them. He wanted to kiss her eyes closed and then kiss her sweet mouth until the pursed look left, never to return, and then he wanted to strip away her clothes, kissing every inch of pale flesh revealed, and show her he wasn't the monster she thought he was. Unfortunately, Alex suspected did he try it, Mary would stiffen up and bristle, and while he was sure she wouldn't refuse him, he doubted he could soothe her into relaxing, and if she didn't relax, no amount of coaxing would bring passion to life within her, and it would be a stiff, uncomfortable act for both of them. That wasn't what Alex wanted. Turning back to his mug, he peered down into the liquid it held and fretted over what to do. Barring any more emergencies, they were to leave for Donaghadee on the morrow, which meant days of travel ahead to reach his sister's new home. Alex didn't want to travel in the cold silence he'd lived with for 3 weeks, especially with his ever-present erection. Since the wedding, he'd been free of the damned thing only during the day while away from his bride, but they would be together for nearly a week straight during the journey, and he feared that would mean a very uncomfortable ride for him. Also, he didn't cherish the thought of arriving at Donaghadee with such an obviously unhappy bride. However, to avoid all that, he had to somehow repair things with his wife, and to do that he needed to get her to let down her defences around him. Getting her to drink excessively was completely out of the question, of course, but the only time she wasn't stiff and prickly around him was when she was sleeping, and Alex paused in his thoughts as he considered that. When she was sleeping, she was warm and soft, and had even cuddled up close to him in their bed with a sleepy murmur. It had been torture for him to lie there with her scent in his nostrils, and her body warm and sweet against him as he fought doing what his erection urged him to do. But perhaps he shouldn't fight it, Alex thought now. If he kissed and caressed her while she slept and she woke excited, perhaps he could show her that their wedding night had been an aberration, and that there was pleasure and happiness to be found in the marriage bed.
"Are you not going to bed early too, Alex?"
Eda's question drew his gaze her way as she continued.
"You plan to leave early on the morrow, do you not?"
"Aye," he growled, and stood abruptly. Had he been thinking, he would have recalled the erection presently causing a rather large bulge in the front of his brace, and turned the opposite way to leave the table. Unfortunately, he hadn't thought, and standing up placed it right in Eda's face. Her widening eyes and sudden flush, followed by the way she turned her gaze quickly back to her food, reminded him, however, and Alex grimaced as he left the table. He followed his erection above stairs, thoughts and images of what might follow rolling through his head. He would be gentle, he would stir her passions, he would— "Dear God, let this work," Alex silently prayed as he reached the door to their room and eased it slowly open. A little breath of relief slipped from his lips when he saw that despite the fact that no more than 10 or 20 minutes could have passed since she'd retired, his wife was abed and sound asleep. Perhaps it would work out after all. That hope firm in his heart, Alex quickly snuffed out the lit torch by the door, leaving only the dying fire to light the room, and then, as silently as possible, stripped off his weapons and clothing and eased carefully into bed beside his wife. Mary was slow to wake and wasn't sure what woke her. At first she thought she was having a warm, fuzzy dream, but it was unlike any dream she'd ever before experienced. She was cocooned in warmth and semi-darkness, just the flicker of the dying fire casting small dancing shadows across the wall before her when she eased her eyes open. They soon drooped sleepily closed again, however, and she released a little sound of pleasure and shifted slightly against the warmth at her back as something slid, warm and caressing, down over her hip and along her upper leg. The sleepy little sound of pleasure slid from her lips once again, but ended with a low moan as the caress moved back up and continued up her waist and then around to drift feather-light over the lower curves of her breast before stopping to cup one and squeeze gently. Some instinct in Mary was urging her to open her eyes then and wake fully, but she fought it. This was too pleasurable, and she didn't wish to wake up and have it come to an end, so she tilted her head back slightly as she felt lips gently brushing the side of her neck. The hand at her breast was kneading and sending an odd excitement tingling through her body. Mary found herself gasping in response, her behind shifting into the hips against her backside and unintentionally nudging a hardness resting there. It brought a moan from the questing lips now slipping over her cheek, and toward her mouth, and Mary could no longer pretend she was asleep. Her eyes blinked open and she turned her head to peer at who she knew must be her husband. Before she could speak, his lips covered hers, and his tongue swept in to fill her mouth. Mary was so startled by the invasion she went completely still, her mind filling with confusion as the combination of his caresses and kiss filled her with a sharp excitement that was almost overwhelming. She remained still and uncertain as his mouth explored hers, her hands balling into fists by her waist as he plucked at her nipples and sucked on her tongue, and then his hand drifted down over her stomach and a new, stronger wave of excitement swept over her, an almost anticipatory need that exploded into full-blown passion as his hand gently cupped the apex between her thighs. Mary gave a small jolt in response, her hips thrusting her against his hand, and then she felt one finger slip between the folds of her most private place, and the excitement spiked to a level that raised fear in her and had her grabbing at the hand to stop him. Alex immediately stopped his caress, but he also broke their kiss to lift his head. "I am your husband." He whispered the words against her lips and she stilled again, uncertainty flowing through her. He was her husband and had every right to do whatever he chose, and really this was... "I will be gentle," Alex continued quietly, the brush of his lips and breath stirring little swirls of pleasure inside her despite the fears and anxieties rolling around inside her head. "I am sorry about our wedding night." Mary opened her mouth to tell him the truth. She would not have him feel bad for something he had not done, and besides, if he continued as he was going to, he would surely find out the truth for himself. However, before she could speak the words, he added, "I only had one small whiskey that night. That was my intention, but your father must have topped up my drink when I was not paying attention, and so I drank more than I intended. I am sorry for it." Mary's intention to set the record straight about their wedding night died right there, and she felt her mouth turn down with disbelief. "I would believe that were it not for the fact you passed out drunk the day I arrived and have been drunk every night of the last 3 weeks since." Her voice was hard and cold, and Alex responded as if she had physically slapped him, rearing up enough that they could peer at each other. He was scowling. She saw in the dim light and scowled right back. She would not pretend to believe his lies. He might fool himself, but she would not allow him to think he fooled her. They stared at each other silently for several moments, and Mary saw several expressions flash across his face. Disappointment, resignation, unhappiness. For one moment she thought he might roll away from her and leave off what he had started, and she was surprised to find that part of her was actually disappointed at the prospect. Then his expression turned determined and he said, "I was indeed drunk the day you arrived, very drunk. The blacksmith insisted on it before pulling my tooth, but it was a singular occurrence. I do not usually drink." Mary started to shake her head in disbelief and opened her mouth to tell him what she thought of that line, but he covered her mouth with one hand and said solemnly, "'Tis the truth. I am not sure what is happening, but I can assure you that I have not been drinking myself to drunkenness each night. In fact, the way you watch me, surely you have noticed that I have no more than 1 ale each night, and that twice these last weeks I have not had anything at all to drink, even mead during the meal, and yet am experiencing some slurring in my speech and disorientation." Mary considered this silently. She had indeed noticed what and how much he was drinking, and had wondered over it briefly, but then had decided that he must have been drinking with the men before coming inside for the meal, so that he was drunk before joining her at table. "Then what?" "I think I may be fighting off what the men have been suffering. 'Tis the only explanation I can come up with for the symptoms when I have not been drinking," Alex said solemnly, and then admitted a tad wryly, "At one point I thought perhaps someone was drugging my drink, but I did not drink at all for 2 nights and it changed nothing, so—" He shrugged helplessly. "Exhaustion and fighting off an illness seem the only reasonable explanation." When her eyes narrowed at the suggestion, he added, "Mary, I realize you do not believe me, and I am not trying to convince you. I am just telling you what I think. Hopefully, this disorientation and slurring will pass now that the illness is passing, and I will return to normal. Just give me a chance, Mary. Let me prove to you through my actions that I am neither a drunk nor the rough animal that I acted on our wedding night." The words were not a plea, but a solemn request, and Mary stared at him silently, wishing there was more light in the room so that she might better see his expression. At table that night he had slurred, and twice missed his mug when reaching for it. She had assumed that he was once again in his cups, and yet he claimed he wasn't, and he had kissed her most thoroughly, and there was no hint of alcohol on his breath. Besides, he had not been a rough animal on their wedding night, as he had just said, so that part she knew was not true. Mary peered at him for another moment, her thoughts in a whirl, but truly there was little to think about. He was her husband, and as such had the right to her body when he chose. As for the rest of it, only time would tell if he was a drunk or not. Letting her breath out slowly, she released her hold on his hand and forced some of the stiffness from her body, but that was the best she could do. The warm, fuzzy excitement he'd stirred had already died, and she was now growing anxious at what lay ahead. Alex seemed to realize this, and didn't react to her silent acquiescence at first. When he slid his hand from between her legs, she thought he would roll over and leave her alone after all, but she was wrong. Instead, he shifted slightly to make room on the bed and then urged her onto her back. Mary didn't resist, but allowed him to turn her over. However, her eyes were weary as she watched his head lower. When his mouth brushed over hers, she lay still, waiting, but he didn't deepen the kiss as he had the first time. Instead, his mouth trailed away across her cheek to her ear, and she blinked in surprise and clenched her fingers again as he began to nibble at her ear and neck, stirring a lazy excitement in her once more. So distracted was she by the reactions he was causing with the simple caress, it took Mary a moment to realize that his hand was moving again, running lightly along her hip and stomach. She had barely become aware of that soothing caress when his mouth returned to hers again. This time he brushed them lightly with his own once, twice, and then urged her lips open so that his tongue could explore. Despite her worries about what sort of husband she had, Mary found herself melting under the combination. She was just about to kiss him back when his mouth drifted away and slid down along her throat to her collarbone. Mary turned her head to give him better access, and then bit her lip on a gasp when his hand found and began to caress her breast once more. It appeared her earlier excitement had not died as she'd thought, but the fire had merely been banked for their brief conversation. Now it flamed back to life wherever he touched and kissed her. Pleasure shivered across her collarbone and followed the trail of his lips as they moved over the mound of her breast. It then sparked white hot as his mouth closed over her nipple, and he showed her that it was good for more than feeding babies. Without realizing how it had happened, Mary found her fingers curled in his soft hair, holding his head close as he suckled at one breast. When his now displaced hand moved to the other breast and began to knead and squeeze there, she had to bite her lips hard to keep from moaning at the double assault. Nothing, however, could keep her body from arching and twisting beneath his ministrations. By the time he finally raised his head and kissed her again, Mary's mind had given up her worries about her marriage and what sort of husband she had. This was all so new and overwhelming. She had trouble holding on to a thought, so simply let them go and kissed him back. She wasn't entirely sure she was doing it correctly, but emulated his actions to the best of her abilities and hoped that enthusiasm would make up for whatever she lacked in skill. Alex's response was encouraging. He moaned into her mouth, and she felt his hand slide into her hair, holding her firmly and tilting her face as his kiss became harder and more demanding. Mary responded by opening her mouth further and clutching at his shoulders as her body began to quiver and cry for more. When she felt him shift and his legs slide between both of hers, she thought he would mount her then, and instinctively opened her legs to make room for him, but that one leg was all he placed there. Mary was at first confused, but then he slid it up to rest against the very center of her, and her hips bucked, pressing her against him as a fire burst to life there and began to grow with every movement of his leg. He was still kissing her, and his hands had returned to her breasts to find and tweak and pluck her nipples. The three things together had Mary in a tizzy of excitement, her body arching and twisting under the assault as she was driven towards something she didn't understand. Need was pulsing through her, making her crave an end to this madness, and forgetting about their wedding night, she reached instinctively for the hardness pressing insistently against her hip and grasped it, somehow knowing it could end this sweet torture. Alex stiffened at her touch and broke their kiss on an alarmed gasp. He also reached down to catch at her hand. It was too late. Her fingers were squeezing around his shaft, and it responded as it had on their wedding night, thrusting in her grasp and like a cow's udder, producing milk. Mary stiffened, her eyes shooting to her husband's face even as he jerked and threw his head back with a shout that ended on a curse. It was the curse part that told her she had done something wrong, and Mary released him and bit her lip as she watched him in his throes. She very much feared she'd hurt him and silently berated herself for ruining what had been, up until then, a very exciting experience. And then Alex collapsed against her, his head buried in her shoulder as he regained his breath. Mary lay still, afraid to move and ruin things further. When he finally lifted his head, she eyed him wearily, sure he was about to give her hell, but much to her surprise, the first words out of his mouth were an apology. "I am sorry, Mary," he whispered with a wry shake of the head. "This has never happened to me before." "'Tis I who should be sorry," Mary said quietly. "I didna mean to hurt you." His eyes widened slightly at her words. "Hurt me?" he asked with disbelief and shook his head. "You did not hurt me. That was wonderful." She must have looked as confused as his claim made her feel, because he shook his head and then said, "I fear the excitement was too much for me. I have been sporting an erection ever since our wedding night and unable to do anything about it, and your touch," he grimaced. "It was just too much. I should have warned you not to touch me, or—" "You mean you liked that?" she asked with amazement. "But you looked to be in pain. I thought I'd—" Alex silenced her with a kiss and then whispered, "Forgive me. I forget how innocent you are. I know your first time must have been painful, and you probably think it was for me too, but I will show you it does not have to be, and that what I just experienced was anything but pain." He paused and offered her a wry smile and then added, "Unless you mean painfully embarrassing. I have not given such a bad showing since my youth. But now that it is out of the way, I can concentrate on you." Mary wasn't at all sure what he meant, or how he could possibly claim it hadn't been painful. The man had been cursing but moments ago, and she knew there was supposed to be blood. How could there be blood without pain, she wondered, but then her thoughts were distracted as he began to kiss her again. Despite his shout and cursing of a moment ago, there was no lack of ardour to his kisses, and Mary felt her own passions shiver quickly back to life as he bombarded her senses. This time it was different. Where before Alex had seemed careful and almost tentative, as if expecting her to pull away weeping for him to stop at any moment, this time he was a man on a mission, his concentration and determination apparently on the sole goal of driving her wild with desire. Alex kissed her hard and eagerly even as he slid his hands to her shoulder and urged her up until she knelt on the bed before him, and then his hands were everywhere. They slid over her back and then down her arms, and finally up to cup both her breasts at once. Mary immediately sat up a little straighter before him, a little gasp slipping from her lips as her breasts rose and pressed into his caress. In response, Alex merely kissed her more deeply, his fingers squeezing and kneading briefly before he broke their kiss to duck his head and catch one erect nipple in his mouth. A gasp of surprise slipped from her lips, and Mary clutched at his head as his tongue rasped over the engorged nipple, lashing it in a way that made her toes curl where they rested beneath her bottom. Now free, the hand that had been at that breast immediately dropped to cup her bottom. He used that hold to urge her up so that she was upright on her knees, placing her breast at a more comfortable angle before him. Alex then pressed her lower body forward until her hips and pelvis pressed against his chest. A little unbalanced, Mary grabbed at his head and shoulders and held on. Her breath was coming in little panting gasps as he laved and suckled her breasts, but it stopped briefly when his hand suddenly slid around and between her legs from behind to brush across the very center of her. When his fingers brushed over her a second time, her breath left her on a little puff of surprised excitement, and Mary found her nails digging into his flesh as he concentrated on driving her wild. Within moments, her thighs were shaking and threatening to drop her, and her breathing was a frantic mix of gasps and pants and pleading mews. This was a part of the bedding Edda had obviously forgotten to mention, and Mary was almost relieved she had. For surely she would have been much more upset with him on their wedding night had she realized what he was depriving her of when he'd knocked himself out. Alex nipped gently at her nipple, not enough to hurt, but enough to draw her attention back to him and away from her thoughts. Mary lowered her head to peer at him, surprised to see his eyes open and watching her. Apparently, he'd seen her brief distraction and hadn't liked it. She opened her mouth to explain, but the moment she did, Alex released the nipple from his mouth and surged upward to claim her. He had to retrieve his hand from between her legs to do so, and Mary felt a moment's disappointment, but then his hand slid between them to work their magic from the front, sliding urgently over her slick, swollen flesh as he kissed her. Mary groaned and gasped into his mouth, her hips instinctively thrusting forward. Her eyes popped open with surprise when she reached down to his hip for balance, misjudged, and her hand brushed against a hardness between them. It seemed her husband was excited again, she realized, and then gasped in surprise as he released the hold he had on her head to catch her hand and twist it behind her bottom. The action was to keep her from touching him again, she realized, as Alex used their entwined hands to press her bottom farther forward so that her upper body was leaning backward under his, and her hips were pushing forward, urging her into his touch. He had her totally in his control now, and Mary found it all a bit overwhelming and almost frightening as her body roiled with the desire he was building in her. A long line of tension seemed to run between her mouth under his and the spot where his hand worked so feverishly, and it was growing tighter by the moment. She knew it would soon break, and feared what she did not know would happen. At the same time, her body craved it like a starving man craved food. It left her struggling in mind and body, her hips thrusting into his touch, while at the same time twisting in an effort to try to escape the caress. Alex ignored her struggles, and answered her thrusts with a more urgent caress that almost made her dizzy with excitement, and then he slid a finger inside her, and Mary went still with shock at the alien invasion. In the next moment, she screamed out and jerked in his arms as the tension finally snapped, and wave after wave of pleasure roared through her body, leaving her drowning under the foamy surface as he held her. Mary was vaguely aware when Alex broke their kiss, pressed a gentle kiss to her nose, and then eased her to lie back on the furs on the bed, but her mind was rather taken up with the sensations still pulsing through her. She paid a little more attention, however, when he settled himself between her legs, and she felt his hardness nudge where his hand had been moments ago. She blinked her eyes open and peered at him blankly, wondering what he intended next, and he smiled at her expression. "See, that was not painful, was it?" he asked softly. Mary shook her head lethargically from one side to the other, now understanding that the shout and curse had not been because she'd hurt him. On the other hand, it had been much easier for her to make him cry out than for him to make her scream. That was an observation she would have liked to think about, but Alex was speaking again. "And this next will not hurt either, now that the first time is out of the way," he assured her. Mary's mind cleared abruptly as she realized what he meant to do next, and that the first time wasn't out of the way at all. She opened her mouth to explain what had happened on their wedding night, but instead screamed in shock as he suddenly plunged into her, definitely tearing through the maiden's veil. Alex stilled at once, shock on his face. He stared at her a moment and then started to withdraw, but she grabbed at his hips to keep him in place for fear of the pain it might cause. The slight movement before she made him stop didn't cause pain, but the way he rubbed against her as he shifted surprised her by sparking her excitement again. Mary avoided the questions in his eyes by glancing down their bodies and then shifted her hips cautiously. Once again there was no pain but a trembling excitement building back to life within her as their angle made him rub against her again. "Stop moving, Mary, or I'll not be responsible for—" His words ended on a gasp as she shifted beneath him again. Not only did her excitement pulse more sharply through her, but Mary was sure that he grew harder inside her. She raised her gaze to see that his eyes were now squeezed closed as if he was in pain, and his face looked tense. Curious, Mary shifted her hips again, this time drawing a groan from his lips and forcing his eyes back open. "Wife!" he breathed in warning, but it was a warning she chose not to heed. Mary shifted beneath him again, raising her knees on either side of his hips so that she could tilt her hips more and make him surge into her. That was all it took. Alex's control snapped like a twig. A low growl slid from his lips, and then he was raising himself up to kneel between her legs, taking her with him so that she found herself sitting facing him in his lap, her legs around his hips, and his body filling her so completely she thought she might split from it. "What?" Mary began with confusion, unsure what she was to do in this position, or any position really, and then he clasped her by the bottom and raised her slightly as she breathed. "Oh!" as his shaft slid part way out of her before he lowered her again and filled her once more. Alex did this several more times, the angle rubbing him against the nub of her excitement, and then suddenly he laid her back on the bed. He immediately followed her down so that he could drive himself into her more easily. Mary had no idea what she was supposed to be doing, but dug her heels into the bed and arched herself into his thrusts, her hands moving down to clasp his behind and urge him on as he drove them both back to and over the brink once more. Chapter 6. Our wedding night. Mary slowly opened her eyes to find herself peering at her husband's chest. She didn't fully recall how she had ended up there, while her mere touch had made him spill his seed earlier. Once he'd gone hard again, he'd stayed hard a very long time and proven a vigorous lover. By the time Alex had screamed out his satisfaction, she'd found her own at least 3 more times herself, and had been barely conscious when he'd rolled off her. She supposed he must have then pulled her to rest on his chest. Now she raised her eyes slowly to his face and took in his grim expression. It appeared to be time for explanations. "On our wedding night," she began, and then paused as his eyes sharpened on her. This was probably going to annoy him, she knew. After all, he and everyone else had seen the blood on the sheets and jumped to the conclusion that he'd been overly rough. She truly should have explained matters to him sooner, but "Mary," he growled. Grimacing, she lowered her eyes to his chest and began to toy with the hair there as she quickly explained. When everyone left our room that night, they didna close the door properly. You got up to close it, stumbled on your clothes on the way back, hit your head on the bed and knocked yourself out. I did? He asked with surprise. Aye. Mary nodded solemnly and then rushed on. I kenned they'd come searching for the bed linens in the morn and you were unable to... She struggled and then continued. So I cut myself and smeared blood on the linens. All that blood was from a cut? He asked, actually sounding more dismayed now. Mary nodded wearily, and then gasped with surprise as he suddenly whirled her onto her back on the bed and shifted to kneel beside her, his gaze scouring her naked body. Where is this cut? Mary grimaced but raised one knee, making more of her injured leg visible. Her husband's eyes immediately shot to her thigh and widened with horror. Dear God, woman, what did you do? Stab yourself with a sword? Alex was now bending over to look more closely at the remnants of the cut, so missed the face she made at him. It had been 3 weeks. The wound was healed and now just a scar, a rather large and ugly scar, unfortunately, but a scar just the same. One that was more likely to remind her of this night than their wedding night, she suspected, as his fingers moved gently over the healed wound, sending a shiver up her back. Trying to ignore that his face was down between her legs, Mary cleared her throat and explained, I didna ken how much blood breaching a veil would cause, and thought overdoing it was better than underdoing it. Alex's head suddenly swiveled, his eyes stabbing her with accusation. And you let me think I had caused all that blood on our wedding night? Mary bit her lip. I would have explained, but you always seemed drunk and... Her words died when he raised his hand for silence. A moment passed when she suspected he was too furious to speak, but after a moment he ran a wary hand through his hair and shifted to sit at the head of the bed, his back against the wall. Alex then caught her by the waist and lifted her to sit in his lap. Mary peered down at her hands and waited, unsure if he was angry or not. His voice did not sound angry, however, when he asked, Did I hurt you very badly? Mary glanced at him with confusion, noted that his eyes were on the apex of her thighs, and flushed as she realized he meant when he'd broken her maiden's veil. Feeling her face heat with embarrassment, she shook her head. It was barely more than a pinch. You cried out, he pointed out quietly. Mary shrugged. 'Twas the shock. I kenned what you were about to do, but it still felt very odd to have you filling me. And then, too, I was expecting it to hurt like the very devil, and was shocked that it didna. I see, he said quietly. Mary let out a slow breath and peered at her hands, noting absently that she was wringing them like an anxious old woman. She wasn't terribly surprised. While she was glad he didn't seem angry, Mary was also terribly uncomfortable sitting there in his lap with the two of them naked. She supposed it was silly to feel that way after the intimate things they'd just done, but emotion was rarely logical, and to be fair, she didn't normally sit around naked in front of her maid, let alone in the equally naked lap of a man. Mary was trying to think of a way to remove herself and somehow scoot under the covers without it seeming as if she was too eager to do so, when she became aware that Alex was running one hand up and down her back. It was a soothing gesture and really very nice. Mary. Aye? She glanced at him reluctantly, a bit surprised to see that he was smiling, a soft glow in his eyes that she didn't understand. Thank you. Mary glanced to him with confusion. For what? For seeing to the linens on our wedding night, he said, his words a soft growl. And for tonight. Mary glanced away with a shrug, aware that the blush staining her cheeks had darkened further. She had done little tonight but allow him to do as he wished, as a proper wife should. Well, unless you counted enjoying it. She'd done that, too. I know we started out poorly, but I hope this can be a new beginning for us, We can use this trip to Donachie as a chance to get to know each other better. Will you give us that chance? Mary hesitated. Alex had said earlier that he hadn't been drinking, and that he suspected his slurring of words and occasional stagger these last 3 weeks were the result of fighting off an illness like the men suffered. If so, the symptoms were not ones she'd heard of before. Still, it would be nice if that were the case. She had enjoyed what they'd just done, so knew the marriage bed would not be a trial. And Alex had proven himself a hard worker these last 3 weeks, running about the keep trying to do the work of 4 men while his soldiers were ailing. That alone showed that he differed from her father and brothers in at least one respect. If he was telling the truth, and his behaviour these last weeks wasn't the result of drink, well, she might just have herself a fine husband after all. It seemed only fair she give him the chance to be that. Meeting his gaze, Mary nodded solemnly. Aye, I'll give us a chance. Alex smiled and then caught her face in both hands and pulled her forward for a kiss. Much to Mary's amazement, the moment he deepened that kiss, she felt her earlier excitement stirring back to life again. Even more surprising to her was that she felt his excitement stirring to life as well as he grew hard beneath her bottom once more. Mary had barely begun to wonder if he could manage the bedding again when he caught her by the hips and lifted her, urging her to straddle his lap. He then eased her to sit so that his staff was caught between them, rubbing across her excited flesh. One more time, he whispered, breaking their kiss to trail his mouth across her cheek as his hands began to move over her body. I have never wanted a woman with such an insatiable hunger as I want you, but only one more time and then we must rest for the journey tomorrow. Aye, Mary gasped as one of his hands found a breast and the other urged her hips forward so that she rubbed against his shaft, the action caressing them both. One more time and then we must rest. Good morning. Mary offered a smile in response to that greeting from Lady Edda as the older woman claimed the empty bit of bench next to her chair. Good morn, my lady. I hope you slept well.
Very well, thank you,
Edda assured her and then paused, eyebrows rising as she peered at Mary's face.
You, on the other hand, do not appear to have slept well at all. Are you well, dear?
Oh, I am fine. I just did not sleep much last night, most likely the excitement about the journey today, Mary muttered and turned self-consciously back to the bread and cheese she'd been eating before the woman's arrival. It hadn't been excitement about the trip that had kept her up. It had been her greedy husband. While they had both collapsed and slept briefly after the promised one more time of bedding, Mary hadn't been asleep long when she'd awoken to soft caresses and passionate kisses. There had been at least 3 more one more times last night, with bits of slumber between, and she was absolutely exhausted this morn. Not that she was complaining. Mary had quite enjoyed every minute of it. In fact, her only complaint was that they had to leave their bed for this journey and could not simply stay abed and continue as they had been going.
Well, so long as you are not coming down with what the soldiers had,
Edda said, drawing her attention once more.
Nay, truly, I am fine,
Mary assured her, and then glanced to the door as it opened. A small smile immediately claimed her lips when she saw her husband enter and move toward them. While she knew Alex must be as exhausted as she after last night, he hid it well, looking just as vital and strong as if he'd slept a long, restful sleep. He was also smiling, she saw, and felt her own smile widen as he reached her. Good morning, Edda, Alex murmured, but his gaze was on Mary and he immediately added, The men are ready to go. Are you nearly finished?
Have you broken your fast already then?
Mary asked with surprise. Alex had already washed and dressed and arranged for a bath to be brought up for her before he'd awakened her that morning. Still, she'd been quick about her bath, taking only the time necessary for a good washing rather than lounging for a soak, but there had been no one at the table when she'd first arrived below. She'd assumed Alex had gone to see about his men before breaking his fast. Aye, I grabbed some bread and cheese as soon as I came down, and ate it while I checked that all was in order, he answered.
Oh.
Mary popped the last bit of bread in her mouth and stood as she chewed and swallowed.
I'm ready to.
Alex smiled and took her hand to lead her toward the door.
I shall see you off then,
Edda murmured, getting up to follow them. Mary glanced to the woman and offered a smile of gratitude. Edda had been very kind to her these last 3 weeks, doing everything she could to help her feel comfortable at Domesbury, and she would not want to leave without saying goodbye. When Alex led her outside and to her horse, then started to move as if to lift her onto it, Mary backed away and hurriedly gave the other woman a hug. Edda seemed surprised by the affectionate gesture, but patted her back and wished her a good journey before stepping away to allow Alex to lift Mary onto her mount. In the next moment, Alex had mounted as well and they were off, Alex in the lead, Mary behind him, and a small army of soldiers at their back, surrounding the wagon that Alex had insisted they would need. Mary knew it held her small bag with a couple of gowns in it, but had no idea what all the other bundles under the tarp might be. The only thing she could think was that they were gifts for Alex's sister, Evelyn. Once they were out of the bailey, Gerhard rode past her with a small nod and moved up to ride beside Alex. They moved at a fast and steady pace for the first 3 hours, and Mary spent that time running her eyes over her husband's back and wondering what the future held. At that moment in time, she was cautiously hopeful about their future together. She wasn't completely convinced that her husband wasn't a drunkard, but was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. She supposed only time would tell. In the meantime, Mary was caught up in the thought that she might already carry their child. They'd certainly performed the bedding enough times last night for it to be a distinct possibility. The thought made her smile as Mary recalled Edda's hinting and questions in that regard the last week or so. The first time had been the evening Mary's stomach had been unsettled and she'd feared she might have caught the stomach ailment the soldiers were all suffering. Edda had been sure she hadn't and suggested it might be something else. Not understanding what she meant, Mary had just let the comment go. It was only later, after another similar comment, that she'd realized the woman suspected and was even hoping she was with child. That hadn't been possible, of course. Until last night, her marriage had not been consummated. But Edda didn't know that, and Mary hadn't been willing to tell her, so had simply ignored her comments and questions in favor of wondering what on earth would make the woman immediately assume she might be pregnant anyway. That question had been answered several days ago, when Edda had come right out and reminded her that on her wedding night she'd admitted that she'd had her women's time 2 weeks ere the wedding. She had then pointed out it had been weeks since the wedding, and yet she had not had her women's time again. Edda was sure she was pregnant, and was cautioning her to be careful and look to her health. She'd even suggested she might wish to bow out of this trip rather than risk the baby. Mary had found the entire conversation terribly embarrassing and discomfiting. First of all, still a virgin at that point, she knew there was no way she was pregnant. As for her women's time, the truth was it had always been somewhat undependable, sometimes not appearing for a month or 2, and other times lasting twice as long as it should. Mary had worried over the fact when she was young until her mother had sat her down and assured her there was nothing wrong with her, that she herself had always been the same way. Her mother had said she'd found over the years that her moods affected her women's time, so that in times of great stress she often missed 1 or even 2. Finding the whole subject rather embarrassing, Mary hadn't explained any of this to Edda, but simply let her think what she wanted and found an excuse to escape the conversation altogether. Now she wondered if Alex's seed had taken hold last night, and if so, if this journey might not shake it loose. The thought was enough to make her peer down at her stomach and begin to fret. "You look worried." Mary glanced up to find her husband had slowed to ride beside her and was eyeing her with concern. Is anything amiss? Are you feeling well? Alex asked.
Oh, aye,
she assured him quickly, forcing herself to sit a little straighter in the saddle. She then explained away her mood by saying,
I'm just a wee bit tired.
That would be my fault, he said wryly. I do apologize. I knew we had to travel today and should have been more considerate of...
Did you hear me complaining last night?
Mary interrupted abruptly to bring his apology to an end. She then reached out impulsively to squeeze the hand that rested on his pommel.
I am fine. I will just sleep well tonight.
Aye, Alex said, but still looked guilty, and then he suddenly reached out and took her reins from her with one hand, while catching her about the waist and scooping her from her saddle with the other.
What are you doing?
Mary asked with surprise as he settled her sideways in his lap. You may ride with me, he answered, and then retrieved a length of rope from the bag hanging from his pommel. He tied one end of the rope to the end of her mare's reins and then fastened the other end of the rope to his pommel so that her mare could follow comfortably along behind his mount. Mary peered over his shoulder at her mare.
I can ride. I'm a good rider.
I know you are, he reassured her soothingly. I have watched you this morning, and you are indeed a fine rider, but this way you can sleep if you wish.
Oh.
Mary shifted a little before him, not at all used to, or comfortable with, being taken care of, and then muttered,
Well, you must be tired too, and it seems unfair that I get to rest and you...
Tell me about your mother, Alex interrupted abruptly. Mary blinked at the order and then turned to peer at him suspiciously. Why? Because you have great difficulty accepting any sort of assistance, and I wish to understand why, he said simply.
I dunna ha' trouble accepting.
Mary's denial was silenced when his mouth covered hers in a quick, hard kiss. Aye, you do, Alex assured her solemnly as he lifted his head once more, and then he repeated, Tell me about your mother. When Mary hesitated, torn between arguing the point further and simply answering his question, he added, I know what your father and brothers are like, and that they probably weren't very helpful over the years, but what of your mother? I've been told she ran Stuart until her death.
Aye,
Mary said at last.
Father liked to pretend he was laird, but in truth he was laird only in name. The servants and soldiers all came to me or me mother with their worries and questions.
They came to you even while she lived? He asked. Mary was silent for a moment and then slowly nodded her head.
Mother was ill a long time. She did what she could, but she was often tired and weak at the end. Her mind was always clear though, and she told me what to do, and I did it for her.
So you have never really had anyone to depend on, have you? Mary bristled at once.
I could depend on me mother.
But she was ill, and you had to help her rather than the other way around, he pointed out gently. Mary shook her head.
She was not always ill. She was healthy and well when I was a child. Besides, 'twas not her fault that she was ill. She did the best she could.
Aye, but...
And there was Cade,
Mary then interrupted quickly. That made Alex pause. She could tell by his expression that he vaguely recognized the name, but was having trouble placing who Cade might be, so explained.
He's the eldest of me 3 brothers, and the best of the bunch.
Oh, yes, Alex murmured, his expression beginning to clear as his memory began to supply missing pieces. He was raised by your uncle, as I recall.
Aye, Mother sent him to Uncle Simon when he was but a boy. I suspect she feared the effect being raised by my father would have on him. Seeing how Brodie and Gawain turned out, I think she was right to send him away.
Alex nodded. He is older than I. Mary considered the matter and nodded.
Aye, 2 years older, I think. Brodie followed 2 years later, and then Gawain 2 years after that, and then there was me.
Brodie and I were both 5 when you were born, and our fathers struck the marriage contract, Alex said with a nod, and then asked, Why did Cade not accompany you to Domesbury as Brodie and Gawain did?
He joined the Crusades like you, she answered,
and then admitted unhappily, We haven't heard from him since. The silence that followed was full of unspoken words, but Mary did not encourage his speaking them. They hadn't heard from Cade in a couple of years. Messages were expected to be few and far between in such situations, but not completely non-existent. In her heart of hearts, Mary feared he was dead, but until one of the other men who had ridden with him came to her and said so, Mary would believe he was alive. She had to. He really was her favourite brother. She and her mother had made the trek to Uncle Simon's to visit him at least once a year, and he had come home to stay for 1 week a year as well. Cade had always been kind and supportive during those visits, and they had corresponded often between them. While her father, Brodie, and Gawain had always seemed weak and stupid to her thanks to their trouble with drink, and her mother had been sweet and intelligent, but weak from her illness, Cade had been the shining star in her family, strong, intelligent, and sober. She'd looked up to him and admired him, and when her mother had died, Mary had wished with all her heart, and prayed until her knees were chapped from kneeling, that he would return from their uncles and take over the struggle that both riding herd on her father and brothers and running Stuart was. She had even written, asking him to, but when Cade had arrived for a visit shortly after that and offered to help at Stuart, her father had refused to allow it, claiming he was the laird and would run his own castle. Never mind that he was too drunk half the time to manage it, she thought with disgust. However, Eakin was the laird, and Cade had been forced to leave when he suggested it might be best he did. He'd sailed to Europe and written Mary frequently about his adventures, but she hadn't had a single letter since he'd gone on crusade. He may yet return. Mary glanced to her husband at those soft words, only then realizing that tears now blurred her eyes. Embarrassed by this show of weakness, she started to raise a hand to wipe them impatiently away, but Alex brushed her hand away before she could and did it for her. He then caught her by the chin and tipped her head up so that he could kiss her. For one moment, Mary remained still under the soft pressure of his mouth, but immediately blinked her eyes open when he raised his head. Before she could see his expression, he pressed her head to his chest and whispered, "Rest. You are tired." Mary's head popped up the moment he released it, however. Tired as she was, she simply could not rest when he couldn't, especially since she knew Alex must be tired too. She knew he was scowling at her for being difficult, but avoided meeting his gaze and said, "Tell me about your family." Alex hesitated, and for a moment she thought he would repeat his order to sleep, but then he relaxed behind her and began to speak. Mary listened curiously as he told her about his mother, father, and sister, and recounted a childhood vastly different from her own. His childhood had been one filled with happiness and loving parents who were neither drunks nor ill and in need of care. It was only with his mother's death, when he was in his teens, that the tone of the recounting changed. Alex was careful in his wording, but even so it was obvious that life after his mother's death was much less idyllic than before. He never insulted Edda or accused the woman of anything, but Mary could tell that after the king had forced the marriage between her and his father, life had been fraught with tension and much less pleasant at Domesbury. She wasn't terribly surprised. After all, Edda had told her that she'd been bitter and unhappy when she married and moved out to the wilds of northern England. But it was apparent from Alex's change in tone that Edda's arrival hadn't made only her miserable. Between the soothing rock of the horse and the natural rhythm of Alex's voice, Mary soon found herself curling sleepily into his chest. When he fell silent, she tried to open her eyes to ask another question that would keep him talking, but it seemed like far too much effort, and she finally gave in and allowed sleep to fully claim her. Mary wasn't at first sure what startled her awake some time later. She then became aware of the chest she leaned on shaking slightly as if with laughter. Raising curious eyes, she peered at her husband, surprised to see that he was indeed silently laughing. "What did I miss?" she asked, glancing about, but no one else rode near them, and she didn't understand what had amused him until he shook his head and explained, "You were snoring." "What?" Mary sat up a little straighter, embarrassment bringing colour to her cheeks as she shook her head in denial and assured him, "You're mistaken. I'm a lady, and ladies donna snore." That just made him laugh again, and Mary glared at him with irritation and insisted, "I donna snore." "Aye, you do," Alex assured her, and then added, "and not daintily. You woke yourself with your own snores." Mary was scowling at the claim when he bent and kissed her reassuringly. "'Tis all right. I am told I have the affliction as well." "Well, I do not," she assured him, unsoothed. "If I did snore, and I'm no saying I did, then it must be the position I was sleeping in." "Aye," he agreed at once, and then further mollified her by adding, "I have never noticed you snoring in our bed, so it may very well be down to having to sleep upright." Mary relaxed a little at this concession, but was still embarrassed. Sitting a little straighter before him, she glanced at the path ahead. "Where are we?" Alex glanced over the area surrounding them and then answered, "About halfway to the Scottish border." Mary nodded at this news, but Alex was looking behind them, back toward the men and wagon that followed. She followed his gaze to note that Gerhard had fallen back beside the wagon where he was talking and laughing with a couple of the men. Alex waited until the man glanced in their direction, and then gestured for him to come forward. Gerhard immediately broke off the conversation and urged his mount up to join them. "My lord? There is a clearing ahead by the river," Alex said quietly. "Aye, I know which one you mean," Gerhard said at once. "We've used it in the past." Alex nodded. "We will use it again this night and travel the rest of the way to the border tomorrow. Lead the men there and set up camp." "Where will you be?" Gerhard asked with surprise. "I am going to take Mary a little further up the river so that she may take care of her ablutions without fear of being seen. We will rejoin you afterward." "Very good," Gerhard murmured, and then turned his horse back to wait for the others to catch up as Alex urged his mount to a faster pace. Mary peered around curiously as they rode. They followed the path for a short distance, and then Alex steered his mount to the side and the trees fell away around them, opening out into a clearing. She wondered if it was the one that he'd spoken of to Gerhard, but they were moving so swiftly now that she feared biting off her tongue did she try to ask the question, so held it back. The clearing was surrounded by a thin line of trees and foliage on all sides. Alex cut across it to a narrow path she didn't see until they were almost on it. Here the trees on their left were thin, allowing glimpses of the water beyond, but were a little thicker on the left side, almost a wall. Alex turned his horse to the right, and they travelled parallel to the river for several minutes until the narrow grass path ended at another clearing. This one, while smaller, also had a small, picturesque waterfall and a cliff that curved around the clearing, leaving only the path through which they'd entered between it and the river. A small murmur of pleasure slipped from Mary as she peered around the area. It was quite lovely, a private little oasis, and appeared to her to be the perfect spot to tend their needs after a long day riding. "I found this spot during my travels before going on crusade," Alex said as he slipped off the horse behind her. "I recalled it some distance back and thought you might like it." "I do," she assured him with a smile as he lifted her down from the mount. The moment she was on her feet, Mary tried to move away to explore, but Alex held on to her. When she turned to glance at him in question, he smiled faintly and said, "Give your legs a minute to find themselves. You've been in the saddle all day." "My legs are fine. I was not doing the riding, merely resting in your lap," she pointed out with a laugh and pulled free of his hold, only to land on her knees as her fine legs gave out under her. Grimacing, she glanced to Alex, fully expecting him to laugh at her as her brothers would have done. Surprisingly enough, however, His expression was solemn and even slightly concerned as he reached down to take her hand and help her back up. "You need to learn to accept advice and aid from others, wife," Alex said quietly as he set her back on her feet. "Everyone needs assistance at one time or another." The words were softly spoken, and nothing like the sort of rebuke one would receive from a parent, but it had as much effect as a yell. Mary was suddenly hot with an emotion that felt part shame, part fear. It was the fear that bothered her most. She was suddenly afraid he thought less of her, and that bothered her more than she would expect. This was the man she'd thought was no better than her father and brothers. Why should she care what he thought of her? Mary didn't know, but she did care, and didn't like that caring. Biting her tongue on the sharp words that rose up in her defense, Mary forced herself to suffer his hold until he felt she could stand alone, and then quickly moved away once he released her. "I shall tend the horses," Alex said as she moved toward the water. "You go ahead and bathe if you wish." Any other time, Mary would have insisted that she could tend her own mount, but still stung by the mild rebuke and her own reactions to it, she didn't. Instead, she continued to the water's edge and began to disrobe. Mary stripped off her gown and laid it across a boulder nearby, but then paused and cast a quick glance back to her husband. Finding he had his back to her and was busy with the horses, she then quickly stripped off her shift too and tossed it over her gown before rushing into the water. Unfortunately, in her eagerness to be submerged before Alex turned around, Mary moved with more speed than care. She came to an abrupt halt, however, as she ran into a submerged boulder, banging her toes and shin under the water. Mary hadn't realized she'd cried out until she heard Alex shout in response. She turned abruptly to see him rushing toward the water's edge. Realizing she was as naked as the day she'd been born, Mary immediately dropped to hide in the water. I'm fine, she gasped, the cold water taking her breath away. Did you hurt yourself? Alex asked with concern, but came to a halt at the river's edge and didn't charge in as she suspected he'd been about to do. Nay, she lied. 'Twas just surprisingly cold. Alex eyed her briefly, not looking as if her lie had convinced him, but then he nodded and turned back toward the horses. I am nearly done, and then I shall join you. Mary made a face at his back, finding the words more a threat than a promise at that moment, and then turned away to move more cautiously out into deeper water. She was not used to feeling in the wrong. Mary had spent years being the only one in the right at Stuart, or at least usually in the right, and didn't like that her husband found fault with her, even if it was something as small as her being unwilling to accept aid and advice. Shaking her head at herself, Mary rubbed her arms under the water as her body began to adjust to the water. She took a moment simply to enjoy the cool feel of it caressing her skin, but then sucked in a breath of air and plunged forward in the water. While her body was now used to the cold liquid, her head was not, and Mary nearly opened her mouth on a gasp as it flowed over her. She managed to keep from doing so and swam down to scoop up some dirt from the river bottom. Once she had 2 hands full of the stuff, she continued forward in a somersault and then shot back to the surface, gasping with relief as her head broke through into the early evening air. After a couple of breaths and a glance around to see that Alex was back at the horses, she raised her hands out of the water to peer at what she'd collected. Much to her relief, it was gritty sand and not muddy dirt, which would have been useless to her. Mary quickly used the grit to wash herself, running it over her arms and chest so that the sand acted like an abrasive, washing away the day's dust from travel. I see you know about nature's soap. That approving comment from Alex made Mary whirl in the water to find him now naked, a bare few feet away in the water and moving closer. That is what my mother called it too, she said, watching him wearily. She taught it to me on our first journey to visit Cade when I was young. She said it did the trick as well as the perfume soap at home,
but I think she preferred it. Alex nodded, but continued forward until he could reach her. Catching her hand in his, he tugged her forward through the water toward him, murmuring, "Do not look at me with such bruised eyes. You make me feel an ogre for reprimanding you about accepting aid and advice." Mary was slightly startled at his calling it a reprimand. It hadn't sounded like the sort of reprimand she was used to giving. But for all its soft couching, his words had certainly felt like one to her, she acknowledged, and wondered if perhaps she hadn't been approaching her father and brothers all wrong all these years. Perhaps a soft, firm voice and hard eyes would have been more effective on them as well. Nay, Mary decided in the next moment. They would have listened to that no more than her snapping, barking and yelling. Her father and brothers were simply incorrigible. She, however, was proving to be ridiculously sensitive, something she would never have expected. Her father and brothers could call her a shrew without penetrating her hide, and yet this man showed his disappointment and disapproval with soft words and a look, and she was hurt. It was all rather bewildering to her. "Stop thinking so hard," Alex said, and Mary did at once, though not because he'd told her to. He had tugged her against his warm body in the water, and she suddenly found it quite difficult to hold on to her poor thoughts. Her ability to think was not improved when he began to kiss her. Alex was holding her up slightly in the water so that their heads were on a level. It meant he needn't bend to kiss her, but also that her feet were now groundless and floating free in the water. They immediately bumped against and tangled with his under water, even as her breasts rubbed across his chest above, and Mary was actually startled by the sudden roar of desire that went through her. "Should we no go back and join the others?" she asked on a little breathless gasp when his mouth left hers and began to ease down her throat as he lifted her up farther, out of the water. "They'll be preparing the sup and making camp and may need help." Alex's answer was to close his lips over her nipple and draw it into his mouth. Mary shivered in the cool water and tilted her head back on a groan, giving up any further protest. If her husband wished to bed her again, it was her duty to submit, was it not? That thought had barely run through her mind when he was suddenly gathering her in his arms and carrying her toward shore. "Are we going back?" she asked with surprise. "Nay, I am hungry." That answer merely confused Mary, but they had reached the shore, and her mind was taken up with further confusion when Alex moved to set her on a larger boulder next to the one she'd laid her gown on. While the water had felt cold on first entering, the evening air now felt chill on being out, and she shivered and quickly sat up to reach for her gown once he'd released her. "I shall warm you," Alex said, taking the gown away. He tossed it back on the neighbouring rock, and then urged her to recline on the boulder as his warm body came down over her. "You said you were hungry," she reminded him in a whisper, as he caught her hands and raised them over her head. "Aye, and I am. For you," he explained in a low growl, and proceeded to try to devour her. At least, that was how it felt to Mary. He started with a kiss, his mouth hard and demanding on hers as his hands released hers and slid to find her still wet breasts. Mary gasped into his mouth and arched into his touch, and then moaned with disappointment as he broke the kiss to begin travelling down her body. That disappointment died a quick death when he paused to graze at her breasts again, drawing moans and mewls of need and pleasure from her that were quickly followed by renewed disappointment and then confusion as his lips continued farther downward. He trailed kisses down her stomach, making the muscles there jump and sing. Her eyes popped open, and she peered down at him with confusion, unsure why he would bother kissing her there, but that confusion was joined by something like alarm when his kisses continued farther and began to trail to her hip, and then in toward her thigh. "Husband, Mary began uncertainly, for some reason feeling suddenly vulnerable.
It was as far as she got, however. In the next moment, she was sucking in a startled gasp as his mouth dipped between her legs to trail up her thigh. Mary was too shocked to speak at that point, and then he reached and pressed a kiss to the very core of her, and she completely lost the ability of speech. Mary was suddenly torn between the urge to catch him by the hair and tug his head away, and the equally strong urge to catch him by the hair and urge him on. This was like nothing she'd ever experienced, and certainly nothing she'd ever imagined might happen between a man and woman. But it was also... "Dear God," she gasped, dropping back on the rock and grabbing for something, anything to hold on to as he began to lave and nibble at the very core of her. He was eating her alive, and she liked it. Oh, this had to be a sin, she thought a bit hysterically, and then gave up thinking altogether as he caught her by the hips and drew her closer to the edge of the boulder so that he could bury his face between her legs and do unspeakable things to her. Truly, they were unspeakable. She had no idea what he was doing, but it had just raised her temperature almost unbearably high and left her mind a mass of feverish mush in her head. Mary found herself shaking her head madly from side to side on the hard boulder, her nails scraping over the stone she was trying to hold on to, and legs shifting almost violently in his hold as she tried to escape the caress and grind herself into it at the same time. It was more than a relief when the tension he was stoking inside her suddenly snapped. Mary screamed out as it poured over her, white lights exploding behind her eyes as her mind took a brief hiatus and her body shuddered and pulsed with the sensations coursing through her. When she came back from her pleasure trip, it was to find Alex standing between her legs and using his hold on her hips to drag her across the boulder's surface until she reached the edge. Her eyes dropped to half-mast as she spread her legs wider for him, and then he was thrusting himself into her and stirring her tender passions all over again. Mary immediately sat up and wrapped herself around him. Still panting and gasping breathlessly from the first round, she clutched at him desperately as he drove her back into that land of pleasure again. This time, however, he joined her there himself. Chapter 7. We should rejoin the others. Alex spoke the words reluctantly as he watched Mary emerge from the river. She'd barely rested a moment after their lovemaking before scampering back into the water. He'd been more reluctant to move himself, and had simply sat on the boulder and watched her splash about in the chill water. Now his eyes swam over her body as she hurried back to shore, noting how the cold made her nipples erect, and how the water shimmered like diamonds on her skin under the last rays of the dying sun. It soon became obvious that, despite what they'd done last night and just now, his wife was still shy before him. Mary didn't actually raise her hands to cover herself, but did move quickly and then positioned herself so her back was to him as she swiftly used her shift to dry herself. Deprived of the vision of her generous breasts, Alex found his eyes dropping to her behind as she ran the cloth over her body in a cursory effort. His gaze slid over the rounded cheeks, remembering how they had felt in his hands, until she suddenly tossed the shift aside and tugged her gown on over her head. Alex sighed with disappointment as the pale blue cloth dropped like a curtain, ending his view, but knew it was probably a good thing. Just those few moments of watching her naked had made interest slide through him again, stirring his shaft to half-mast, and he knew that much more, and he would have propelled himself off the boulder, strode over, and given her reason to clean up yet again. Not that that was a bad thing, Alex thought, but it was growing dark, and he was hungry for food, and they should really get back to the others before they sent out a search party. By now camp should be set up, and a meal would be being prepared. Besides, he could always have her again later, in the comfort and privacy of their tent. Out here in the open, privacy was something of an uncertainty. Any of the men could have stumbled on them in their search for game to cook for the sup, or a private spot of their own to tend to personal matters. A murmur from Mary drew Alex's gaze her way, and he frowned as he saw her moving off into the trees. He was about to call her back when he realized that she'd said something about tending to personal matters. Realizing she was looking for a private spot to relieve herself, he merely called out to her not to go far, and then forced himself to get off the boulder and get moving himself. A quick dip in the river took care of the fledgling erection watching his wife had brought about, and then Alex too dried off and began to dress. He'd just donned his brace when he realized he too had some relieving to do. Alex paused and glanced around. He was less concerned about privacy than embarrassing his new bride by accidentally stumbling onto her spot in the woods, so shrugged and moved to a small copse of bushes growing at the base of the small cliff that backed the clearing. He'd just finished tending to business and begun to tuck himself back in his brace when he heard a slight grinding sound from above. Pausing, Alex raised his head. He couldn't see anything but the face of the cliff from this angle, however, so started to step back, and then sucked in an alarmed breath and turned to run as a boulder suddenly rolled off the cliff and plummeted toward him. He wasn't quick enough. While Alex managed to save himself from having the boulder slam down directly on his head, it still caught him on the edge of the shoulder. He grunted in pain as it struck, and then grunted again as he fell under the weight and slammed his head on something hard. Anxious at the idea of someone stumbling upon her in such a private, undignified moment, Mary took her time about choosing her spot. She also went a little farther into the woods than she normally might have, but it wasn't a worry, since she knew she merely had to follow the sound of the waterfalls to find her way back to her husband, so she wouldn't get lost. However, by the time Mary finished and headed back, she was sure Alex was probably dressed and waiting impatiently for her return. An apology was trembling on the tip of her tongue as she stepped back into the clearing, but it died unspoken as she heard a grinding sound and saw her husband peering up at the cliff he stood facing. She followed his gaze, eyes widening in alarm as she saw the boulder plunging down at him. Mary thought she caught a glimpse of a figure disappearing into the trees on the cliff above, but paid it little attention, her concern with her husband as she saw the boulder crash down, hitting his shoulder in a punishing blow and knocking him to the ground. Crying out, she rushed forward at once, flying across the clearing to kneel at his side and eye his still body where he'd sprawled. He lay on his stomach in only his brace, and the first wound she saw was the one to his shoulder and upper arm. The boulder had scraped away a layer of flesh, and she knew it would be sore, stiff, and bruised by morning, but was more concerned by the blood just visible on the side of his forehead. She could see a good-sized rock sticking out from under his head, and cursed as she realized his head had crashed into it as he fell, just worsening matters. Mary turned Alex onto his back, the chore taking enough effort that she was a bit breathless by the time she finished. Truly, her husband was a large man, and limp as he was, turning him was difficult. But she managed the task, and then leaned forward to peer at his head wound. It didn't look terribly bad. However, head wounds were tricky, and the fact that all her pushing and prodding to turn him hadn't woken him up was troubling. Worry knitting her brow, Mary sat back and glanced around the clearing. She then got back to her feet and rushed over to grab her shift from where it lay across her mare's saddle. Alex must have put it there. She'd left it lying on the ground where she'd dropped it earlier, intending to pick it up when she returned. Now she carried the cloth to the water's edge and quickly wet it in the river before hurrying back to her husband. Mary cleaned the blood away, her eyes narrowing on the wound left behind. It wasn't really very deep, and looked much less nasty once the blood was gone, but that didn't make her worry lessen. Head wounds were a serious business, and he was still showing no sign of waking. She held the cold, damp cloth to his forehead and spoke his name, but he didn't even stir. After repeating both actions several times, she finally sat back and peered around the clearing again. The sun was setting, the day darkening, and the clearing that had been so bright and sunny when they'd entered was growing chill and taking on shadows that were making her anxious. It would soon be full dark. While Mary was relatively sure that so long as there was light she could find her way back to the clearing where she thought Alex had intended to camp, she was less certain of being able to do so in the dark. It was so easy to get yourself turned around in the woods at night. On top of that, she wasn't positive the camp would be where she thought. She hadn't asked at the time, but had just assumed. What if it wasn't there, and she had to hunt up the camp? Would she find it in the dark? And even if she did, could she find her way back here to bring help to her husband? Mary had barely had the thought when she recalled the grinding sound she'd heard as she'd entered the clearing, and the quick flash she'd had of someone disappearing into the trees on the cliff above. Biting her lip, she lifted her head to peer up. The grinding suggested the boulder had been shifted deliberately, and she had caught a glimpse of someone hurrying away. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen the person clearly enough to even say if it had been a man or a woman. Whatever the case, it suggested this hadn't been an accident, which meant leaving Alex here alone while she went for help wasn't a good idea. Mary fretted over the worries as she peered back at Alex. He looked so helpless lying there half-clothed and unconscious. If she couldn't leave him here while she went for help, she would either have to stay here with him or find a way to take him with her. Her gaze slid around the clearing again. It was probably her imagination, but it seemed to her to be even darker than it had been moments ago. She was also suddenly aware of a rustling in the woods. Her sensible self told her it was probably small animals moving about and foraging for a last bit of food before the day ended, but a less sensible part was imagining villains and wood sprites sneaking about, ready to pounce on her the moment the last light of day died. A cool breeze brushed across her skin and hair, lifting several strands in what seemed to her to be an almost taunting manner, and Mary felt her lips compress. She had no desire to stay out here alone with her unconscious husband waiting either for him to wake or for daylight to dawn. She had to somehow get him on his horse and go find the camp. But how was she to manage that? Mary's gaze slid around the clearing again, looking for inspiration. There was no way she was going to be able to lift the man onto his mount using her own muscle. Just turning him over had proven to be an effort. Lifting him up and tossing him over his saddle, well, she just couldn't do it. A soft snicker drew her attention to the other side of the clearing where her mare, Beauty, and her husband's mount both waited patiently for their owners to reclaim them. Mary's eyes narrowed on the animals as she considered her options, and then she was suddenly on her feet and crossing the clearing once more. Mary murmured soothing words and offered each horse a pat as she quickly untied their reins from the tree Alex had fastened them to. It was enough to soothe Beauty, but Alex's mount kept tossing its head and taking nervous sideways steps as she worked, and she wished she knew the animal's name. Unfortunately, if her husband had used it in her presence, she hadn't been paying attention and caught it, so she had to waste a moment trying to soothe the beast before leading both horses back to her husband. Mary then tied the reins of Alex's mount to a nearby tree before leading her mare to stand on the far side of the stallion, so that the larger horse stood between Alex and the mare. The bit of rope Alex had attached to the end of her mare's reins earlier in the day was still fastened. Mary now passed the undone end of it over the stallion's back, and then rushed around the animal to see that it was long enough to reach all the way to the ground where her husband lay. Relieved, she caught the end of the rope and then considered her husband. Her thought was that if she tied the rope to Alex and then had her mare back away, it should drag him up off the ground and across his saddle. That was if his stallion stood still and her mare cooperated and backed away when she ordered, and then stopped when she ordered it as well. Otherwise, this could be something of a debacle. Pushing away such negative thoughts, Mary began to tie the rope around his wrists, but then paused and undid that to wrap her shift around his wrists first, as she realized that the rope might burn him and injure him further. Once satisfied that she'd done all she could to keep from further harming her husband, Mary straightened and moved around her mare to begin urging her away from the stallion. She tried to watch what was happening to her husband as she worked the mare, but the stallion was in the way, and after only a couple of steps, she made the mare halt and then ran back around the stallion to look. Alex's arms were now raised, but that was about it. Grimacing, she ran back to her mare and urged her forward 6 steps this time before running back to check. Mary was glad she had when she saw the peril her husband was in. While her trick seemed to be working and Alex was half off the ground with his wrists almost to the top of the saddle, his head was hanging down and forward just below his mount's belly. Another step or two and the back of his head would have caught on his horse's stomach, and if she'd continued to move the mare forward, forcing him upward, well, it was just a good thing she'd stopped to check. Mary gave his stallion a pat for standing so perfectly still during the operation, and then moved to Alex's side to bring his head up and back a bit so that it wouldn't catch on the horse. However, the moment she released it, it fell forward again. Cursing, she glanced around, her eyes falling on a branch that lay a few feet away. It was a good 3 feet long and about 1 inch thick, and should do the trick. Letting Alex's head fall forward once more, she rushed over to grab the item. Returning to his side, Mary then lifted his head again, muttered an apology to her unconscious husband, and held his head in place by catching a handful of his hair while she placed the stick across his upper arms. She then eased her hold on his hair. A slow breath of relief slipped from her lips when his head moved forward, only to be stopped by the branch. Satisfied that she'd taken care of the problem, Mary then ran around the stallion to urge Beauty forward another few steps and kept doing so, urging the mare forward a step or two and then rushing back to check on Alex before urging her forward again. The exercise took much longer than she'd expected, and the sun was gone from the sky, its last dying rays casting a shadowy light by the time she had her husband lying across his mount's saddle. Eager to get moving before that last bit of light was gone, Mary quickly untied the rope from her mare's reins and then bent to reach under her husband's stallion to fasten the other end to his ankles so that she needn't fear his falling off the beast and having to go through all this again on the way back. Once she had him trussed up to her satisfaction, she then caught his stallion's reins and mounted her mare. While the sun was now gone, the moon was up and the clearing was still light enough to see in, when she finally put her heels to her mare's side and urged her to move slowly out of it. However, the path along the river had thick woods on one side, and a light scattering of trees along the water's edge on the other. It was enough to make it quite dark and a bit scary as she urged her mare forward at little more than a walk. Mary wanted to go faster, but worried that doing so might jostle her husband enough that he might slide off the saddle. Tied as he was, he would merely hang under his horse's belly, but then there was a risk of his being unintentionally kicked by one of his horse's hooves as the animal walked, and she didn't wish that. Still, Mary would have liked to go faster, and found her gaze sliding nervously over the dark shapes surrounding them as they moved. She'd had the uncomfortable feeling that she was being watched as she'd worked to get Alex on his horse, and recalling the figure on the cliff, had kept glancing warily to the trees. But it had slowed her down, and she'd finally forced herself to ignore it and concentrate on what she was doing. Now, however, she eyed the darkness crouching all around her with more than a little anxiety. She couldn't get the memory of the grinding sound out of her mind. If it weren't for that, she could have convinced herself the whole thing had been an accident, but the grinding suggested moving the boulder had been difficult, not a result of someone leaning against it and accidentally sending it plummeting off the cliff. Someone had deliberately pushed it down on Alex. She had no idea why anyone would want to do that, but it seemed to her to be the most logical deduction and raised a wagon load of anxieties and worries in her mind. Why would someone wish to kill Alex? And more importantly, might they still attack now despite her presence? Were she and Alex in danger? Mary forced herself to take a few deep breaths to steady her nerves, telling herself that if they'd intended to strike with her there, they would have done so back in the clearing while she was distracted with trying to get Alex onto his mount. She then concentrated on the dark landscape around her. Mary hadn't been paying much attention to where Alex had left the woods for the path along the river's edge, but it didn't seem to her that they'd ridden along the river for this long on the way to the clearing. She reminded herself that she was moving much more slowly now than they'd been riding on the way out, but was still starting to worry that she'd ridden right by the path without seeing it. Mary was just starting to think she should stop and turn back when someone stepped out onto the path before her. She wouldn't even have seen him in the darkness had a stray ray of moonlight not caught on the sword he carried. Tense as she was, she couldn't hold back a short shriek of surprise as she yanked on her mare's reins to draw her to a halt. "My lady?" Mary let her breath out on a slow, embarrassed breath as she recognized the voice of her husband's squire.
"Godfrey,"
she breathed with relief.
"Aye, my lady."
He put his sword away and moved up beside her mare's head. "Why are you alone? Where is—" The second question ended on a gasp as Godfrey spotted his lord lying over the saddle on the second horse. He was at his lord's side at once, lifting his head to take in his unconscious face. His voice cracked with alarm as he asked, "What happened?" "Someone pushed a boulder off the cliff in the clearing where we stopped to bathe," Mary said bluntly.
"What?"
Godfrey asked, turning an alarmed face her way. She nodded unhappily. "It struck Alex on the shoulder and knocked him down. He hit his head on a rock on the ground when he fell."
"He is not—"
Godfrey turned back to his lord, hesitating to even speak the fear that the man might be dead. "Nay, of course not," Mary said at once, and then quickly dismounted. She joined the boy at her husband's side to be sure that was true. Alex had been alive when they'd left the clearing, but with head wounds one could not be certain. Thankfully, he was still breathing. His warm breath on her hand when she put it before his face told her that. Mary let her hand drop and then glanced to Godfrey. "'Tis glad I am ye came along. I was beginning to fear I'd missed the path back to the clearing." "Nay, 'tis just ahead. You would have seen the fire through the trees in another moment." Mary raised an eyebrow at this and asked curiously, "Where were you headed?" "To drain the dragon," he murmured, his distracted gaze still on his lord. Then, realizing what he'd said, he glanced at her quickly. "I mean, 'tis all right," Mary assured him, with the first smile she'd managed since her husband had been knocked unconscious. "I hae brothers, and they've said worse in me presence." Godfrey did not look like her reassurance made him feel much better. Mary gave his shoulder a soothing pat and then turned back to gather her mare's reins in hand. She didn't ask why he'd had his sword out, if he was just going to find a spot to relieve himself. She would have been grateful to have a sword for this ride through the dark woods. It would have eased her fears some, and she suspected that was the reason for it with him. Not wishing to embarrass him further by making him admit it, she wished him good eve and began to urge the horses forward again, but then glanced to him with surprise when he remained beside her. "I shall see you safely back," Godfrey said, his shoulders up and back and his head held high in a fashion she supposed he thought was manly. "There's no need to trouble yourself. If 'tis close by, I will find it. You go on about your business. she urged quietly, but wasn't surprised when he ignored her suggestion and continued at her side. They'd walked no more than 6 steps when Mary spotted the path as well as the glow of firelight through the trees. Another couple of steps and the smell of roasting meat reached her, and then they were stepping out of the trees and into the clearing. Mary's eyes widened as she glanced around. A lot had been accomplished while she and Alex were by the waterfall. The horses were all tended, several rabbits had been caught and now roasted over the fire, and a tent now stood on the far side of the open area. Her eyes widened further with surprise at the luxury of a tent, and then moved over the men who had all suddenly stopped moving and were now peering back as wide-eyed as she was. And then everyone started moving and talking at once. Mary took a step back at the confusion of questions suddenly shot at her. It was a relief when Gerhard suddenly came from the side, his voice louder and carrying more authority than the others as he asked, "What happened?" "I believe someone pushed a boulder down on Alex after we finished bathing," Mary admitted as he lifted Alex's head to peer at his face. She then explained what had taken place before adding, "I didn't actually see the person push the boulder down, but—" She shrugged unhappily. Expression grim, Gerhard nodded and released Alex's head, allowing it to hang down again as he bent to untie the cloth from his hands and feet. Several men stepped forward to help ease Alex off his horse's back, and then they glanced to Gerhard in question. "The tent," Mary said before he could respond. The men immediately moved that way with their lord, and Mary followed. The soft glow of candlelight filled the tent when they entered, and Una was just straightening from making a bed of furs on the floor, when she turned to find the men carrying an unconscious Alex inside. Her eyes widened in surprise and then shot to Mary full of questions. "I need my medicinals," Mary said quietly as she waited for the men to set Alex down and get out of her way. Fortunately, they didn't dally, but filed out of the tent the moment they'd laid her husband down. She immediately knelt at his side, made anxious by how still and pale he was. "Here!" Mary glanced around to see Una holding out her bag of medicinals. Taking it with relief, she opened it to retrieve her various balms and salves. "Should I be praying that he heals or that he doesna?" Una asked dryly. The question surprised her, but Mary supposed it shouldn't have. She hadn't exactly been overjoyed about her marriage these last 3 weeks, and on her wedding night the answer would have been a simple one. Pray he dies and frees me of this marriage. But things had changed. Mary found she quite liked this man, and given the chance, thought she might just come to love him, and she had promised to give their relationship a chance. Letting her breath out slowly, Mary nodded. "Pray he heals." "I kenned it." Mary noted the slow smile spreading the maid's lips. Eyes narrowing suspiciously, she asked, "Kenned what?" "You're falling in love with him." Mary stiffened at once. Oh, dinna bother denying it. I've watched you watching him these last weeks. He may drink a wee bit at night and slur his words, but he's not like your father and brothers. The man is a man. He doesna shrug his responsibilities and leave them to you to carry. He's fair with his people and cares about them, and that shows in all he does." She nodded solemnly and patted her shoulder. "No one's perfect, and he's a good man despite his drinking. He'll treat you right." The words had barely left her lips when the tent flap opened and Gerhard ducked inside. "How is he?" the soldier asked. "Still unconscious," Mary answered grimly as she returned to sorting through her medicinals, searching for something that might be of use. She had salve that would soothe the soreness of his shoulder and encourage it to heal, but was more concerned with the head wound. Unfortunately, there was little she could do for that but keep a cold compress on it to try to keep the swelling down. The rest was up to Alex. Alex was beginning to think that he might be cursed. He'd been plagued by headaches for the last 3 weeks. Most mornings he woke up with a dull throb at the back of his head. Of course, none of them had been as bad as the headache that had woken him the afternoon of his tooth pulling when he'd downed a pitcher of whiskey. Until now. The headache that greeted him when he woke up and forced his eyes open in the tent was easily as bad as that one, but this time it was centered on the left front side of his head, and it was bad enough to force a low groan of pain from him as he squinted his eyes closed, trying to force the pain back. "You're awake." That brilliant bit of deduction sounded like it came from his wife's sweet lips, and made him blink his eyes open again to find her bending over him. He scowled when he got a look at her, not because of the relieved expression on her face, but because of the dark circles under her eyes. Alex was about to ask why she looked so weary when a rustle drew his gaze past her to see that they were in his travel tent. He didn't normally bother with it when he travelled on his own, but had decided to bring it to make the trip more bearable for his wife. That thought spurred his memory, making him recall the journey that day, taking Mary to the waterfall, and all that had followed, including the boulder crashing down toward him. "How do you feel?" Mary repeated. He was a tad surprised to hear the amount of concern in her voice. While they had got along relatively well since consummating the wedding last night, the 3 weeks before that had been somewhat difficult, and he wouldn't have been surprised had she treated him more cavalierly instead of sounding like she cared. "My head hurts," he said honestly, and then asked, "What time is it?" "Near dawn, I think," Mary answered, her gaze moving to the open tent flap and the grey light of pre-dawn visible outside. She then suddenly turned away to pick up something. When she turned back, he saw that it was a mug of liquid. She slipped an arm beneath his head and used it to help lever him up, and then held the mug to his lips, promising, "'Twill help with your pounding head." Alex hesitated, but then opened his mouth to allow some of the brew to slip inside. A grimace immediately tried to claim his lips, and he had a very strong urge to push the drink away, but he resisted and drank as much as he could before his stomach threatened to rebel. He then raised a hand to let her know it was enough, relieved when she immediately removed the mug and eased him back to lie down. Alex did grimace now, his lips working and tongue rubbing itself against his teeth and palate in an effort to scrub away the awful taste coating it. "'Tis vile I ken, but 'twill help," Mary said sympathetically. Alex merely nodded and closed his eyes, waiting for the pounding in his head to ease. If Mary's medicinal was anything like Bet's, Alex knew it should begin to work after a quarter hour or so, and it certainly tasted as vile as Bet's, so should work, he thought with disgust, and wondered why things that were said to be good for you always tasted so horrible. The moments passed slowly for Alex. He had several questions he'd have liked to ask, but his mind was taken up with the pain consuming him and he kept his mouth shut. A long time seemed to pass before he became aware that Mary was running her fingers soothingly over the uninjured side of his brow. When he noticed that, Alex knew the brew was starting to work. He blinked his eyes cautiously open then, relieved when the pain didn't ratchet back up, and then released a small breath and closed them for another few minutes. When he began to be aware of a need to relieve himself, however, he decided it was time to get up. "What are you doing?" Mary asked with dismay when he started to sit up. "Lie back down. You've had an awful blow to the head and been unconscious all night. You need to lie still and let your body recover." "As you just said, I have been unconscious all night. 'Tis plenty of recovery time. Now I need to get up and about," he said firmly. "You've no business being up and about," she snapped, placing her hands on his shoulders and pushing in an effort to force him back into a supine position. Much to his amazement, the action worked, and Alex found himself collapsing back onto the linens and furs he lay on. The fact that he was so weak, however, merely made him more determined to get up, and he immediately started trying to rise again. His wife merely kept her hands on his chest, holding him in place. Disgusted by his own weakness, he admitted, "I need to relieve myself." "Oh." She bit her lip and glanced around, and then brightened and peered down at the mug in her hand. Mayhap you could— Do not even suggest it, Alex said grimly, positive she was going to say he should relieve himself into the mug rather than get up. He might be weak, but it would be a cold day in hell before he would willingly do something like that. Mary set the mug aside, then scowled at him and bit out impatiently, "Vera well. I'll hae to help you then." She sounded incredibly testy. Considering that he was the one whose head was still pounding, Alex thought that wasn't well done of her, but then he once again noted the circles under her eyes and the pallor to her face, and thought perhaps she had every right to testiness after all. He was suddenly sure she hadn't slept at all, but had sat up all night watching over him like a mother hen watching her chicks. Alex wasn't sure how to feel about that. One part of him was grateful and glad she cared enough to bother, and the other was annoyed and thought she should have slept and taken care of herself. He started to shake his head at his contrary thoughts, but caught himself at the last moment and saved himself the pain. "Come, let me help you," Mary murmured. Alex considered refusing her offer of help, but the moment he was sitting upright, the tent showed a terrible tendency to spin, and so he gave in gracefully and accepted her assistance. Once upright, he'd hoped he could manage on his own, but that also proved not to be the case, and he had to let her help him out of the tent. "Where to?" she asked in a whisper as they staggered outside. Both of them had been forced to hunch over to get through the low opening the tent flap offered, and the action nearly saw them crashing to the ground. Certainly, Alex would have, had Mary not quickly bent herself forward and turned so that he fell across her back when he started to stumble. Shaking his head at the state he was in, Alex used her back to push himself upright again, and then suffered her to slip under his arm to support him once more. "Behind the tent is far enough," Alex muttered, eager to get this done and get back inside the tent where he at least did not need aid to lie down. Truthfully, falling down was probably the thing he was best at the moment, Alex acknowledged unhappily. Certainly, his mind didn't seem to be up to much in the way of thinking. Here he was, staggering around, unable to even walk upright, yet one glance down toward his wife found his eyes landing on her generous cleavage, and he was suddenly aware that little Alex too was awake, with his head half raised and pushing against the front of his brace. Dear God, what the devil was the matter with him? Alex wondered with self-disgust. Wanting his wife was one thing, but this was just ridiculous. Abnormal even, he was sure. His head hurt less than it had, but it was still pounding something awful. He was also weak as a babe, and should have absolutely no interest in anything of the like. In fact, his mind didn't, but his body did. How is this? Alex tore his thoughts from his body's ridiculous wants and glanced around to see that while he'd been busy thinking, his wife had managed to steer him around the tent to a small copse of bushes behind it. This will do. I can— What the devil are you doing? He gasped with dismay as she immediately began to work at the tie of his brace. Alex tried to push her hands away, but weak as he was, the effort wasn't very successful. "I'm merely trying to help you," she said dryly. "Trust me, me laird, I'm too weary to have anything else in mind and ken you're in no shape to. Oh." Mary paused as she managed to get his brace untied, and his now almost full-blown erection sprang out into evidence. "Well, that is— Mayhap you're feeling better than I gave you credit for," she muttered. "I can manage the rest on my own," Alex growled, embarrassed and frustrated all in the same moment. Truly, his head was pounding, his shoulder throbbing, and despite the hours he'd been unconscious, he thought he could sleep standing up at that moment. And yet, little Alex was waving in the night air like a flagpole eager to raise a banner. "Just go back to the tent. I shall return once I have finished." Mary hesitated, but then slipped out from under his arm, waited just long enough to be sure he wasn't going to fall on his face, and moved away with a slight rustle. Relieved that he no longer had a witness to this humiliation, Alex quickly relieved himself. It was only then he realized his wife had not obeyed and returned to the tent as he'd ordered. He'd tucked himself away and was struggling to retie his brace when Mary was suddenly there doing it for him. "I can manage on my own, thank you, wife," he snapped. Mary ignored him long enough to finish tying the laces and then straightened and eyed him solemnly before saying, "You need to accept aid and advice from others, husband. Everyone needs assistance at one time or another." Alex stared at her, a slow smile curving his lips, and then he gave a slight bow. Touché. He thought he caught a glimpse of a quick smile claiming her lips, but it was dark out, and Mary ducked her head quickly as she repositioned herself under his arm, and then they were moving back toward the tent. By the time they got back inside, Alex was more than grateful for her assistance. He never would have made it on his own. His legs were shaking like a plucked harp string. The moment they reached the fur, he collapsed on it with relief. Alex was so exhausted, he didn't even protest when Mary settled herself beside him and raised him up to press the mug of her vile liquid to his lips, but merely gulped it down until it was gone. When she then laid him back on the furs, he closed his eyes and went right to sleep. Chapter 8. Mary woke to the rhythmic rock of the horse, found herself in her husband's arms, and at first thought it was still the first day of their journey, at least until she glanced up, spotted the bruise and cut on his forehead, and recalled all that had happened. Mary immediately sat up and turned an accusing glare on her husband. "What are you doing up?" "Riding," Alex answered reasonably enough, but she didn't miss the twitch of his lips and knew he was amused. That just made her angrier. "You've no business being up and about after the trial you went through yesterday." This time he didn't bother hiding his amusement, but smiled at her in a way that seemed almost affectionate and said, "You are adorable when you act the shrew, Mary Stuart." "Mary Domsbury now," she reminded him, putting a little more snap in her voice. She then warned, "And I am a shrew, and as such, like to make you miserable, do you no explain—" "I feel fine," Alex interrupted patiently. "Good as new, in fact. It must have been that vile mixture you made me drink. 'Tis surely a miracle cure. I slept another hour or two, woke up pain-free, and decided I was fine for travelling today. So here we are halfway through the day and another half-day closer to Donaghey." Mary was sure he was lying. While she didn't doubt the tonic she'd given him might have helped him feel a bit better, it would hardly make him feel good as new. She had no doubt his head was probably still pounding at least a bit, and his shoulder was probably tender. He, however, was apparently unwilling to admit it. She didn't know what to think of that. Mary was used to men who whined and carried on at the least little ache or pain, and then used it as an excuse to drink to excess. "You were exhausted from watching over me last night," Alex went on. "So I let you sleep as we broke camp and then brought you onto my mount again so that you could continue to catch up on the sleep you'd missed." Mary grimaced. Only complete exhaustion would have allowed her to sleep through it all, but then she supposed she had been pretty exhausted. Her husband had kept her awake most of the night before the journey with the bedding, or beddings. The few hours of light sleep she'd managed to snatch in his lap during the afternoon the day before had hardly made up for it, and then she'd stayed awake to watch over him through last night. Aye, Mary supposed. She shouldn't be surprised that she'd slept through the men breaking camp and part of the ride today. Raising her head, she suddenly asked, "Did Gerhard and the men find out who pushed the boulder down on you?" Alex was silent so long, she thought he might not answer. But then he said, "Nay, he had the men search the area. It was probably just some bandits who saw me alone and thought I would be easy pickings. Your arrival must have scared them off." Mary eyed him doubtfully at the suggestion, finding it hard to believe that her presence would scare off anyone. It was possible, though, that they'd thought him alone, and her arrival had made them realize he wasn't, and fear that others were with them and might follow. "'Tis well past the nooning hour," Alex announced, distracting her from such thoughts. "Are you hungry?" Mary glanced to him, started to open her mouth to answer, but paused as her stomach emitted a loud rumble at the thought of food. She flushed with embarrassment, but he grinned and retrieved a small bag from his pommel. "There is food in there for you," Alex said quietly as he gave it to her. Mary managed not to rip and tear at the cloth bag, but just barely. She hadn't eaten a thing last night as she'd watched over Alex and was terribly hungry. She paused in surprise, however, when she got the bag open and began to remove item after item. There was a bit of bread, cheese, an apple, and even what she at first thought was leftover roasted rabbit from the night before. "'Tis quail," Alex told her quietly as she unwrapped the cloth around the meat and saw that it was indeed a small, full bird. "I was up before everyone else and caught and cleaned it, and then put it over the fire to roast while the men broke camp this morning, thinking you might like it when you woke." Mary swallowed the lump that had suddenly lodged itself in her throat at his taking such effort for her, and then, not knowing what else to do, raised the bird toward him in offer. Alex shook his head. "'Tis for you. Eat." Mary hesitated, but then lowered the offering and began to do just that. She couldn't possibly eat everything he'd packed for her, however, and when that became obvious, Alex did accept one of the bird's legs. Once they had both finished, and the remains had been once more packed away, Alex began to ask her questions about her childhood again. She answered them willingly enough, but asked questions of her own in return, and the afternoon passed surprisingly pleasantly, with their conversation then moving on to other topics. Even as they talked, Mary couldn't help but note to herself that it was a much different journey than the one she'd undertaken to reach England from Stuart. That had been silent, uncomfortable and grim, with her father and brothers avoiding talking to her, let alone showing any concern for her well-being or comfort. Once again she was forced to acknowledge that Alex was different from the males in her family. Perhaps she had married into a happier situation after all. Alex's hand suddenly went up and Mary glanced around to see Gerhard urging his horse up beside them. The man had been riding behind them since she'd awakened, his eyes on her husband every time she'd glanced his way. But then Alex had talked a little about his time on crusade that afternoon, and told her how the man had saved his life a time or two in Tunis, and looked out for him. He obviously looked up to the older man, and it appeared, despite their being back in England, Gerhard too still felt the need to look out for him. "Keep an eye out for a likely spot to camp," Alex said, once Gerhard reached them. "We are nearing the border, and I would rather spend this last night in England and cross the border tomorrow." Gerhard nodded. "I shall ride ahead and see what I can find." The soldier waited just long enough for Alex to nod his approval, and then headed off up the lane. "Gerhard was worried about you last night," Mary murmured as the other man disappeared around a bend in the path. "He must have come to the tent to check on you at least 20 times. He even offered to sit with you so I could rest." "There was no need for either of you to miss your sleep just to watch me snore the night away," he said gruffly. "Headwinds are tricky," Mary said firmly. "Someone had to watch over you." "Then you should have let Gerhard take half the night, so you both at least had some sleep." Mary snorted at the suggestion. "Oh, aye, as if I could sleep while worried about you. Besides, I'd have been lying right there beside you, and I'd ha' never managed to sleep with him sitting there watching anyway." "Aye, and he might have heard you snore too," Alex said solemnly. Mary turned a glare on her husband, but it became a reluctant smile when she saw the teasing glint in his eyes. In the next moment, she stifled the smile and said primly, "I hate to be the one to tell you, my laird, but if you're trying to be amusing, you're failing miserably." When he arched an eyebrow at that, she added, "The English are no kenned for their sense of humour." "Is that so?" he asked dryly. "Aye,
Everyone kens the English are all grumpy sods who walk around bemoaning everything and looking like they just buried their brother."
"What?" he asked with disbelief.
Mary shrugged. "Deny it if you will, but 'tis the truth. The English haven't a clue how to have a good time or enjoy life."
"Ha!" he barked with a laugh. "That sounds more like the Scots to me. They are the ones who are sour-faced, dour, and forever bemoaning. We English are renowned for our sense of humour."
"In your own minds, mayhap, but then the world kens you're all mad as well as dour," she said with a sniff, and raised her nose in the air in a superior attitude that was difficult to maintain when his jaw dropped at her sally.
"Why, you," he began, but stopped as Gerhard suddenly appeared on the lane before them.
"I found a spot not far ahead," the soldier said, by way of greeting as they reached him. "'Tis along the river, and large enough for our party."
"Good," Alex nodded. "Lead on." He waited until Gerhard had turned to lead the way to the spot he'd found before glancing down at Mary to say, "I shall punish you for insulting my countrymen later, wife." The sparkle in his eyes and promise in his voice sent a little shiver down Mary's back. The man wasn't talking about spanking her bare bottom. Their mock argument had been all teasing, and while he promised punishment, and it might include bare bottoms, she knew it would be a punishment that left her satisfied and smiling. They soon reached the spot Gerhard had found, and Alex dismounted and helped Mary down. After giving the area a quick appraisal, he nodded his approval and gave some orders, then took Mary's hand to lead her farther along the river in search of privacy. It was late afternoon and early yet, but the sky was overcast and threatening rain, so they were quick about their ablutions. The men were just finishing erecting the tent when they returned. While Alex helped the men finish all that needed doing, Mary immediately headed to the tent to help Una arrange things inside for the night. She'd just reached the tent flap when the first bit of rain began to spit down. Mary glanced back to see the men moving busily about, ignoring it. She grimaced, but ducked into the tent with a shrug. There was little anyone could do about rain. It fell when it fell, and they, like the birds and forest creatures, would just have to put up with it. She did spare a moment to feel bad for the men, though. The Stuart party had been plagued by rain twice on the journey to England from Scotland, but they'd had their greased plaids and had all bundled up in them against the weather. The Englishmen didn't have that, however. Fortunately, rain never fell very hard or lasted long in England. It was probably why it fell so frequently. This would pass soon enough, and then the men would merely have to contend with the damp, an ever-present issue here. "You look lovely by candlelight." Mary glanced up with surprise at her husband's words. They were inside the tent, a meal laid out before them. Despite the rain, the men had managed to catch some game. The moment the rain had stopped, they'd built a fire to roast it. However, when Mary had gone out to join them by the fire for the meal, Alex had pointed out that it looked as if it might rain yet again, and suggested they should eat in the tent. She had agreed at once. Now they sat on a fur next to their bed of furs, roast meat, cheese, bread, and wine laid out between them. "Thank you," she murmured, noting the way shadow and light danced across his face. Candlelight was common at the castle, but normally there were also a fire and torches about, helping to chase back the night. Here, there were just the 2 small candles she'd placed on the chest next to them to fight it off, and darkness was dancing with light, threatening to overwhelm it. It softened his features and added a glow to everything, and she would have liked to see him naked in this light, to watch the way the light would dance across his bare flesh, but knew that wasn't likely despite his promise earlier. After the wounds he'd taken last night, he would still be sore and wanting time to heal before indulging in anything as energetic as what her mind was thinking of. Why the frown? Mary glanced guiltily to her husband, but didn't tell him where her naughty mind had led her. Instead, she said, "I was just thinking of the incident in the clearing yesterday." That brought a slight frown to Alex's face as well, and she added quickly, "I didn't get the chance to ask you if you saw who pushed the boulder off the cliff." Oh. He shrugged and took a drink of his wine before muttering, Nay, all I saw was the boulder plummeting toward me. I tried to get out of the way, but... Alex grimaced at the remembered failure. Mary stared at him silently, her teeth nibbling thoughtfully at her lips. She wished she'd got a better look at the person. She had no idea why. It probably had just been a bandit who had happened on them, but... Eat, Alex said suddenly. Mary hesitated, but then let the matter go for now. She popped a bit of bread in her mouth and chewed it, her gaze shifting to her husband and eyebrows rising as she noted that while he'd ordered her to eat, he himself was not eating. Are you no hungry? She asked curiously once she'd chewed and swallowed her cheese. Aye, but my hunger can wait until after we eat, he said with a slow grin. Mary's eyes widened, and she felt a flush of colour claim her cheeks. So much for her thinking his arm and head must be paining him. Her gaze dropped, and she noted the bulge pressing insistently against the cloth between his crossed legs. His arm and shoulder might be paining him, but it didn't appear to affect his other parts. She swallowed the meat in her mouth and then quickly reached for her wine, downing some to help carry the meat down her suddenly dry throat as she contemplated the night ahead. Her contemplations were interrupted when a loud throat clearing drew her gaze to the tent flap. Come, Alex barked. He and Mary both then swiveled curiously to peer toward the tent flap as it lifted outward to reveal Gerhard. The soldier's gaze shifted briefly around the tent and then landed on Alex before he announced, Alan says there is a problem with the mare. Beauty? Mary asked with alarm, on her feet at once. Stay here and finish your meal, Alex said soothingly, getting up beside her. I shall check on her for you. Mary snorted at the very suggestion. Beauty was her baby. She'd been there in the stables when the mare had kicked her way out of her mother and into this world. It had been a difficult birth for both foal and mother, and there had been some question as to whether either would survive. Having just lost her mother, Mary hadn't been willing to accept such news from the stablemaster, and had gone down to the stables to help fight for both horses. When it had turned out the foal survived and was a female, Mary had claimed her for her own. She'd nursed her to strength, trained her, and hadn't gone anywhere without the animal since she'd aged enough to be a proper mount. If the mare was ailing, she would be there to nurse her through it again. Alex merely shook his head at her determination as she moved toward the tent flap and then followed her out. They were halfway across the damp campsite when one of the men by the fire hailed Gerhard. Go ahead, Alex suggested. Alan can tell us what's wrong. Alan went for a walk in the woods, Gerhard finished with a grimace, and Mary shook her head at the men's discomfort, with simply admitting a fellow needed to relieve himself. She knew it wasn't considered polite talk in front of ladies, but her own father and brothers had never troubled themselves to watch their speech in front of her, and it did seem silly getting so discomfited by a natural function. Forcing himself past the moment, Gerhard added, You should be able to see the problem for yourself, however. She has a small cut just here. He gestured toward his own shoulder. 'Tis not infected, but Alan wanted permission to put a salve on it to prevent the possibility of one settling in. Alex nodded. We shall find it. Nodding, Gerhard turned away to move toward the fire, and Mary and Alex continued on to where the horses were gathered together at the end of the clearing. As Gerhard had said, Beauty wasn't exactly ailing. She merely had a small cut on her withers on her right side. It was so small, in fact, that Mary and Alex had trouble finding it. Mary frowned when they did finally spot it. It was small, straight, and very thin. One could almost think it was from a blade rather than a branch, as it must have been. She was actually amazed that Alan had seen it, but was grateful at the same time. Animals were as prone to infection as people, and the injury had to be tended to prevent it. Some salve ought to do the trick, Alex murmured as they peered at the injury. Aye, Mary agreed, running a soothing hand along her mare's side. But I'd rather use me own. I'll fetch me medicinals and be right back. You shall return to the tent and find your salve and then wait for Godfrey to come fetch it from you, Alex countered firmly. But nothing, Alex interrupted firmly. 'Tis starting to rain again, and I'll not have you catching a chill. Alan can apply the salve as well as you. Just send it back with Godfrey. Mary made an irritated face, but turned to head back to the tent. She'd rather apply the salve herself, but it wasn't worth arguing over. The very fact that Alan, the fellow in charge of the horses for this journey, had spotted the tiny injury, suggested he was capable and caring of the animal's well-being. He could smear it on as well as she could. That didn't stop her from resenting her husband's ordering her about, however. What did was the fact that it grew out of his concern for her well-being. He hadn't just been ordering her about for ordering's sake, but was worried about her catching a chill in the rain, and she thought that was incredibly sweet. Mary wasn't used to others caring for her well-being. She was generally the one taking care of everyone else. It made for a nice change. The moment she reached the tent, Mary moved to the chest to retrieve her small cloth bag of medicinals. She had measured out what she felt would be needed, and was waiting a tad impatiently when Godfrey announced his arrival by coughing himself silly outside the tent flap. Worried by the deep, wet sound of the cough, Mary moved to the flap and flipped it up, but rather than hand the boy the salve, she dragged him inside. "My lord sent me." He paused to cough long and deep before finishing breathlessly. "For your salve." Mary bent to pick up a candle to get a better look at him, her mouth compressing when she saw the lack of colour to his face and the almost blue tinge to his lips. "You've caught a chill, and now have a chest complaint." Godfrey grimaced at her accusing tone, but shrugged wearily. "I am fine, my lady. A little sleep, and I shall be right as rain." "Oh, aye," she muttered dryly, and moved to reclaim her bag of medicinals, muttering, "And me husband was worried about me." "What was that?" Godfrey asked, and then burst into another round of coughing. Mary didn't bother answering, but chose several items from her bag and then glanced around briefly before bending to grab up the nearest mug of wine from the furs. She quickly mixed in a selection of herbs and plants and then handed it to the boy. "Drink," she ordered firmly. "'Twill taste absolutely vile, but will help strengthen you to fight this off." Godfrey started to shake his head, paused to bend forward as he was racked by another round of coughing, and then straightened and accepted the drink. He paused after barely a swallow and opened his mouth, but whatever protest he'd been about to make died on his lips as soon as he saw Mary's grimly determined expression. Giving in, he used the finger and thumb of his free hand to plug his nose and then stoically drank the liquid down. Mary relaxed and nodded her satisfaction once he was done, and took the mug back. "Now settle yourself in the corner there and try to sleep." "Oh, nay," he cried at once, backing toward the tent. "My lord sent me for salve for your mare. I'll take him the salve," Mary argued at once, turning to set the mug down and pick up the bit of salve she'd laid out on a piece of cloth. "But you shouldna be out in the rain ailing as you are, and you certainly canna sleep out there in it." "Well, I cannot sleep in here," he squawked as she straightened. "Aye, you can," she said firmly, and then took pity on his panic and said, "I will explain things to me husband, and he shall agree. Just—" Mary came to an abrupt halt as Godfrey, his face squinched up with panic, suddenly snatched the salve from her and fled the tent. "Well, hell," she muttered, moving to the flap to see him racing through the rain to the horses at the end of the camp. She wasn't at all used to being disobeyed, and simply watched with a scowl as he hurried to where Alex stood talking to Alan. The moment the boy had his lord's attention, he appeared to babble a string of words. She saw her husband's eyebrows go up, and then he reached out to press the back of his hand to Godfrey's head. The concern that suddenly claimed his features made her relax somewhat. Mary let the tent flap fall into place and moved back to the furs then. She was sure Alex would agree with her and insist the boy sleep in the tent with them. And once he marched Godfrey back here, She would give the lad hell for flouting her instruction and running off like that. No one at Sturt would have dared disobey her so, and she wasn't going to have it at Domesbury. The smooth running and very safety of the castle and its people depended on respect for their lord and lady, and obedience when they gave an order. Mary knew she was still considered a stranger, and would have to earn the respect, but she wasn't waiting for the obedience. She was pacing the tent, working herself into a bit of a lather as she silently practiced what she would say to the boy. Mary disliked reprimanding anyone, but especially anyone she liked, and she rather liked Godfrey. He seemed a good lad to her, well, except for this disobeying her business. Mary was glowering over that when the tent flap rustled, announcing someone's arrival. Hand tightening on the empty mug she still held, Mary turned expectantly, but her husband entered alone. "Where is Godfrey?" "I sent him to sleep." Mary scowled at this news. "I told him he was to sleep in here with—" "I know. He told me," Alex assured her with a faint smile. "But he did not seem comfortable with the prospect, so I ordered him to go sleep in the back of the wagon with Una." Mary's expression cleared at once. She'd quite forgotten Una telling her that the men had taken the tarp that covered the goods during the day and arranged it over the back of the wagon so that she had something of a tent of her own. Without their tent, and the chests in it, there should be enough room in the back of the wagon for both Una and Godfrey without the pair being uncomfortable. Realizing that Alex was awaiting her comment, she nodded and murmured, "That was a good idea." "He also confessed that he disobeyed you and rushed out to me after you had ordered him to lie down and sleep. I did not reprimand him," he said, and when Mary stiffened, added, "Your order countermanded mine." When Mary didn't hide her confusion, he reminded her, "I sent him to retrieve the salve from you. To obey you, he had to disobey me. To obey me, he had to disobey you." He was in a bit of a spot. "Oh, aye," Mary agreed as she realized the truth of his words. "I suppose the wagon is just as good as the tent. At least he's out of the rain." "Aye," he agreed, and caught her hand to draw her closer. "And not in here preventing me from doing this." Mary's eyes widened, and then drooped closed as he lowered his head and kissed her. The kiss started out sweet and questing, but soon turned passionate, and as she let the empty mug slip from her fingers and reached up to help her husband strip their clothes away, Mary thought that his arm and head must not bother him as much as she'd feared, and that it was indeed a good thing the lad wasn't in the tent with them. Chapter 9.
"Where do you want this?"
Mary straightened from laying out the last of the furs and glanced to Una. The maid had been snappy ever since rising that morning. Even finally crossing the border back into their homeland of Scotland hadn't brought her mood around, and Mary was getting tired of her surly behaviour. Her gaze shifted to the small cloth bag the woman held.
"Just set it on the chest there, please, Una,"
Mary answered, keeping her voice even and mellow. Her mouth tightened, however, and irritation got the better of her when the woman turned and tossed it carelessly on the chest. She snapped shortly,
"Be careful with those, Una. You know they hold my medicinals."
Una scowled at the mild reprimand, but moved to check on the contents of the bag, and Mary eyed her with exasperation.
"What is the matter with you today? You have been growling and snapping ever since you got up this morning. I didn't get a wink of sleep last night."
Mary's eyebrows rose slightly at this claim.
"Was the back of the wagon so hard? If so, mayhap you should take a couple of these furs for this eve then." "Nay, it wasna me back that was bothering me, but Godfrey's front,"
Una snarled. She set the bag back on the chest with a little plunk.
"Was he snoring?"
Mary asked, trying to get to the bottom of the matter.
"Or was it his coughing?" "Nay, it wasna his coughing, though he did a fair bit of that too," she said dryly.
Mary clucked with exasperation and propped her hands on her hips.
"Well, spit it out, woman. You've been in a foul temper all day, and I would ken why." "Because I spent the first part of the night fighting off Godfrey rather than sleeping,
And then, when I finally got free of the lad, I crawled under the wagon to try to sleep there, but couldna, because 'twas damp and cold. O' course I'm testy.
Mary's hands dropped from her hips, her eyes going wide with amazement. Fightin' off Godfrey?
Aye,
Una scowled and then explained in a low growl.
The little bastard was as randy as a goat, and he understood the word nay about as well as 1, 2. If he were no so foul with drink, I'd a no got away.
What? Mary asked with shock.
But he was ill last night. 'Tis why Alex had him sleep in the wagon. He wasna so ill he couldna muster the sword between his legs and try to make himself a man.
She paused and bit her lip and then admitted.
He's well built in that area, by the way. The boy carries a claymore between his legs as compared to most men's short sword, though I damned near snapped it off last night.
Mary bit her lip at this news, but then shook her head.
Godfrey seems so sweet. I cannot understand. Oh, I know.
Una shook her head.
I couldna credit it either. 'Tis no like him at all. The boy's as shy as a bird around me and every other female. And after I got thinking about it today, I wonder if he wasna out of his head with fever. Though he didna seem that hot to me,
she said, and then offered.
It could have been a mild fever combined with the drink.
The drink? Mary asked with surprise.
Aye, I could smell wine on him.
Mary shook her head. I am sure the only drink Alex brought was a couple of bottles of wine. They were to be a gift for his sister, but he opened one last night and... She stilled and then said, I gave Godfrey a tonic mixed in wine last night. I didna hae anything else at the time, but 'twas only half a mug. Surely that little bit of wine wouldna affect him in such a way. Una shrugged.
Something affected him. He was slurring his words and clumsy as an ox, but hard and wanting despite all that.
She grimaced.
He definitely wasn't himself, that is certain.
Mary was frowning over this when one of the men came to tell them that sup was ready if they wished to join the others. She murmured a word of thanks and followed Una out of the tent, her mind taken up with Godfrey. It was hard to imagine the lad behaving so badly, but she was sure Una wouldn't lie about something like that. Mary just didn't know what to think. Alex stood to greet her with a kiss on the cheek as she reached the fire. Mary managed a distracted smile, but her gaze was searching for the boy who was on her mind. Where is Godfrey? I sent him to lie down in the wagon when we stopped. He seems worse today than he was yesterday and needs his sleep. Mary noted the concern on her husband's face and knew the boy must be feeling poorly. She hesitated briefly and then said, Mayhap I should check on him. After you eat, Alex said firmly. I want you to take care of yourself so that you do not fall ill, too. Mary nodded and settled to sit beside her husband. Had Una not just finished telling her what the boy had got up to last night, she might have insisted on going to check on him before she ate, but now, well, frankly, she was a bit uncomfortable and embarrassed for the lad and unsure what she would say to him. The meal seemed to pass quickly. Once done, she excused herself to go look in on the boy. She was desperately hoping that the lad would be sound asleep, and there would be no need for her to take him to task for his reported behaviour. She would have to talk to him eventually, but wasn't looking forward to the task and wouldn't mind putting off the chore. However, when she peered into the tarp to find that Godfrey wasn't asleep there, she was more concerned than relieved. Mary turned back to glance toward the men around the fire, and then she stilled and looked back to the wagon as a soft cough sounded behind her. Still, the wagon was empty. Mary was about to turn away again when there was another cough. This time she recognized that the sound came not from the wagon itself, but from under it. She knelt at once, her eyebrows flying up when she saw Godfrey all curled up under the cart, shivering in a thin blanket. Godfrey, what are you doing under there? She asked with dismay. You canna sleep on the damp ground. You'll just make yourself more ill. A small grunt emitted from the depth of the blanket, and then Godfrey unbundled enough to peer out at her. Mary saw the shame on his face and felt sympathy slide through her before he'd even spoken. He looked as if he'd got caught doing something terribly naughty, and was embarrassed by it.
"I am fine here, my lady,"
he assured her, and her concern deepened at the sound of his voice. The boy generally had a pleasant voice, but at the moment it was a bare growl that spoke of a throat so sore he was like to lose the ability to speak altogether soon.
"The wagon shall keep the rain off of me, and—"
"That willna do, Godfrey," she said solemnly.
"You must come out of there and get in the wagon. You need to tend to your cold ere it tends to you."
A moment of silence passed, and then Godfrey whispered,
"I cannot."
"You canna what?" she asked, and then, concern claiming her, crouched to crawl under the wagon with him. Feeling his forehead, she noted the heat pouring off his head and asked,
"Are you too weak to move? Shall I call for one of the men to—"
"Nay, my lady," he said quickly. "I could not possibly sleep in the wagon tonight. Una would surely kill me in my sleep for my behaviour last night."
Mary hesitated, but then, despite already having heard it from Una, asked,
"And what did you do last night?"
He paused, and even from that distance, and in the dimness cast by the shadow of the wagon, she saw him swallow unhappily before he gathered himself together enough to say,
"I only vaguely recollect it, but I fear I may have tried to force her to—"
The words died, and he bowed his head in shame and merely shook his head, unable even to speak the words aloud. Mary bit her lip at the dejected and self-disgusted air about the boy, and then quietly asked,
"What were you thinking, lad?"
"I was not thinking at all,"
he admitted on an unhappy sigh.
"Else I never would have. Truly, my lady, I do not know what came over me.
He shook his head helplessly, and then fell silent, misery plain on his face. Mary tried to think of something to say to smooth the situation over, but truly she was at a loss. And then Godfrey suddenly glanced up to say,
"Would you tell Una how sorry I am? Truly, I would never have treated us so had I been in my right mind."
Mary hesitated, tempted to take the burden from him, but then said,
"I think 'twould be better did you tell her yourself."
Panic immediately wreathed his face, and he shook his head a bit wildly.
"She must hate the very sight of me now."
Mary felt her heart melt with sympathy and said,
"Nay, she kens you were ill, and will most likely accept your apology."
I will,"
Una said, and they both glanced to the side to see the maid crouched beside the wagon. It seemed obvious she'd been there a while.
"I saw you head o'er here to talk to the boy and thought I'd best make sure you were all right,"
her maid explained.
"If the lad was out of his head again and foolish enough to attack you, the laird would surely break his scrawny neck." "Una, I am so sorry,"
Godfrey began earnestly, but the maid waved him to silence.
"I heard everything, and I'll forgive you this time. You may even sleep in the wagon tonight, but you'd best nae try anything, or you're like to lose that claymore you keep hidden in your braes."
Godfrey flushed with embarrassment, and Mary bit her lip to keep from laughing. It was hard to imagine he'd attacked Una as he had, when he could not even discuss the act or handle references to his body parts without acting like the embarrassed virgin he probably was. The whole thing was just beyond understanding, really. She'd have bet her life that Godfrey was the last male in her husband's ranks who would have attacked a woman. This just didn't make sense. Obviously, Una was of the same mind, else she'd have not been so forgiving.
"Come along,"
Mary said.
"Let us get you off this damp earth and in the wagon."
"Aye, my lady,"
he whispered, and unrolled to crawl out from under the wagon, dragging his tattered blanket with him. Mary bit her lip at the sad state of the article as he straightened next to the wagon and then glanced to Una. Before she could speak, the woman assured her,
"There are furs and a couple of blankets in the wagon. He will be fine."
Mary nodded, but then asked,
"Are you sure? You could sleep in the tent with Alex and me if you—"
"Oh, aye, he'd like that,"
Una interrupted dryly, even as Godfrey groaned his mortification. She spared him a glance and then shook her head.
"Nay, he seems fine. His eyes are clear and he isna slurring like he was last night."
Mary raised her eyebrows. But before she could comment or ask about the clear-eyed business, she noted Alex moving toward her and narrowed her eyes at the slight stagger to his step. Una followed her gaze and commented dryly, "Your husband, on the other hand, doesna look clear-eyed at all. You'd best get him to his bed ere he falls over and sleeps where he stands." Mary's gaze instinctively lifted to Alex's face then, and she stilled as she saw that there was something odd about his eyes. It looked more to her as if the blacks of his eyes had grown to take up most of the space, so that the blue was just a thin line around it. "Husband," she began with concern, but that was as far as she got. The rest of her words were lost in a gasp as he reached her and suddenly scooped her up into his arms. Mary grabbed at his shoulders, afraid she'd be dropped, or that they'd fall before she was safely back on the ground. Her husband wasn't exactly steady on his feet at the moment. Her gaze shifted over his eyes as he walked, and she again found her concern growing as she took in the way the black had overtaken the clear, bright blue of his eyes. For the first 3 weeks of their marriage, Mary had pretty much avoided looking straight at her husband. Instead, she'd mostly watched him out of the corner of her eye, looking for signs of drunkenness, his missing something he reached for, or stumbling in his step. Now she wished she'd looked at his face more, specifically his eyes, so that she would know if this strange dilation of the black centers had ever occurred during the day when he always appeared sober, or if it only coincided with each time he'd appeared drunk to her. It was an important point. Alcohol did not cause this reaction, and she didn't know of an illness that did either. But Mary did know that some herbs and tonics could cause it. Alex bent slightly to carry her into the tent, and suddenly overbalanced and careened forward, stumbling several steps. Mary groaned and squeezed her eyes closed, sure she was in for it, for she was the one who would hit the ground first with his weight crushing her afterward. However, Alex managed to regain his footing after several steps, and she released a small breath of relief and opened her eyes once more as he carried her to the bed of furs. Much to her relief, he set her on her feet then. Mary immediately turned to face him. She was eager to find out just how he was feeling and try to sort out what had caused the dark of his eyes to grow and might have brought about the symptoms she until now had thought were signs of drunkenness. But she'd barely opened her mouth to ask her first question when his lips covered hers. She tried to turn her head away, but he would not be denied, and his mouth stayed fastened to hers like a leech, his tongue slipping out to anchor it. Mary raised her hands to his chest to try to end the kiss and ask her questions, but it was like trying to move a mountain. There was absolutely no give under the pressure she exerted, and then she became aware that while he was unmoving, his hands were not. They first cupped her bottom through the skirt of her dress, raising her up to press against the demanding hardness between his legs as he kissed her. Holding her in place with one hand, he then moved the other to first one breast and then the other, squeezing and kneading eagerly through the cloth of her gown. In the next moment, Alex had eased her back to the ground and was tugging at her dress, impatient to remove the obstruction. Mary found it all rather overwhelming, almost frightening. His tongue filled her mouth so completely she feared she might choke on it, and his behaviour was more of an all-out attack than the sensual assault she was used to from him. Apparently, frustrated by the trouble her gown was giving him, Alex finally tore his mouth from hers to get a look at the matter, and Mary sucked in some much-needed air. She then caught at his hands and gasped, "Husband, please!" Her plea fell on deaf ears. Alex didn't even acknowledge it, and her fear turned to anger as a ripping sound filled the air and her gown dropped away, leaving her in only her chemise. Mary didn't even think about what she was doing. She just suddenly balled up her fist and ploughed it into her husband's face. That got his attention, and he turned a shocked face to meet her gaze. Mary immediately noted that besides being dilated, His eyes were slightly glazed now. "Alex," she asked with concern, some of her anger dropping away. "What's wrong? What is happening?" He gave his head a shake like someone trying to awake from a dream and then pulled her into his arms. "I need you, Mary, now." "All right," she said soothingly, trying to ease the tight hold he had on her. Mary could hardly get air into her lungs. He was squeezing her so close. She'd never seen him like this. She'd never seen anyone like this, but it seemed obvious to her that he was not himself. "'Tis all right." She was trying to soothe him, but Alex took that for permission, though she didn't realize it until he growled, "Oh, thank God," by her ear, and suddenly carried her down to the ground. Mary stiffened in surprise and raised her hands to try to push him away again, but he was already gone, raising himself to kneel before her and begin tearing at his own clothes. "Husband, you need to stop and think," she said anxiously, sitting up on the furs. "Something is wrong. You're acting like a madman." "Aye," he growled, tearing his tunic off over his head and tossing it aside. "'Tis what you do to me. You are making me crazy." "Nay," she said quickly as he began to work at the ties of his brace. "I think you may have been given something. You're no right in the head at the moment. Her words ended on a gasp as he got his brace untied, let them drop to his knees, and then suddenly pushed her back on the furs. In the next heartbeat, he'd fallen on her like a starving man on a feast. His mouth was on hers, silencing her again, and his hands were everywhere even as he tried to slide his leg between hers and force them apart. But knowing she wasn't ready for him and afraid he would hurt her, Mary fought him. She hooked her ankles around each other to keep her thighs tightly closed and twisted half onto her side beneath him so that, short of forcing her, he could not do what he wished. Apparently, he wasn't so far gone he was willing to force her. After a brief struggle, Alex lifted his head, freeing her mouth again to say, "Please, Mary." "I'm no ready, you'll hurt me," she cried, desperate to get the words out before he renewed his attack. Alex froze at once and raised himself up slightly to peer at her. Mary knew there was fear in her eyes and suspected that more than anything reached through whatever madness was claiming him. They were still for a moment, both panting slightly as they stared at each other, and then she saw Alex's mouth tighten. At first, she feared he was about to renew his assault, and he did, but not as she'd expected. He took a deep breath, held it briefly, and then let it out as his mouth descended again. This time, however, he had more control over himself. His mouth on hers was firm and demanding, but not desperate and overwhelming as it had been. Despite herself, Mary felt herself slowly respond, a warm tingling running the length of her body and gradually warming her. The moment she relaxed a bit beneath him with relief at this new approach, Alex drew his mouth away and began to slide it across her cheek and down her neck. When he reached the neckline of her shift, he didn't pause but simply kept going, his lips travelling across the cloth until it found and closed over one nipple, suckling on it through the material until the chemise was damp. "Oh," Mary breathed, with surprise as his tongue moved the damp material across her nipple, sending excitement shivering through her. Her hands moved to cup his shoulders rather than push at them as he did this, and her eyes drifted closed only to pop open again at the sound of rending material. It wasn't until he suddenly lifted his head out of the way that she realized he'd caught her chemise by the hem and was tearing it up the centre. Knowing it was too late to save the undertunic now, Mary bit her lip on the protest that tried to get out and lay still as he finished the task and pushed the two halves aside. She now lay bared to his view. His gaze slid over her pale skin and then to her face. Alex took in her weary expression and then renewed his assault, but it was nothing like that first one. The possibility that he would hurt her had got through whatever madness had claimed him, and while he still appeared focused on one goal, that goal had changed slightly. His determination now all appeared to be on rousing her passions. Despite the frightening start, it took very little effort for him to do that. Mary soon found herself moaning and writhing beneath the magic of his fingers and mouth. It was only moments later when he thrust himself into her, but she welcomed him with a cry that had nothing to do with fear or pain and everything to do with pleasure. Unfortunately, he'd barely sheathed himself inside her warm body when Alex went stiff and spilled his seed. When he then collapsed on top of her with a groan, Mary's breath left her on a disappointed exhalation. It did seem incredibly unfair that he finally took the time to get her all wound up and then left her feeling... Well, actually, she was frustrated, Mary acknowledged unhappily and wiggled beneath him, wishing he'd get off her so that she could breathe. Alex murmured something she didn't quite catch and thrust his hips reflexively. She stilled at once as she realized that he was still hard, or hard again. She wasn't sure which, but didn't think it was normal. The night they'd consummated the wedding, he'd recovered himself and taken her back to the realms of pleasure a good 5 or 6 times, but there had been some time between each recovery. Mary immediately forgot her frustration and started thinking about his dilated eyes and the possibility of his having ingested something that was affecting him this way. "Husband," she whispered, trying to turn her head to see his face, but it was buried in her neck and not visible to her at the moment. Still, she asked, "Husband, did you drink or eat anything unusual this eve?" Alex remained still for a moment and then levered himself up on his arms, only to pause as the movement made him shift deeper inside her. The action sent a shaft of pleasure shooting through her, and judging by the expression on his face, through him too. Mary held her breath and merely stared up at him as the shock waves of pleasure shivered through her. Just as they began to ease, Alex withdrew slightly and thrust back into her again. Mary had been about to repeat her question, but instead, a groan slid from her lips and she grabbed at his upper arms, holding on as her body instinctively arched into the move. "Husband," she gasped, trying to keep her body still when it wanted nothing more than to wrap itself around him and urge him on. "We need to—" "Aye," he growled and thrust again, this time with more vigor. "Oh God," Mary gasped, and couldn't keep her knees from rising on either side of his hips so that she could angle herself to accept him more deeply. "We need to talk about— Oh God," she whimpered as he drove in once more, this time angling himself so that he rubbed against the nub of her excitement with the action. "Later," he growled, withdrawing enough to plunge forth again. "Later," Mary agreed on a groan, giving up the battle. It would be all right, she assured herself as he shifted to his knees, caught her hips, and began to thrust himself into her with deep, steady thrusts that soon left her unable to talk at all. If he was suffering under the effects of a drug or tonic, it didn't appear to be hurting him really. At least, not that she could tell. She could ask her questions later, Mary decided, clasping his hips and arching herself into him as her ability to think gave way altogether. Alex eased away from Mary, trying not to disturb her any more than necessary. She might not be asleep, but he wouldn't be surprised if she was and didn't wish to wake her if that was the case. He'd kept her up all night with his needs, taking her again and again, collapsing with satisfaction and exhaustion, only to find himself unable to keep from reaching for her once more. It had been like a madness, one he'd barely had control of. In fact, at first, he hadn't had control at all, Alex admitted to himself unhappily. He could still recall her struggles, hear her cry of, "I'm no ready, you'll hurt me," and see the fear that had been on her face then. It was that fear that had helped snap him back to some semblance of sanity. It had been the only thing to help him leash in the all-consuming need that had driven him. Alex had never in his life experienced such an overwhelming hunger. He'd been mindless with it until that point, his entire focus only on sinking himself deep in her body and driving into her until the need ravaging him had been eased. The fear on her face, however, had helped him gain enough control to take at least a few moments to stir her passions too. Alex had held out as long as he could, but feared she'd been only mildly excited by the time he'd claimed her. He, however, had exploded the moment her moist heat had closed around him. It hadn't been satisfying for either of them, though, and what was worse, the moment she'd moved beneath him, his hunger had reared again, returning almost fully blown. It wasn't natural, Alex thought now, his mouth going flat. And even worse, that unnatural hunger had reared inside him again and again through the night, giving neither of them rest, until now, he thought wearily as he shifted off the furs and began to feel around for his clothes. Now, finally, as night came to a close, his body had decided it had had enough, and would not trouble him again with needs neither he nor his poor wife had the energy to meet. That was truly a relief, Alex decided, giving up on finding his clothes in the dark and moving across the tent floor on his knees until he bumped into the chest where he knew a candle and flint waited. With a little effort and a few soft curses, he managed to light the candle. Alex then turned, his eyes searching out his wife. Mary lay crumpled among the furs where he'd set her, skin pale but for the bruises under her closed eyes. She looked completely and utterly spent, and he mentally kicked himself for using her so hard through the night. Not that he hadn't given her pleasure. Alex knew he had, but he'd also been relentless and demanding. Blowing out a breath, he forced his eyes away from Mary and began to look for his braes. All he really wanted to do was curl up beside his wife and sleep for a week to make up for the energy expended this night, but his body, once again, cared little for what he wanted. It wanted to be emptied, and he knew he wouldn't rest until he'd relieved himself. Spotting his braes, Alex moved to collect and don them. He considered donning his tunic as well, but then decided to save the energy and left it to head out of the tent. His eyes slid over the dark camp as he moved around the tent, noting that everyone was still sound asleep and all appeared well. Eager to get back to the tent, and he hoped, manage at least a little bit of sleep before the sun rose, he was quick about his business. Alex had just finished and was tucking himself back into his braes when the snap of a twig behind him made him stiffen and start to turn. That start was all he managed before pain suddenly burst in his head. It was such an all-encompassing explosion of agony that he wasn't even aware of falling to the ground as unconsciousness claimed him. Chapter 10. Mary was exhausted, and every single muscle in her body ached. That was her first assessment of things when she woke up. Not that she was sure she'd slept. She'd closed her eyes briefly, too tired to move after the last time Alex had bedded her, but she'd been aware of him stirring and listened to the rustle of his moving about while she lay completely supine. It was possible she'd fallen asleep briefly to those sounds, but not very deeply, and the sudden silence in the tent was enough to stir her back to wakefulness. Now she forced her eyes open and ignored their gritty, irritated state. For one moment Mary was actually relieved to find her husband gone. While he'd been insatiable on the night they'd consummated the wedding, at least then she'd managed to snatch bits of sleep between each bout, recovering a little before he'd woken her with passionate kisses and caresses. This night he'd offered her no quarter. Alex had spilled himself into her repeatedly. Each time he had, she'd thought she might now rest, only to have his hands and mouth begin to wander and stoke her fire once more. Her husband had been so relentless, Mary had actually begun to wonder if one might die from such a persistent pursuit of pleasure. And at one point, her heart pounding furiously and feeling faint, she'd worried that he was about to do just that and drive her to the point that her heart might give out. Fortunately, she'd survived, but knew she would pay today with exhaustion and sore muscles. She ached in places she'd never really thought there were muscles. Slowly becoming aware of a need to relieve herself, Mary forced herself to sit up. It seemed she would not get any rest at all this night, for she had no doubt that was the reason for her husband's absence too. There was little else he could be doing at this hour. However, if things continued as they had been going, she feared he would reach for her the moment he returned. A low, self-mocking laugh slipped from her lips as she realized her thoughts suggested she hadn't enjoyed the night's endeavors. If she tried to claim that, it would be a bald-faced lie. She had enjoyed it, immensely, but it had taught her that there truly could be too much of a good thing, and she was in desperate need of sleep and recovery time. Mary forced herself to her feet, grimacing as some of her aches and pains intensified. She simply stood there, looking around. A candle flickered where it sat on the chest, and she vaguely recalled the sound of Alex cursing and muttering as he worked to light it moments ago. She was grateful for it as she peered at the ruined remains of her gown and chemise where they lay next to her husband's tunic. The clothes she'd worn that day were as good as rags now, she thought with a grimace, and then glanced to the chest once more. Mary briefly considered going to the trouble of moving the candle and her medicinal bag to dig through the chest's contents for a fresh, intact gown, but it seemed like much too much effort at that point, so she bent to snatch up Alex's tunic instead and quickly tugged that on. It fell to her knees, not quite respectable, but covering all the important bits, so she decided it would do, and made her way to the tent flap. One glance outside brought an immediate scowl to her lips. The sky was already lightening with the approaching dawn. Whether her husband reached for her or not when he returned, she wasn't likely to get any sleep at all this night. Mary glanced around the camp itself at the thought of her husband. It was still rather dark. All she could make out were the shapes of sleeping men. There was no sign of anyone walking around as her husband would be. It simply reinforced her suspicion that he'd had a need to relieve himself too. Very aware of the skimpy nature of her present dress, she slipped quickly from the cover of the tent. Her nose wrinkled at the feel of dew-damp grass beneath her bare feet as she hurried around the side, but she rushed on, eager to reach the privacy offered at the back of the tent. She came to an abrupt halt, however, when she stepped behind the tent and found it empty. Alex wasn't here. Mary glanced back the way she'd come, wondering where he'd got himself to, but then shrugged the matter away. She really did have a desperate need to relieve herself. She would worry about him once she'd accomplished that, Mary soothed her conscience as she found a likely spot and set about the task. Of course, once she was tending the matter, and it became less urgent, her thoughts returned to her husband. Perhaps he'd gone to hunt up something to cook over the fire for them to take to eat at the nooning hour, she thought, and then shook her head at the possibility. Nay. She was presently wearing his tunic, which meant he was dressed only in his brays. He would hardly go hunting in naught but his brays, she thought, as she finished the task that had brought her out. Then perhaps he's gone down to the river to clean up, her mind offered. Or perhaps Mary's thoughts froze. Indeed, she too froze in the act of straightening as she became aware of a constant, steady rustling coming from the woods to her left. The sound had been there when she'd first come back here, but she'd been so distracted with her body's needs she hadn't paid it much attention. Now that she was done and feeling better, it suddenly came to the forefront of her mind, however, and she peered in that direction, trying to sort out what the sound could be. It wasn't the usual crackle of undergrowth that sounded the approach or fleeing of small wildlife, but a steady, heavy rustle as if something weighty was being dragged across the forest floor. Oddly enough, the moment Mary had that thought, she envisioned her unconscious husband being dragged through the underbrush and dragged away from her, since she was sure the sound had grown fainter since her arrival and was continuing to do so now with every passing heartbeat. Mary tried to push that image away, but it was stubborn and stuck with her until she finally could not help but follow the sound to its source and reassure herself that it wasn't what her mind had suggested. She moved slowly at first, approaching the woods behind and to the side of the tent with a bit of caution. But when Mary reached the point where the clearing ended and the underbrush began, she found the waist-high weeds and grass pressed almost flat as if something had indeed been dragged over it. Her heart immediately leapt into her throat, and she began to move more swiftly. Whatever it was she was following was moving much more slowly than she, and Mary soon gained ground, the sounds ahead of her growing louder. She then found herself trying to move more carefully, not wishing to make too much noise and announce her approach. If what she was following truly was her husband being dragged through the woods, she doubted it would be good to run right into his attackers without at least some sort of plan. In fact, the closer she got to her quarry, the more Mary began to think that she should have gone and roused the men for help. What was she going to do if her husband was being dragged off by someone? "You'll think of something," she muttered to herself, and knew she would. Mary had always been a bright girl. In fact, her mind was the one thing about herself she did have great faith in. Still, she set her mind to coming up with that something as she continued forward. She was so distracted with considering and discarding idea after idea that she did actually literally stumble upon the attackers, or at least upon her husband. She knew she was close, but it was only when she tripped on his feet and stumbled forward to crash down across his legs that Mary realized just how close. "Husband!" she gasped with surprise. A soft curse sounded over her head, and then the man or men dragging him immediately released their hold on his hands and began to crash away through the woods. Mary pushed herself up off her husband to glance after them, but she was too slow and it was too dark in the woods. All she could make out were the dark shapes of trees and bushes surrounding them. Whoever had been dragging her husband away from camp had disappeared. A groan from Alex drew her gaze back to her husband, and Mary shifted next to him again, finding his head by feel in the dark. "Husband?" she whispered, running her fingers gently over his face and hair until a groan of pain and the feel of something warm and sticky made her stop. "Blood," Mary muttered unhappily, wishing she had a candle or torch and could better see the wound. "Mary," Alex growled, his voice sounding alarmingly weak to her. "Aye, can you stand?" she asked. Getting him back to the safety of camp was her main concern. Her arrival had obviously startled and scared off his attackers, but they could always come back, and might very well do so did they realize she was by herself. Besides, Mary could not take care of his head wound in the dark. She wanted to get him back to the safety of the tent as well as the candlelight it offered so that she could tend his injury. "Stand," Alex echoed, and concern rose up in her at the vague sound to his voice. "Aye," Mary said grimly, and hooked her arm under his to help him sit up. "Come, we had to get back to the tent, husband." "Aye, the tent," he muttered, and with her help managed to get to his feet. But Mary was taking most of his weight, and it was hard work. She could tell he wouldn't be able to stay on his feet long and just hoped it would be long enough. There were several times Alex stumbled, and Mary was positive they would fall, and she wouldn't be able to get him back up, but they did make it in the end. The candle was still burning brightly when they staggered into the tent. Mary was a bit breathless, and her arm and leg muscles were trembling from the night's activities as they staggered to the bed of furs. "Here," she said breathlessly, pausing beside the pallet. "Lie down and—" Her words died on a murmur of concern as Alex just suddenly collapsed. It seemed obvious that determination alone had got him back here, and he didn't have a lick of energy left. Mary wasn't surprised. She was done in herself, and wouldn't have minded collapsing as well, but couldn't afford the luxury. Fortunately, Alex had dropped across the furs so that he lay on them diagonally. That was good enough for her. While she'd prefer he be on them properly, she wasn't going to force him to further exertion to get on the furs the right way, and didn't have the energy to try to move him around herself. Leaving him where he was, Mary moved to the chest to collect her bag of medicinals as well as the candle, and then returned to kneel beside him so that she could examine his head wound. While there was blood, she was relieved to note that the injury itself didn't look too deep or damaging. It was the second injury he'd taken to his head in a matter of days, however, so her relief wasn't complete. Mary quickly tended the injury, cleaning it up and then placing a bit of clean cloth over it to act as a temporary bandage. She then sat back and simply peered at her husband. He appeared to be either sleeping or unconscious. Since he hadn't made a sound while she'd cleaned the head wound, she suspected he was unconscious, but did give his arm a little shake and whisper his name in the hopes of stirring him if he was only sleeping. She needed to know exactly what had happened and if he'd seen who had attacked him. Unfortunately, her efforts were for naught. He was definitely unconscious. She sat back on her haunches and merely stared at him, her mind now running through the different strands of information floating about inside her head. There were now 3 things to consider. Her husband had been attacked tonight and dragged away. Where his attacker was dragging him to and why was unknown, but she doubted it had been for a good purpose. And then there was the previous incident. It might have been another attempt to knock him out and drag him off, as had apparently happened tonight, but it could have killed him. But then there was the matter of his dilated eyes and drunk-like symptoms tonight. He'd been drugged, she was sure of that, and suspected it wasn't the first time. Recalling all those nights that she'd thought him drunk since their marriage, she now suspected he had instead been drugged. Mary took a moment to feel guilty for thinking so poorly of the man, but then pushed that aside. She could feel her remorse and apologized to her husband for it later. Right now, she needed to get to the bottom of things. She needed to figure out what he'd been given and why. There were several things she knew of that might have caused the dilated eyes, and several other things that might have had the same effect as alcohol and made him appear drunk, but there were probably a lot more that she didn't know of. It would help if she understood what the drug he'd been given had been meant to do. Obviously, it hadn't been meant to kill him, for surely after more than 3 weeks, he would be dead from it. Yet the only symptom he'd displayed was the drunkenness. Well, that, and he had been terribly randy tonight, she acknowledged. Mary suspected that was a side effect of whatever drug or tonic he'd been given as well. It just hadn't been natural. Last night had felt completely different from their passionate moments at the waterfall and the night before in their tent. Then he'd been passionate and excited, but slow and gentle. Last night he'd been almost mad with need and had taken her repeatedly, as he had on the night before this trip, when they'd consummated their marriage. But even that night, he hadn't been as desperate and almost frightening as this night. He'd been like a man possessed tonight. But it made no sense that someone would drug her husband to make him want to bed her. And how did that tie into these attacks when he was knocked out? A throat clearing behind her made Mary pause and glance toward the tent flap. The sun had obviously risen, for she could make out the shadow of someone standing outside the flap, and now that she wasn't lost in her thoughts, she could hear movement and voices coming from outside. Everyone was up, and probably wondering when they would set off, she realized. Standing, she moved to the tent flap and pushed it out and up to find Gerhard standing outside. "Oh, good. I did not wish to wake you, but... Oh!" He paused abruptly, the look of relief that had crossed his face when she'd first appeared, switching to discomfort and even embarrassment as he glanced over her dress. It was only then that Mary recalled that she was still wearing naught but Alex's tunic. She felt herself flush and instinctively let the flap fall back into place, hiding her. Whirling from the flap, she then rushed to her chest, shouting, "I'll be just a moment! Don't go away!" Aye, my lady." Gerhard's voice came muffled through the flap, and then was followed by, "Actually, I just wish to speak to Lord Domsbury. Is he already up and about?" He is not in the clearing. Did he perhaps go—"
"He's here,"
Mary interrupted as she threw open the lid of the chest and quickly dug out the first gown that came to hand. "Here?" Gerhard asked, and she could hear the uncertainty in his voice, and knew he was wondering why her husband had not gone to the flap rather than she. Then he cleared his throat and said more loudly, "My lord, the men are all up and wondering if we should break camp. What shall I tell them?" Mary made a face, but merely dragged off her husband's tunic and swiftly pulled a chemise on over her head. The gown she'd grabbed followed quickly, and she moved back toward the flap as she tugged it into place. "My lord? Oh!" Gerhard blinked and stepped back as Mary threw the flap up again. He opened his mouth to speak again, but whatever he said died on a startled gasp when she grabbed him by the arm and dragged him into the tent. "My lady, what?" The question died in his throat as she pulled him to the bed of furs and his eyes landed on Alex. "What in hell is going on?" He was on his knees beside his lord at once, reaching to remove the cloth she'd covered Alex's head wound with. "What happened?" Gerhard asked with dismay as he saw the bit of blood on the cloth. It was the only evidence there was. The new wound was barely visible through the thick strands of Alex's blonde hair. "Is this from the other day? Did it open up again? What?"
"Nay,"
Mary interrupted.
"'Tis from last night. This morning, really, I suppose. It happened only little more than an hour ago."
Gerhard turned hard eyes on her. "What did you do to him?"
"Me?"
Her eyes widened with amazement, and she shook her head as she struggled with the anger that quickly followed.
"I didna do this to him. Alex left the tent and I think someone hit him over the head and tried to drag him off. I stumbled upon them some distance away in the bushes, and me appearance was enough to startle them off. He was semi-conscious then, and between the two of us, we managed to get him back here, but he blacked out as soon as he hit the furs."
Much to her relief, he seemed to accept her word. At least the accusation left his expression, and he relaxed, and then muttered, "Damned Scottish bandits." When Mary started to shake her head, he suddenly flushed and said, "Sorry, my lady. 'Tis probably English bandits. We are still close to the border." She clucked her tongue impatiently at the apology. She hadn't been offended at the accusation of Scottish bandits, and there had been no need for him to apologize. "I dinna think 'tis bandits at all. Not this time, and not last time." "Last time?" he asked with surprise, and then relaxed. "Oh, you mean the boulder by the waterfall? Alex said he thought 'twas probably an accident, or possibly a bandit thinking he'd found an easy target, but he saw no one near the boulder." Mary clucked with impatience. "Well, I did see someone up there, and I am sure 'twas no accident." "Who did you see?" Gerhard asked at once. She scowled at the question. "I am no sure." "Was it a Scot or Englishman? The clothing should have told you that much," he pointed out. "I dinna ken," she admitted unhappily. "I just caught a glimpse of a figure moving away, but I did hear a grinding sound before I saw the boulder falling toward Alex. So did he. 'Tis what saved his life. It made him look up, see the boulder coming, and try to get out of the way, else it would have hit him flat on the head." Gerhard glanced to Alex at this news and admitted, "He did not mention that to me, and so I thought—" When he cut himself off sharply, she glowered and said, "So you thought I was just a panicky female. Well, this morning's events should prove otherwise." Mary was silent for a moment and then added, "It also makes me doubt 'twas just a bandit." Gerhard raised an eyebrow in question, and she gestured to Alex. "The man is wearing naught but his braes. There's nothing to rob him of, and why would a bandit be dragging him off through the woods?" The soldier glanced back to Alex, his brow knitted with concern. "If what you said is true, and the first time was not an accident either, then—" "There is more," Mary said before he could continue. "More?" he asked with alarm. "Aye." Mary peered down at her husband and then admitted, "I think someone's been dosing him with something." "Dosing him?" Gerhard squawked. "What?"
Surely you noticed that he was not well most nights back at Domsbury. He was clumsy and slurring his words and so on.
Aye. He even complained of it to me. He thought mayhap someone was dosing him then, Gerhard admitted, and added reluctantly, At the time I suspected you.
Me?
Mary asked with surprise. You did not seem overly happy with your marriage, he said apologetically, and then quickly added, But he drank nothing 2 nights in a row, yet had the same symptoms, and we both decided he must simply be fighting off what the men had. Aye, he said as much to me the night before we left on this journey, Mary said slowly, and then added, But he hasna shown the same symptoms again until last night. She paused, considering the matter, and then added, Though the first night he was unconscious from the falling boulder. Last night he wasna his cell at all. He was slurring and stumbling again and was like a man possessed. The man gave me no rest, She cut herself off and flushed, unwilling to explain how he'd been insatiable. Gerhard looked curious, but merely asked, And what of the night between? The night we had rain?
Oh, nay, he was fine then.
She waved the question away and then added dryly, 'Twas Godfrey acting the drunken fool that night. Little Godfrey? Gerhard asked with dismay.
He was ailing and Alex had him sleep in the wagon, and apparently he kept Una up all night trying to...
Mary paused again as she thought on the matter. Godfrey had attacked Una, something completely out of character. The maid had also said she'd been sure he was drunk. Was that just because he'd reeked of wine when he'd tried to kiss her, or had he been clumsy and slurring like Alex? She had commented on his being clear-eyed last night while Alex was not. I need to talk to Una, she said abruptly, and turned away, only to pause and peer at Alex with concern. I will sit with him until you return, Gerhard assured her. Mary nodded. I'll no be more than a moment. She continued on to the tent flap then, flipped it up, and started to step out, only to pause abruptly to keep from crashing into her maid.
Una, I was just coming to find you. And I was a-coming to see what was taking so long. Are we riding today, or no?
Aye, Mary bit her tongue on her answer, that they most assuredly were not travelling that day when she realised Godfrey was only a step behind her. Alan sent me to fetch Gerhard, the boy said when he noted her attention on him. He wishes to ask him something. I shall let him ken, Mary assured him, noting that he was looking bashful and avoiding even casting his eyes in Una's direction. He was obviously still embarrassed by his behaviour the other night. There was nothing she could do about that, so Mary merely turned and peered into the tent to Gerhard. The man had heard, however, and was rising to approach. I shall return as soon as I can to finish our conversation. In the meantime, I shall set 2 men on the tent to guard Lord Alex, he said as he slipped past her. Mary merely nodded and then caught both Una and Godfrey by an arm and tugged them into the tent with her. What? Godfrey began, his face flushing, but he paused, his expression stricken as his gaze fell on Alex. Is Lord Alex sick? Mary pulled the flap down and turned to see the lad hurrying to his lord's side, concern on his face.
Nay, he was attacked.
Attacked? Una echoed with dismay, moving closer to the bed of furs now herself.
By who?
That is what I'm trying to figure out, Mary admitted, and then joined them by the bed. Her gaze slid over her husband's face, but he looked the same as he had since she'd got him here, pale and still. She frowned at how vulnerable he appeared and then glanced to Una. You said you thought Godfrey was foul when he attacked you in the wagon. Was it just because of the stink of wine? What is foul? Godfrey asked with confusion. Drunk, Mary answered, her gaze still on Una as she awaited her response. I was not drunk, Godfrey protested with affront. At least, I do not think I was. I had only had that half-mug of wine you pressed on me, and that was surely not enough to...
Nay, 'twas not the stink of wine,
Una answered, bringing the boy's protest to a halt.
Well, there was that, but it was mostly because he was slurring and clumsy, and his eyes were all funny with the black almost taking over the green o' his eyes.
She shrugged.
I assumed he was drunk.
I was not drunk, Godfrey snapped with irritation. Mary ignored him for the moment and said, Drink does not make the black of a person's eyes grow.
It does your husband's eyes when he's been drinking. His eyes looked like that every night since we arrived at Domesbury, Una argued, and then admitted, though I ne'er noticed drink affecting your father and brothers that way.
Lord Alex is not a drunk, Godfrey said staunchly. He was not drinking every night these last weeks.
Oh, bollocks, Una snapped. He has been slurring and clumsy every night since we arrived at Domesbury. He's as much a drunk as Laird Stewart and the boys.
He is not, Godfrey insisted, chest puffing up like a rooster about to crow. Lord Domesbury is not a drunk, and you cannot make me believe he has been drunk every night for all these weeks.
Nay, he wasna,
Mary agreed quietly. What? Both Una and Godfrey asked with astonishment. Mary wasn't surprised by her maid's confusion, but the squire's surprise after defending his lord so staunchly made her smile wryly. It seemed, despite his firm defence, he hadn't been at all sure of his lord. She was happy to reassure him. Alcohol doesna make the eyes dilate like that, she said calmly.
Then what does?
Her maid asked. Some herbs and tonics will do it, Mary said, and then glanced to Godfrey and said, I need you to tell me exactly how you were feeling when you attacked Una and when it started. Oh, The boy turned as red as a ripe apple, and she knew he was embarrassed, but she needed him to tell her. I'm no trying to embarrass you, but 'tis important, Godfrey, she said solemnly. He glanced down to the ground and then shook his head. I was just feeling poorly at first, running hot and cold and coughing. Aye, 'tis why I gave you the tonic, she reminded him. He hesitated, and then admitted almost reluctantly, 'Twas not long after that I started feeling a bit queer. All I gave you was a tonic to help build your strength, she assured him when suspicion quickly followed realization across his face. But I suspect there was already something in the wine. We each had a little more than half a glass, and Alex had only had a sip or so before the trouble with the mare came, and you arrived at the tent with your cold. I grabbed one of the mugs to mix your tonic, and only later realised it was my husband's. You think his lordship's wine was drugged that night, and I drank it? Godfrey asked with dismay. Aye. Now tell me what you mean by you felt queer, and how long after you drank me tonic? Godfrey hesitated, obviously wanting to question her further on this drugged wine business, but then glanced to Una and away before clearing his throat and saying, Well, I guess it started after I was in the wagon. Una was not there yet, and despite how poorly I felt, I could not sleep. Ere that, I feared I might drop off to sleep on my feet, but by the time I climbed in the wagon, I was wide awake and wanting to move about. I knew you and my lord would be angry did I do so, so I just lay there, trying to sleep, but, she prompted. Well, I noticed that everything sort of seemed blurred, he said, obviously struggling to explain. I was staring out at the campfire and the men moving about, and 'twas like I was looking through a veil at everything. He grimaced at the memory and then added, And I was hot, unbearably hot. I wanted to tear my clothes off to get relief, and then Aye, go on, Mary prompted. Godfrey groaned miserably and admitted, My dragon woke up and wanted feeding. Badly. Aye, and 'tis a dragon too, Una said dryly. Huge? Rather than appear flattered at the comment, Godfrey looked like he wanted to sink through the floor of the tent. Mary gave the woman a silencing look and patted the squire's arm encouragingly. Go on. The boy shrugged unhappily. That is it. Once that started, I could not seem to think of anything else but feeding the dragon. Una entered some time after that, and Godfrey shook his head. All I could think of was gaining relief. Everything else, even Una's struggles, they did not seem as real as that. It was like they were being muffled by a veil. He turned to the maid with remorse.
I am sorry, Una. I do not know what was happening. I would never force myself on a woman like I tried to do with you, and yet I did.
Aye, well, she grimaced and shrugged.
If you were drugged, 'twas hardly your fault. Unfortunately, you're still a skinny lad and I'm bigger and stronger and managed to fend you off. No harm done.
How long did it last? Mary asked.
Godfrey grimaced. All night long. 'Twas near dawn ere the excitement eased enough that I could fall asleep, and then 'twas from exhaustion.
Aye, the maid said with remembered irritation. I lay under the wagon listening to him rolling restlessly about until dawn. It made for a miserable day o' nodding in the wagon, I can tell you.
Mary murmured sympathetically, but her mind was on her husband's behaviour the night before. She couldn't ask him how he'd been feeling, but judging by his behaviour he'd been suffering the same thing Godfrey had the other night after drinking his wine, and it, too, had appeared to wane near dawn, although she couldn't say Alex might not have reached for her again on returning to the tent had he not been knocked out. She didn't think he would have. The last time he'd bedded her had been less urgent than ere that, less driven. She'd barely come to the conclusion that someone had indeed been dosing her husband with something since their wedding night, when her mind began to niggle with difficulties to this theory.
So, I gather you're thinking your husband wasna drunk all those nights but dosed by someone? Una asked, intruding on her thoughts.
Aye, she admitted uncertainly.
I hear a but,
Una said curiously. Mary shook her head unhappily. Well, it would seem so. He had the slurring and clumsiness pretty much every night for the last 3 weeks straight, and yet claims he did not drink.
And you did say that you noted his eyes dilated. But he didn't bed you those 3 weeks either, the maid pointed out.
Mary noted the way Godfrey's eyebrows flew up at this news and grimaced, thinking that sometimes it was most inconvenient to have a maid living so closely and knowing so much.
Aye, that is what I was just thinking. Well, he had the other symptoms. He didna attack me as Godfrey did you.
The maid glanced to the boy and shrugged.
Your husband is a bigger man. Mayhap it has a lesser effect on him.
Mayhap, Mary murmured. That could explain matters. Except that last night he had acted much differently, and on the night they'd consummated the wedding too, though that time, while he'd reached for her again and again, he'd not been nearly as aggressive as last night. He'd been more leisurely then, and less driven and frightening than the man who had carried her into the tent and fallen on her with determination last night. But who would want to dose her husband with something that would make him overactive in bed? Mary thought unhappily. In truth, it was something a wife would do to a disinterested husband, and she had neither that problem nor the desire to dose him.
What has this to do with his lordship being attacked?
Godfrey asked suddenly, and Mary rubbed her forehead with her fingers as she recognized another flaw in her theory. If someone had dosed her husband with something that made him a ravenous lover, why would they then attack him and try to drag him off?
I dinna ken, she admitted wearily. I just thought surely the attacks and the dosing must be connected, but in truth, that makes little sense.
None of it makes much sense,
Una put in irritably.
Why would anyone wish to dose the man with something to make him an insatiable animal anyway? Are you sure you haven't just mixed up your herbs and accidentally made a tonic that...
The only time I have given me husband anything was the night he was felled by the boulder, and he was fine that night,
Mary interrupted with a bit of snap to her voice.
Aye,
Godfrey said apologetically, and then added,
But you did mix me up that tonic, and that is one eye.
It must have been something already in the wine, Mary insisted.
When Godfrey didn't look convinced, she threw up her hands with exasperation and moved to grab her medicinal bag. While Godfrey and Una watched, she opened it and sorted through the contents until she found the 2 herbs she'd used to mix up a tonic for him. Mary moved back to hold it out beneath his nose.
This is what I used on you.
Oh!
Godfrey grimaced and backed away.
Aye, I recognise the stink and it tastes just as bad. Aye, well, this is what I gave you, and both are only to help build your blood to fight illness. Neither would make you attack Una, Mary said firmly. Godfrey hesitated and then said, Are you sure? I mean, mayhap you have simply mixed up two plants. I havena, she insisted impatiently, and then added, Besides, do you no think Alex would he noticed these in his ale did I put it in? Oh, aye, definitely, Godfrey muttered with disgust. So now you're saying he wasna drugged? Una asked. I am saying he wasna drugged with this, Mary responded with exasperation. Aye, but would he not have tasted if his ale was off a night? Godfrey asked suddenly. Surely he would have realised. Not all tonics taste as bad as this. With some plants and herbs you need so little, he may no ha' noticed a difference, she said patiently, and wished she had a better grasp of herbs and could figure out what exactly had been used on him. Her mother had taught her what she would need to know, healing herbs. Her knowledge didn't go beyond that. The rustle of the tent flap drew her gaze around to see that Gerhard had returned and was entering. Mary dumped her herbs back into the bag and closed it with a little jerk on the tie string. I have told the men we will be staying here until Alex recovers. I have also set 2 men to guard the tent and arranged for 2 more to relieve them during the night. That will not be necessary, Mary said quietly. Hae the men start breaking camp. We'll leave as soon as 'tis done. Gerhard wasn't the only one startled by this announcement. Both Una and Godfrey turned surprised glances her way as well. Twice now my husband has been knocked unconscious, and this night someone then tried to drag him off. I am not waiting for a third attempt where they might succeed in making off with him, Mary said before any of them could protest. And I think 'tis better do we get him to Donachie where the devil can see to his well-being until we get this sorted out. But he cannot travel while unconscious, and I think 'twould be safer did we remain here and keep him guarded. What if one of his guards is the one behind this? Mary asked, and the man stiffened as if she'd slapped him. None of Alex's men would attack him like this, he assured her staunchly. He's well loved by his people. And yet twice now he has been attacked, she pointed out. Then it must be a bandit or villain who is following our group, he said firmly. None of our people would harm a hair on his head. It had to have been someone from Domesbury, she said grimly. Only someone from there could have been dosing him the 3 weeks before we left on this journey. Aye, well, that did not start until you arrived. Una gasped in an outrage at the words, but Mary reached out and caught her arm to warn her to silence. What the man said was true, and she could not blame him for his suspicions. In fact, she could only think a healthy dose of suspicion on both their parts would be a good thing if it kept her husband alive while they sorted this out. Do you trust Godfrey? Mary asked suddenly. Gerhard and Godfrey both looked startled at the question, but the man glanced to the boy and nodded slowly. Aye, he's a good lad and looks up to Alex. Mary nodded. Then we will put Alex in the wagon with Godfrey to watch over him. I want no one near him without Godfrey present until this is settled. But we will travel on to Donachie. Gerhard was silent for a moment, and she knew he wanted to protest, but she was his lady now, in charge while Alex was incapacitated and could not give orders. He had to obey her. Finally he nodded slowly. So it shall be. Chapter 11. 'Tis Edda. Mary tilted her head and peered at Evelyn Duncan. Alex's sister was tiny, blonde and lovely. She was also very upset at the moment, and had been since the Domesbury party had ridden into the Donachie Bailey with her unconscious brother in the wagon. Mary had never had a sister before, but thought she might enjoy having Evelyn as one now that they were related by marriage. After only a half hour in her presence, she already liked her a great deal. The woman was warm, loving, intelligent, and welcoming. She also obviously loved her husband, Cullen Duncan, better known as the Devil of Donachie.
and that devil loved her in return. Neither of them was shy about showing their mutual affection. However, Evelyn also obviously loved her brother Alex, and appeared just as concerned as Mary by everything she'd learned since they'd seen Alex settled in a room above stairs with Godfrey. Aye, Evelyn said firmly. Edda has to be the one behind all of this. Mary noted both Una and Evelyn's own maid, Mildred, nodding in agreement from where they sat a little along the table. Gerhard and Cullen were there as well, and all of them were openly listening, but Mary didn't mind. It seemed to her that the more of them who were working on this problem, the better their chance of solving it. She considered the woman's words for a moment, but then merely said, Edda warned me that you hated her, and with reason. She said she was terribly unhappy at Domsbury and acted terrible to you. Aye, she was, Evelyn said quietly, both to myself and the servants and people of Domsbury. Mary took in her expression, and then changed the subject by saying, Well, I wish I kenned what he'd been dosed with, and why. I suspect that would shed some light on matters. Just a moment. Evelyn was suddenly on her feet and rushing for the kitchens. Mary stared after her with surprise and then glanced to Cullen in question. The large man merely shrugged with indulgent amusement and picked up his ale. A bare moment after that, the kitchen door banged open and Evelyn rushed back, dragging an older woman behind her. This is Cullen's Aunt Biddy. Mine now, too, she added with an affectionate smile toward the woman as she urged her to sit at the table. Evelyn then sat down herself and turned to Mary to say, Biddy is ever so smart. She may be able to sort out what Alex has been given. And then again I may know, Biddy inserted dryly. But I'll do me best. First, tell me what makes you think he's being dosed to begin with. Mary nodded and quickly gave a brief summary of Alex's symptoms each night the last 3 weeks, and then told her how Godfrey had acted the night she'd mixed him a tonic in Alex's wine, as well as her husband's aggressive behaviour the night after. When she finished, the older woman pursed her lips thoughtfully and stared off into space for a long time before shaking her head and saying, I ken not that'll cause all those symptoms. It must be a combination of 2 or 3 things. Something to increase his ardour, something to offset his self-control, and something else to boost his energy levels so he could, perform for such an extended period. And from what you've said, 'twas most like put in his ale at sup. Nay, at least not all the time, Mary said solemnly. Alex suspected as much and apparently refrained from drinking anything at all for 2 nights in a row and yet suffered the same symptoms. Because of that, he'd decided he was indeed fighting off an illness. 'Tis only when I used his wine to make Godfrey's tonic and he reacted so poorly that it became clear he was being dosed. That night, it was in his wine. It must have been. 'Twas his wine I gave to Godfrey. But no yours. Nay, Mary said at once, and then bit her lip. What is it? Evelyn asked, leaning closer. Well, I had barely touched me wine ere Gerhard came to fetch us about me mare, and I didna get a chance to drink any when I got back. She shrugged helplessly. So the bottle may have been dosed, Evelyn said thoughtfully. That night, aye, she agreed. But his drink could no have been the culprit the 2 nights he refrained from drinking. Could it have been in his food, or in a drink he consumed ere he sat to table? Evelyn suggested, and then asked, Does he have an ale or mead on the practice field, or at the inn ere the sup? I dinna ken, Mary admitted unhappily. In truth, she knew very little about her husband's habits and behaviour, at least at home. They had spent a great deal of time together during the journey, but at Domsbury, Mary had been busy getting used to her new home and people, while she knew Alex spent his days working hard, running his home and ruling his people. She had spent little time with him there and had no idea what he ate and drank away from the Domsbury table. Evelyn was frowning, but now nodded solemnly and suggested, Mayhap 'twould be easier to figure out who is behind it than where or when. Mary made a face at the suggestion. That did not seem the easier task to her. She had been at Domsbury only 3 weeks and hardly knew the people. Well, other than her maid Una and Lady Edda, whom she'd spent a lot of time with. Keeping these concerns to herself, she asked,
"And how are we to sort that out?"
Evelyn shrugged and asked, "Well, who benefited by his being dosed?"
"Well, I'm no sure who would benefit from the accidents, but the only person who has been benefiting from the potion he's been dosed with is me,"
she said wryly, and then flushed as wicked grins covered every face at the table. Even Cullen Duncan was grinning, a twinkle in his eye. Mary ignored that and added,
"But I didna dose him, and none of this makes any sense. Why would anyone dose him like that and then try to kill him?"
"Well, he was injured, not killed," Evelyn said slowly.
"Only by chance and his moving the first time,"
Mary pointed out grimly.
"He very easily could have been killed. The boulder was huge and would have crushed his skull."
"But it did not," Evelyn pointed out quietly, "and his moving may have put him more in the way than he would have been had he stayed still. Mayhap they were hoping just to knock him out as they did later. Perhaps the intention has always been to kidnap him."
"Kidnap him?"
Mary echoed dubiously. "Aye," Evelyn appeared to be warming to the idea. "Domsbury is wealthy. They may have planned to demand a rich purse in exchange for his safe return."
"Then why have they been dosing him?"
Mary asked with bewilderment. Evelyn bit her lip and then shook her head and suggested, "Are you sure the two are connected? Mayhap whoever dosed him was not behind the attacks." Mary sighed unhappily at the suggestion. She had hoped with them all thinking on it, they might be able to sort out the matter, but it seemed to her they were no further ahead now than when they'd started talking.
"My lady!"
Mary stiffened and whirled on the bench at that strident shout. A panicked Godfrey stood at the top of the stairs, shouting his little heart out for her. The moment he saw he had her attention, he shrieked,
"My lord is up! I told him you said he was to stay abed, but he will not listen."
She was on her feet and rushing for the stairs at once. Alex paused at the foot of the bed. His legs were shaking and threatening to give out, and he was so weak that his brays felt heavy as he lifted them off the chest at the end of the bed, but he rolled his eyes and muttered, "Tail carrier," as he heard Godfrey's shouts from the hall. The lad had tried to keep him abed himself, and, in truth, might have succeeded had he used more than words. Alex grimaced with disgust at his weakness. He had no idea how long he'd been unconscious, but it must have been at least 2 days for them to have arrived at Donachie, and that was where Godfrey had said they were. He'd apparently been unconscious the last part of the journey, carried in the back of a wagon with Godfrey next to him, his wife riding on one side of the wagon and Gerhard on the other. All 3 of them watching him like a hawk, Godfrey had said. The lad had also said Alex had started to stir shortly after noon on the first day, and Mary had dosed him with something to make him sleep, so that he wouldn't suffer during the journey. Gerhard had apparently protested, but as Lady Domsbury, Mary was in charge when Alex was out of commission, and she had prevailed, so he'd been dosed then, and several times afterward until they arrived. He didn't know whether to thank or berate Mary for it. Alex didn't like the idea, but on the other hand, if his head was pounding as badly as this 2 days after the attack, he could only think he would have been suffering even worse these last 2 days had he been conscious. Still, he was awake now, and competent to make his own decisions, and he was getting up whether Godfrey got Mary up here to order him back to bed or not. He was teetering on one leg and trying to get his other into the braes when Godfrey came rushing back into the room. Alex paused to send a glare the lad's way, and then gave up the task altogether to hold the braes in front of his groin as a herd of women followed a moment later. There were at least 5 of them. Mary and his sister Evelyn were at the head of the pack, but they were followed by both their maids as well as another woman he didn't recognize. Alex stared at the small crowd askance and thought they must have flown up the stairs to reach the room so quickly. It was the last thought he had a chance to think. Alex was suddenly surrounded by women who proceeded to peck and poke at him, plucking at his brays, trying to get them away, tugging at his arm to move him back toward the bed, and each of them berating him at the same time in an incomprehensible babble that just made his head hurt worse. Before he knew it, Alex found his hands empty and his bare arse back in the bed as the 5 angry women all fussed and tugged at the linens to cover him up, still berating him for thinking himself strong enough to be up and about. It was deep male laughter from the door that broke up the party. Alex glanced that way, hoping for reinforcement, and froze as he took in the man in the doorway. This could be none other than the Devil of Donachie. Alex had always thought of himself as a good-sized man. He was usually up to half a foot taller than those around him, but this man was taller still, and he suspected a touch wider as well. The top of Cullen Duncan's head barely cleared the frame at the top of the door, and he was wide enough to fill it from side to side with little room left over. Despite his size, the man moved with the grace of a panther, however, Alex noted as Cullen Duncan eased into the room, his eyes taking in the scene. Amusement still curved his lips, but there was a serious look in his eyes that suggested it would be smart to obey as he surveyed the women and ordered, "Out!" Evelyn apparently was not intimidated by her husband. She scowled at the order and hurried to his side, saying, "But Cullen, we need to speak with Alex and find out what is going on." Much to Alex's amazement, rather than becoming annoyed, the devil's gaze softened as it settled on his wife, and the man smiled and bent to press a kiss to her lips before straightening to say, "I will talk to him and get to the bottom of it." "But," Evelyn began, and fell silent when he raised a hand for silence. "I let you talk to your new sister. Now let me talk to me new brother." When Evelyn hesitated and then cast a worried glance to Alex, he added, "And I'll make sure he stays abed." His little sister relaxed and beamed at the great behemoth as if he'd just said the most clever thing in the world, Alex noted with amazement. She even then ushered the other women out of the room, including Mary, assuring her, "Cullen will sort it all out for us." Alex watched the door close and then turned his gaze to his new brother-in-law. He peered at him silently, considering what he'd taken in the last few moments, and then announced with some surprise, "She loves you." "Aye." Cullen grinned widely, and then his expression became more solemn and he added soberly, "And I her." Alex merely nodded. The mutual love was obvious, and it seemed all his worry had been for naught. He smiled wryly and sat up to swing his feet off the bed, only to fall back with a grunt of surprise as Cullen quickly closed the distance between them and pushed him back flat. "Keep yourself in that bed, else you'll be wrestling with me," the devil growled. He then smiled crookedly and added, "I did promise me wife, and I donna break me promises." Alex considered the man, and briefly toyed with the idea of making him keep him there, but then gave it up. Any other time he might do so just for the fun of it, and to see who would win, but there was no doubt who would win at the moment. He wasn't at his best, and his head was a bit sore, so Alex nodded and then shifted around to sit up in the bed when the other man straightened. "Good. As much as I enjoy a good battle, you're in no condition to be much of a challenge." Cullen moved to grab one of the chairs by the fire. He placed it next to the bed and settled on it to peer at Alex. Several moments of silence passed as the two men sized each other up, and then Cullen asked, "How was Tunis?" "Hot and bloody," Alex said dryly, and then smiled when the man laughed. They shared a smile, and then Cullen said, "I gather you've a bit of trouble at Domesbury. I can sympathise. We had a bit of trouble when I first got your sister here too." "I'm glad to say 'tis all tended now though," he assured him, and then asked, "So, do you want to hear what's been going on here, or tell me what's been going on with you first?" Alex was silent for a moment, thinking that it was a fair trade, and he just might come to like this man, and then he suggested Cullen tell his troubles first. He listened silently as his new brother-in-law spoke of what had gone on when Evelyn had first arrived at Donachie. The man didn't pull any punches, or hold back anything, admitting to faults and his own blindness in some matters without mercy for himself. In fact, he was incredibly honest about all that had occurred, and Alex found his eyebrows flying up several times as the story progressed, and then lowering with concern. But then it was done, and it was his turn. He could do no less than return the favour, and Alex was just as blunt and open about all that had occurred since Mary's arrival at Domesbury. Cullen listened silently in return. When Alex got to the part about going outside to relieve himself and someone clubbing him over the head, that was where he fell silent. He didn't remember much after that. Vague recollections of being dragged through the woods, Mary falling on him, her voice anxious, and then a pain-filled and nauseating trek back to the tent. Cullen informed him of what Mary had told them, helping to fill in the holes, and then paused to rub his jaw thoughtfully before saying, "'Tis no your wife dosing you." "Nay, of course not," Alex said promptly, but was aware of a touch of relief sliding through him at the man's words. Cullen merely smiled knowingly and added, "You'd be forgiven for thinking so, since it only started after her arrival, and since she's benefited from the dosing." "Benefited?" Alex asked dryly. "Well, some would think it a benefit to have a man chasing after you like a bull stud." "Not if the bull was relentless and chased after you until you were both sore and aching," Alex said dryly. "Mayhap no, but she's still no the one behind it. She cares about you." "Does she?" Alex asked, and then felt his face flush as he heard the eagerness in his own voice. The idea that Mary might care for him was a pleasing one, and one he hadn't even dared hope for up until now. They had got off to such a bad start with her thinking him a drunk for so long. "Aye, she does. I think she even loves you, though she doesna ken it yet. For now, she's just at that mother bitch stage." Alex stared at him blankly. "Mother bitch? A bitch with a litter?" "Oh," Alex relaxed. "You mean a dog?" "Aye. We call female dogs bitches," Cullen said, and then scowled as he added, "You're my dear wife's brother. I'd hardly be insulting you or your wife with name-calling." "Nay, of course not," Alex said with amusement, because he suspected the man would insult anyone he pleased if he did not like him, though probably not in front of Evelyn if he thought it might upset her. But Evelyn wasn't here now to be upset. To change the subject, he asked, "So, by mother bitch stage, you mean she is protective of me?" "Oh aye, she is that," Cullen assured him, the smile returning to his face. "Stuart isna far from here, and we've had occasion to meet ere this. Mary can be a right shrew when it comes to her father and brothers, but she's a good lass, and it's nothing less than they ask for." Alex nodded. He'd come to that conclusion rather quickly himself. "But she wasn't overprotective of them, mostly exasperated from what I could tell. But with you, she's showing the same caring as she did with her ma. Mairdred was a good woman, and Mary loved her dearly. She was like a mama wolf around that woman, not letting anyone or anything bother her, could she help it, and tending her like a mother with a bairn rather than the other way around." He nodded and then said, "She's the same with you. Rode in here next to your wagon, shoulders straight, a mean look in her eye, and her skiing do at her waist where 'twas handy. Demanded to see me at once, and didn't even bother with a greeting ere she asked me to see to it that you were placed in a safe room with guards at the door and Godfrey at your side until she could sort out who was trying to kill you." Alex's mouth softened as he imagined the scene. "She had Evelyn all aflutter," Cullen added with a laugh and shake of the head, and then said more seriously, "I dinna like that too much. Evelyn's had enough to upset her recently, but what can you do? Mary was looking out for you. She's a good woman." "Aye, she is," Alex said with a smile. He certainly hoped Cullen was right and Mary did care for him. The more he got to know her, the more he was sure he could come to love his wife, and it would be painful not to have that love returned. "So, you need to figure out who would want you busy bedding your bride all night long," Cullen said suddenly. He thought for a minute and then asked, "Is there anything you normally do o' a night that bedding your bride has kept you from?" "Sleep," Alex said dryly. "Then mayhap that's what 'tis. Keep you tired and reduce your concentration and ability to think, So you're an easy target. Oh, he added thoughtfully. What? Alex asked. Well, Mary said whatever it is you're given makes you slur and stumble about like a drunk too, and at first she even thought you were like her brothers and father. Aye, Alex said with a grimace, and then blinked as he realised where the man's thoughts were headed. And so mayhap whatever I have been ingesting is not meant to make me bed her so much as appear like her father and brothers and cause strife between us. Cullen nodded. She'd hardly welcome you to her bed, did she think you little more than a drunk. And under the influence of this drug, I might very well have forced her had I not felt so bad about what I'd thought happened on the wedding night. Cullen raised an eyebrow. She said the need didna appear to be there the first 3 weeks, though the slurring and clumsiness were. Oh, aye, 'twas there, Alex assured him dryly, and then added thoughtfully, though 'twas not as bad as last night, or the last night we were together. He corrected himself as he realised at least 2 days must have passed since the night the need had ridden him so relentlessly. I could control it the first 3 weeks, but this last time. He paused briefly, but then decided the man had been honest with him and he owed him the same back and admitted, had she refused me, I fear I would have ignored her refusal. I was barely able to slow down when I realised I was scaring her, and she was not ready to accept me. Cullen nodded solemnly and then pointed out, medicinals and drugs are often a woman's weapon. Alex eyed him narrowly. I thought you did not think Mary behind this. Nay, I donna, he assured him. But I wouldna put it past Edda. That woman is a viper. Alex wouldn't have put it past his stepmother either, but pointed out, she is back at Domsbury, so could not have dosed me on the journey. But mayhap she has enlisted one of your men, he pointed out. If so, he may ha' got the dose wrong and given you too much. It may be why you reacted so strongly this last time. Mayhap, Alex allowed, though he didn't like the idea that one of his men might be behind this. Why would Edda bother? Causing trouble between Mary and me merely makes for a battle zone for a home. 'Tis not as if we can dissolve the marriage. And if the attacks are connected to the dosing, then what are they about? I'd swear that boulder incident was an attempt to kill me. Had I not moved, it would have landed on my head. But the second time they knocked me out and tried to drag me away. I had just regained consciousness and was preparing to struggle when Mary found and fell on me. Did you see who had you? Cullen asked, leaning eagerly forward. Alex grimaced. Nay, I was conscious but just barely and hadn't yet gathered the strength to lift my head. Cullen nodded. Mayhap they really didna mean to kill you the first time, or mayhap they were dragging you away to try to make your death look like an accident the second time. Aye, Alex said thoughtfully. Either was a possibility. An accident might have been believed. Still, why? Mary would be widowed, but still hold the title, and the king would see her married as quickly as possible to place a man there to hold the castle. Edda would hardly benefit from that. What would happen if both of you died? Cullen asked curiously. Would Edda gain Domsbury? Alex stiffened at the very suggestion, and then relaxed and shook his head. Nay, Evelyn would inherit, and Domsbury would be your problem. Cullen grimaced at the idea. I ha' me hands full wi' Donachie. You can keep Domsbury. Thank you, Alex said dryly, but found a reluctant smile claiming his lips when the man laughed. Well, 'tis quite a puzzle, Cullen said unhappily and then added, and it appears I'm going to disappoint me wife by no being able to help you solve it. Well, you tried, Alex said quietly, and I appreciate it. Cullen nodded, and the women had tried too. Mary has been fretting o'er it with me wife below. The trouble is that the two things, the attacks and the dosing, donna appear to work toward the same end. He shook his head. I'll continue to give it thought, but in the meantime I advise you to be careful. Keep a guard with you, and no to drink anything unless you're sure it hasna been tampered with. Aye, Alex agreed. Good. Then you'll keep yourself alive and me wife happy as well as your own. Then we shall all be happy, Alex said dryly. Chapter 12. Alex was absolutely miserable. He closed his eyes and clutched his head against the pain that was being exacerbated by the arguing in the room. He finally covered his ears to block it out, but it helped little. His room had been full of people ever since Cullen and he had finished their talk. The Devil of Donachie had left the room to speak to his wife, and the next thing Alex knew, Mary was there with Gerhard and Godfrey hard on her heels, and Evelyn, her maid Mildred, and Mary's maid Una, as well as a woman introduced to him as Cullen's Aunt Biddy, not far behind. It had been fine at first. The women had done most of the talking, and he'd actually enjoyed the light chatter and easy banter between his wife and sister. Gerhard and Godfrey had merely listened as Evelyn apprised Alex of all that had happened in the 3 years while he'd been away on crusade, and of her life here at Donachie. She was so obviously happy here that it warmed his heart. He'd also noted and enjoyed the easy affection she seemed to share with Aunt Biddy, though he wasn't surprised by it. The charm of the older woman and the twinkle in her eye, as she'd told tales about life at Donachie when Cullen was a boy, made him quite like her. Out of it all, however, the thing Alex had enjoyed the most was when Mary had opened up and told little anecdotes about her own childhood. It had helped him get to know her better too, and the more he learned about his wife, the more he liked her. When it was time to sup, he tried to get up, but Alex found himself immediately pushed back into bed as Mary insisted she would bring him his meal there. She'd added that she would eat with him, and Evelyn suggested they would all eat above stairs. The next thing Alex knew, Cullen had joined them, and maids were trooping in with trenchers piled high with food for one and all. The conversation continued to flow while they ate and then afterward, until a few moments ago when Mary caught him yawning and suggested it might be time for everyone to leave and let him rest. Gerhard proposed that he remain and sleep on a pallet by the door to be sure Alex remained safe. The soldier's eyes had been fixed firmly on Mary and her maid when he'd said that. In the next moment, all hell had broken loose, with everyone talking at once and accusations and suspicions flying every which way. Since covering his ears didn't help any, Alex wearily let his hands drop back to his lap and scowled at the people filling his room, as Gerhard said sarcastically, "Well, begging your pardon, my lady, but 'tis notable that the dosing and attacks did not start until after you and your maid arrived at Domesbury." "That is rather upsetting," Evelyn put in, biting her lip. Mary turned a hurt expression to the woman. "You believe I would harm Alex too?" "Nay, of course not," his sister said quickly, and then added reluctantly, "But mayhap your maid, thinking you were married to a drunk and miserable—" Mary brought her words to a halt with an irritated wave of the hand. "Oh, Una would never do that, especially once she realized I was beginning to care for him." "You care for me?" Alex asked, perking up on the bed. Mary flushed, but scowled at him and murmured, "Hush!" "Still," Gerhard insisted, waving a finger at Mary, "the attacks did not start until after you arrived, and you were the only one who would benefit from his death." "Do you point that finger at me again, Gerhard? I'll surely snap it off," Mary said coldly. "Has it escaped your notice that I am the one who dragged me husband's very heavy and unconscious body back from the waterfall? And what o' the other night when I scared off the one dragging him away and helped him stumble back to camp? I would hardly knock him out just to have to lug his huge heavy body back." "Mayhap you would, to steer the suspicion elsewhere when he is finally killed the next time," Gerhard snapped back, and then added, "And who would believe that a lady as little as you would scare off an attacker anyway? Why did he not just knock you out too?" "I have no idea," she said stiffly. "But I ken I didna harm Alex and never would. You, on the other hand, seem to be busy pointing the finger at me. Mayhap that is your attempt to keep suspicion off yourself." "Me?" Gerhard barked with disbelief. "Why the devil would I harm Alex? And I certainly would have no reason to dose him, unlike you." "Oh, aye, but mayhap the dosing was merely to point the guilty finger in me direction. As for why you'd harm him," her eyes narrowed,
I keep recalling the day me family and I arrived at Domsbury and you had trouble introducing yourself. You hesitated and then just settled on referring to yourself as his man, and that a tad bitterly. Alex glanced to Gerhard with surprise. You're my first, Gerhard. Why would you even hesitate to say so? The soldier looked uncomfortable and then grimaced and admitted, I was not sure I still was your first. What? Alex asked with amazement. Well, he said a bit bitterly, as your first, I should have been the one left behind to tend to Domsbury while you were away on this journey. So when you trained someone else to run the keep while away and brought me along on this trip, I thought mayhap you felt I am too old for the position of first and were looking to replace me. Alex clucked his tongue with irritation. Why did you not just ask me? I left another in charge and brought you because Domsbury is relatively safe and threat-free at the moment. But I was riding into an unknown situation here. If Evelyn was miserable and being abused, I could not simply leave her here and not do anything about it. So brought my best and most trustworthy men, including you, my first, with me in case we had to battle to get her away. Oh, Alex, that is so sweet, Evelyn said, smiling on him widely. Cullen looked less impressed and said dryly, You'd need more men than you brought with you for that, brother. Alex grimaced. I most like would have tried sneaking her away somehow rather than take on you and your men. Could it not wait until I could bring back my full army? Cullen nodded and then glanced to the others. 'Tis obvious no one is above suspicion here. Though his words and tone were hard, Alex noted that the man cast an apologetic glance Mary's way as he said it, and recalled his stating his opinion that she was a fine woman. He didn't think Cullen truly thought her behind these attacks on him, and was glad for it. And, Cullen went on, distracting him from his thoughts, since Alex needs his sleep, and I like mine, and I ken I won't be getting any if Evelyn is up half the night fretting o'er her brother, no one is sleeping in here with him. Mary, we'll fix ye a fine room down the hall, he said gently, and then turned a less gentle glance to Gerhard and Godfrey. And you two may get your arses below with the rest of your men. I already have 2 of my own best men on the door guarding it, and they'll remain there all night. Now everyone, out. Alex saw Mary hesitate, but then she nodded and moved toward the door, only to pause there and wait until everyone else but Cullen and Evelyn had left before nodding a somewhat stiff goodnight to them and leaving herself. I fear I have hurt her feelings, Evelyn murmured as she watched her go. She will get over it, Cullen said gruffly and slipped his arm around his wife's shoulders to lead her to the door. She kens is only out a worry for your brother. Aye, Evelyn leaned into her husband as they walked. Still, I feel bad. I like her and truly do not think that she is behind it, but this all started after the wedding. I get the feeling that means something, but cannot sort out what. None of it makes any sense, really. Why make Alex Randy and then try to kill him? If they are trying to kill him, she added, worrying the problem fretfully. Cullen rubbed his hand over his wife's back as he urged her through the door before him. Let it go, wife. You'll no sort it out tonight. 'Twill just keep you awake fretting, and I have better things for you to be doing in our bed than fretting. Oh, Cullen, I do love you, Evelyn chuckled as the door closed behind them. Alex stared at the closed door as blissful silence fell around him, and then shook his head with mild disgust. It seemed that taking a blow to the head made people think you'd lost your wits, because no one seemed to care what he thought or felt. They'd snapped and snarled at one another as if he was not even there, his wife even going so far as to hush him when he'd tried to speak. And Cullen hadn't even asked how he felt the sleeping arrangements should go. The man was laird here, and his word was law, but not over Alex or his people. As Lord Domsbury, he was the one in charge of them, but apparently the Devil of Donachie didn't think so, and Alex suspected that was all down to his being stuck in this bed all day, appearing an invalid. Well, Alex thought, he would correct that impression on the morrow. He was getting out of this bed first thing in the morning and taking charge of matters.
and he would also sort out what was happening and who was behind it, he decided firmly, and then blew out the candle still burning on the bedside and settled under the linens and furs. However, it was a long time before Alex was able to find sleep. The room was incredibly quiet, and the bed seemed extremely empty without Mary there. After tossing and turning for a while, he slipped from the bed and, relieved to find he wasn't quite as weak as the first time he tried to rise, made his way to the chair by the fire to think over the problem some more. It was near dawn before Alex gave it up and slipped back into the big empty bed. As he drifted off to sleep, he decided he just didn't like not having Mary there and wasn't going to sleep alone again, even if he had to leave Donachie to do it. "I truly am sorry, Mary," Evelyn said for the third time in the last half hour since Mary had joined her at the trestle table to break her fast. "I really do like you, and I do not believe you are behind any of these attacks on Alex, but 'tis all right," Mary interrupted quietly. "I do understand. You love your brother, and so you're doing what's in his best interests." "Aye, but I feel bad you went to bed last night thinking I suspect you. Well, I was a little hurt," Mary admitted quietly, "but I still understood even then. You've no need to keep apologizing like this." She patted her hand soothingly and then added, "Besides, 'twas Cullen who ordered the sleeping arrangements last night, and his suspicions were fair. He kept Gerhard from staying with Alex too, and I am grateful for that." "Aye." Mary quirked one eyebrow at her troubled expression. "What is it?" "'Tis just, well, Gerhard was at Domsbury my whole life, and I thought I knew him well, but—" "But?" Mary prompted. "His time on the Crusades seems to have changed him somewhat. He is harder than I recall, and yet softer in some ways as well." Evelyn scowled as she tried to explain, and then burst out, saying, "Do you know, when I came to the table this morning, he was telling Cullen he did not think there was any way Edda could be behind all of this, that she was not as bad as everyone thought, had nothing to gain from it, and was basically an unhappy woman who was sadly misunderstood." Mary's eyebrows rose slightly at this news, and she glanced around the great hall in search of the man. "He was up talking to Alex with Cullen earlier, and then went out to the bailey for some reason," Evelyn muttered unhappily, sending a glare in the general direction of the stairs. "I cannot believe the man would take her side like this. He saw how Edda was all those years after she married my father. Granted, he left with Cullen on crusade ere my father died, and Edda did keep herself somewhat reined in while he still lived, but she was still unpleasant and cold to everyone. And yet he appears to be falling for her line about being unhappy and behaving badly and now regretting it. I mean, I understand you believing it. You never met her ere a month ago, but how Gerhard could—" Apparently realizing she was ranting, Evelyn reined herself in and smiled dryly. "I am sorry. I shall give you indigestion with such talk while you are trying to break your fast." Mary smiled faintly, but asked, "Is it not possible she has changed?" Evelyn considered the suggestion and then nodded reluctantly. "I suppose 'tis possible. Howbeit it was only weeks ago that she arranged the marriage between Cullen and myself." "Aye, and that obviously worked out well," Mary pointed out. "But that was not her intent when she petitioned the king to arrange the marriage," Evelyn said solemnly. "All we knew of Cullen was that silly reputation he has as the Devil of Donachie." Mary had to repress a smile. That silly reputation was well earned. Cullen had gained it in battle, and he truly was a devil under such circumstances, wielding his sword with deadly speed and accuracy. He was an opponent to be feared and respected. However, it appeared he was a much different person with those he cared about. "Nay," Evelyn assured her solemnly. "Edda's intent when she arranged to marry me off to Cullen was not to see me happy. I merely got lucky that way. Howbeit, if you wish to see Edda's true face, then when you return to Domsbury, you should tell her how blissfully happy I am. I doubt she will be able to maintain a sweet disposition then." "'Twill make her furious," Evelyn's maid Mildred said solemnly, drawing Mary's gaze to where she sat. The woman looked grim and knowing, and Mary glanced down unhappily, finding it difficult to imagine that the sweet dear woman who had been so kind to her and made her feel welcome at Domesbury could be the same one these women knew. "I can see what we are saying is not sitting right with what you know of Edda," Evelyn said sadly, and then added, "But mayhap you could err on the side of caution for now. For Alex's sake?" "Aye," Mary agreed. She would be happy to err far on the side of caution to keep her husband alive. Her feelings for the man were growing by leaps and bounds since the night before they'd set out on this trip. She was now certain he wasn't a drinker, but had been suffering the effects of some drug, and having got to know him as she had, Mary was starting to think she could be as happy with Alex as Evelyn was with Cullen, and that was saying something. The day she'd arrived at Domesbury, she was sure she'd been landed in hell, but now her future was showing the possibility of being closer to heaven. If her husband could care for her in return, Mary thought suddenly, knowing the future might not be so bright if he didn't. It would be hard indeed loving someone who did not love her back, but he did seem to like her, and always showed her courtesy and consideration, and she hoped over time that could turn to love. Mary's main concern at the moment was this business of the dosing and the attacks. While she feared losing him before they could enjoy the happiness Evelyn and Cullen had found, she also feared the possibility that Alex might believe Gerhard's accusations and suspect she was behind it all. Love did not come without trust, and she wanted that love and trust.
"What do you suggest?"
she asked quietly, determined to do anything she could to earn Alex's trust and love. "Mayhap you could just be cautious, and when you return to Domesbury, suggest Alex send Edda away." Mary nodded unhappily at the suggestion, willing to do so to earn her husband's trust, but displeased with the possibility of hurting the woman who had been so kind to her. "Not forever," Evelyn said quickly, apparently spotting Mary's reluctance. "After all, she may very well have turned a new leaf." Mary couldn't help but laugh at the doubt Evelyn couldn't hide. Grimacing, the blonde rushed on, saying, "Perhaps you could just suggest she go to her sister's for a visit." "She has a sister?" Mary asked with surprise. "Aye, Lady Helen. She married Lord Alfred Duquesne some 20 years ago, long ere Edda and my father were ordered to marry," Evelyn told her, and then added, "I do not think the two get on well, though. At least Lady Duquesne never visited Domesbury, and Edda never went to visit her. Actually," she added dryly, "Edda has never visited anyone at all in all the time I have known her. I suspect she has no friends. I have always put it down to her unpleasant demeanour." Mary murmured something of an acknowledgement, but she was wondering to herself why Edda had never mentioned having a sister. They had spent a lot of time talking the 3 weeks before this journey had parted them, and Alex's stepmother had told her much about her childhood and life at court, but had never once mentioned having siblings. Strange, she thought, but then shrugged the matter away. From what Evelyn had just said, it seemed obvious the two were not close. Perhaps that was why. "Sending her to visit her sister would not give her offence did you frame the suggestion right," Evelyn went on. "And it need not necessarily be permanent. Once you and Alex have sorted out this mess and caught her ally, I mean the one responsible and determined whether he worked alone or with someone else." She shrugged. "If 'tis not she he was working with, you could have her back." "Aye," Mary agreed, but she was still wondering why Edda had never mentioned having a sister. It seemed an odd bit of information to leave out. The woman had always given the impression that she was alone in the world but for Alex and herself. Strange, Mary thought, and then glanced around in question when Godfrey suddenly appeared at her side, a fretful look on his face. "What is it, Godfrey?" she asked, concerned by his expression.
"My Lord Alex is up," he announced in an exasperated tone. "I told him you would not be pleased, but he insisted I help him dress. I did, but then came directly to you to tell—"
His words died, and the boy turned away with alarm as a crash and commotion sounded behind Mary. She followed suit and swivelled abruptly on the bench in time to see her husband tumbling down the stairs. Mary was on her feet at once and rushing toward him. Alex landed at the bottom of the stairs with a curse, followed by a groan as his body announced the various new aches and pains he could add to the one in his head. He then thanked his lucky stars that he had been clever enough to hold on to the banister as he descended. He'd done so just in case his legs weren't as steady beneath him as he'd hoped, but that hold on the sturdy wooden rail had probably saved him breaking his neck. When his foot had slipped on something on the stairs, his grip on the rail had kept him from pitching head first to the bottom. Instead, he'd slid down the steps on his behind and back, gaining more bruises, but keeping his neck intact.
"Husband! Alex!"
He cursed under his breath again as he recognized the worry and upset in his wife's and sister's voices as they rushed across the great hall toward him. Godfrey and the maids were following. Of course, they had witnessed his clumsy moment. No doubt this would simply reaffirm their view of him as an invalid, and that was the last thing he wanted at this moment. Alex had determined to dress and rise this morning with the express purpose of appearing capable and in charge, so that no one would kick up a fuss when he once again exerted his position as Lord of Domesbury. He was determined he was not going to sleep alone again tonight, but knew he had to appear strong and able to be sure his decisions were not overridden. This was not a good start.
"Husband!"
"I am fine," Alex said firmly, forcing himself to sit up as Mary dropped to her knees on one side of him and Evelyn on the other. "Truly, I merely slipped on something on the stairs. It could have happened to anyone."
"Mayhap your legs are not yet quite strong enough to carry you," Evelyn suggested quietly. "We should return you to your bed for another day or two and—"
"Nay," he said sharply, and then forced himself to smile to ease the effect of the snap in his voice. Getting to his feet, he spoke more calmly as he added, "Nay, that is the last thing I need. I need to be up and about. I am not an invalid, Evie." She smiled faintly at the old nickname, but also tried to put herself under his right arm, even as Mary moved to wedge her shoulder under his left. Alex sighed inwardly, but merely stepped back from them both. "My legs are perfectly fine. I am just clumsy," he assured them both solemnly, though that wasn't absolutely true. After the tumble he'd taken, his legs were a little shaky, but he'd die before admitting that and being forced back to his bed. "Allow me to escort you back to the table, ladies." Alex crooked out his elbows so that both his wife and his sister could slip their arms through his, and after a brief hesitation, each did. He let out a relieved breath then and walked them back to the table where they'd been seated when he'd made his grand entrance.
"How are you feeling?"
Mary asked anxiously as they paused at the table and each began to reclaim her seat. "Fine," Alex assured her as he settled to sit on the end of the bench between his wife and the chair where his sister sat. "I have a bit of a headache, but otherwise I feel fine."
"I shall mix you up a tonic to ease it and—"
Mary had started to rise, but paused and glanced to him in question when Alex caught her arm. "I do not want a tonic," he said firmly, noting the worry and hurt this brought to her face. He didn't understand it until she settled to sit again and said a bit stiffly,
"Then perhaps Evelyn or her Aunt Biddy would be kind enough to mix one up for you."
Alex realized then that she thought he was refusing because he didn't trust her, and might suspect she was behind the dosing. He didn't wish to address the issue there in front of everyone, so merely said, "I do not wish a tonic at all. The headache will pass in its own good time, and I wish to maintain a clear head for our journey." "Journey?" Mary and Evelyn asked together. Alex could feel them peering at him wide-eyed from either side of him, but didn't glance to either woman. Instead, he smiled at the maid who had arrived with some mead, bread and cheese to break his fast and merely said, "Aye, Gerhard is gathering the men together right now so that we can return to Domesbury." He did glance to Mary then to see how she was taking the news. His wife looked briefly startled, but then her eyebrows drew together as she apparently tried to work out what this meant. It was Evelyn who protested. "But you have only just got here." "Aye," he said solemnly, turning an apologetic gaze to his sister, "and I wish that we could stay longer to visit. But I have found you happy and well, which was my main concern. and it has become obvious on this journey that there are some matters I myself need to address to reach that same happy state. It does seem best do I handle them now before whoever is behind these attacks succeed at their efforts. And since it all started at Domsbury, I think I need to return there to sort it out. Evelyn looked like she wanted to protest further, but held her tongue, and Alex was grateful for it. He knew she was disappointed, but suspected staying would simply draw out the matter presently plaguing them, and until it was resolved, Alex would have Gerhard accusing Mary and her maid, and Mary accusing Gerhard and the rest of his men. Alex knew he wouldn't be able to concentrate on his relationship with his wife until he had this out of the way. The thought made him glance to Mary to see her looking thoughtful and unhappy. Before he could ask what she was thinking, Evelyn asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Alex took a breath, knowing this was going to upset her even more than the fact that he was leaving, and then admitted, "As soon as Gerhard returns and tells me the men are ready." Mary gave a start at his side, drawing his attention to her surprised expression. Alex raised an eyebrow and asked quietly, "Is there anything you wish to do ere we leave?" "Nay," Mary murmured and peered down again. Alex opened his mouth to ask her if she was all right, but then paused and glanced across the room as the doors to the bailey opened. Cullen was the first to enter, but he was followed closely by Gerhard. The soldier walked a deferential step behind the Laird of Donaghey as they crossed to the table, but while Cullen merely nodded in greeting and then passed by to reach and kiss Evelyn good morning, Gerhard paused beside him before he too nodded. "All is ready?" Alex asked. "Aye, the wagon is packed, the horses are saddled, and the men are waiting." "Go ahead and mount up then. We will join you directly," Alex said. He waited for the man to turn and make his way back out of the great hall, and then stood and reached down to help Mary to her feet before glancing to his sister. Evelyn was already standing when he turned toward her and Cullen. His sister hesitated briefly and then threw herself into his arms and hugged him soundly, saying, "You must come again once everything is settled. In the meantime, write often so I know you are well." "Of course," Alex murmured, pressing her close before releasing her. Cullen immediately pulled his wife to his chest, encompassing her with one brawny arm even as he reached out his other to offer Alex his hand. "Safe travels and good luck with the matter. I will be curious to find out how it all works together in the end." "As will I," Alex said wryly, and the two men smiled. He started to retrieve his hand then, but Cullen tightened his grasp on it and held him in place as he said seriously, "You're welcome to come back for a proper visit when you're ready. Evelyn and I'd both enjoy that." Alex felt his eyebrows rise slightly at the solemn words and knew he had just received a large compliment from his new brother-in-law. In man-speak, he'd just been told Cullen liked him. Since the feeling was mutual, he could do no less than offer, "And the same goes for you. You are welcome at Domsbury at any time. I would enjoy the chance to get to know you better." Cullen smiled and released his hand to look down at Evelyn. "The Scots blood in your family shows through. Two such fine specimens couldna be produced by pure blood English parents." "Oh, Cullen," Evelyn laughed and hugged him briefly, even as she shook her head at her brother. "Ignore him. He is sure the English are weak and foolish." "Aye, I am. And that's how I ken the two of you are no pure English," Cullen teased. Evelyn clucked her tongue with mock irritation, and Alex found himself smiling over the pair and then stepping aside to make room when Evelyn gave him a gentle push to get past him. Eyebrows rising slightly, he watched her hug his wife, pleased when Mary hugged her in return. He also noted that Evelyn whispered something to Mary, and that she nodded solemnly in response, and then the two women linked arms and headed for the door, heads together as they walked. "They like each other," Cullen commented as they started to follow the woman. "Aye," Alex agreed with a smile as he watched the pair, one petite and blonde, the other a little taller and with long, gleaming chestnut hair. He had always thought Evelyn had been graced with lovely hair, but now thought that his Mary had the loveliest hair he had ever seen. Long and flowing, it shone with good health, and seemed to capture bits of the sun with red and blonde highlights as they stepped out under the midday sun. "You're no feeling a tad drunk and likely to start slurring, are you?" Cullen asked suddenly. Startled by the question, Alex glanced to him with surprise. "Nay, why?" "Well, the randy way you were just looking at Mary made me think mayhap you'd been dosed again," the man teased. Alex chuckled at this suggestion but shook his head. "Trust me, I need no dosing to look at her like that." Cullen smiled slightly and nodded, but then said more seriously, "Mayhap you'd best reassure Mary o' that at some point in the near future. Women can be a strange breed and get the oddest ideas in their heads. 'Twould no surprise me that she's now thinking the only reason you'd bed her was if you'd been dosed." "That had not occurred to me, thank you, Cullen," Alex murmured, now peering at his wife thoughtfully. He had been so concerned that she might think he had suspicions regarding her being involved in his attacks. He hadn't even considered what she might have made of this dosing business, and whether he would be interested in her that way without it. It was definitely something he would have to see to, however. He wouldn't have Mary doubting his attraction for her and thinking he'd bedded her only because of some tonic. The issue made him doubly glad he'd decided to leave Donacay today. He could hardly prove he was attracted to his wife were they forced to sleep apart to ease everyone's worries and suspicions. Chapter 13. Mary was thinking of home. She supposed that shouldn't surprise her since she was on Scottish soil, but what did surprise her was the fact that she was feeling a little blue, and even longing for her childhood home at the moment. After so many years spent wishing and praying to get away from Stuart, it did seem ironic that she was now homesick for the place. But the fact was, at Stuart, the only people trying to kill anyone were her father and brothers, and they were only trying to kill themselves. There was no great, incomprehensible plot afoot there, and no one in her childhood home, from her father and brothers down to the lowliest servant, would ever have even imagined that she might be capable of dosing anyone with something or attempting to kill him, except perhaps for her father and brothers, she acknowledged, but then only under great provocation. It wasn't just that, however. While it was troublesome to think that her husband might now suspect her of being behind this ridiculous plot, as Gerhard did, what bothered her most was something Evelyn had said while they'd hugged and said goodbye before leaving. Evelyn had whispered in her ear, reminding her of her request to send Edda away to visit her sister once they'd returned to Domesbury, and then had added, "And never fear, I am sure whatever Alex has been dosed with is not the only reason he, likes you in that way. I am sure he finds you attractive." Alex's sister had pulled back to smile at her encouragingly then, but Mary had merely stared back blankly and then allowed herself to be led from the keep. She'd hardly heard a word Evelyn had said as she'd chatted on about the things they would do when next they visited, as they'd walked out to the horses. Mary's mind had still been stuck on her reassurance. Until that moment, it had never occurred to her that her husband's desire for her might be tonic-induced. Certainly, the night she'd noted that his eyes were dilated, she'd realized that his aggressive behavior was due to being dosed. But surely the other times hadn't been, had they? She wondered now with worry, recalling that, according to Una, his eyes had been dilated for the entire 3 weeks ere the journey, and yet he hadn't touched or even looked at her as he had on this journey. But they suspected the dosage had been increased since then, and that this was why he'd acted as he had. Was it only whatever he'd been given that had brought him to her bed? She worried. "You look very thoughtful." Mary glanced up with a start to find that her husband had slowed to ride beside her again. They had started out the journey side by side on their mounts, but she had been so distracted by her thoughts, she hadn't been able to respond to his comments and repeated efforts to strike up a conversation. After a bit, Mary had allowed her mare to fall back some, leaving Gerhard to take her place and talk with her husband. Now, however, Alex had dropped back to ride beside her again, and she forced herself to stop fretting about things she could not control and managed to offer him a smile. "Does this area look familiar?" Alex asked suddenly, and Mary glanced around, her eyes slipping with little interest over the woods they were travelling through. It looked much like the rest of the woods they'd been passing through for the last hour, she thought, and then noted the hills ahead and stilled in her saddle, her head tilting slightly as she stared at them. "Stuart!" She breathed the word, amazed to see the place she'd just been pining for. "Aye," Alex smiled gently. "I thought you might wish to stop and greet your family and old friends, since we were passing so close by. But we can avoid it if 'twould bring up unhappy memories for you." Mary smiled at the man, thinking she truly had a thoughtful husband, and then glanced toward the hills ahead as she considered her answer. Finally she nodded her head. "If you do not mind taking the time, I would be pleased to check in on my father and brothers on the way by." "Then we shall," he said with a smile, and Mary smiled back, but then glimpsed Gerhard riding on his other side and noted the scowl on the man's face. It seemed he was not pleased with the stop, and judging by the suspicion on his expression, did not think she should be either. She supposed she should not be surprised. No doubt he was imagining she had some grand plan to finish off her husband in the familiar surroundings, but there was little she could do about his thoughts, so she merely ignored him and looked toward the hills ahead and home. The men on the wall were, of course, the first to see their approach, and she noted the way they each stiffened and grew still at their posts as they watched them draw near. Their party was nearly to the wall before the men were able to recognize her riding at the front at her husband's side, and the difference in them was immediate. They all relaxed, breaking out in smiles of welcome. Most even waved and called out. Mary felt a happy laugh slip from her lips as she waved back, and then they were passing under the gate into the bailey, and their party was almost brought to a grinding halt as the people of Stuart rushed forward to greet her. "You're back! Are you staying, lass?" "You're looking fine and healthy, lass." "Is this your man, lovey? He's a fine-looking man." The calls came from every side, and Mary laughed as she urged her mare to continue slowly forward, even as she tried to answer that aye, she was back. Aye, this was her husband, and no, she was not staying, just visiting. The warmth and welcome from the people of Stuart was a balm to her soul compared to the tension and suspicion of the last few days, and it was only then that Mary realized how upset she had been to be under that suspicion. She had understood it, but that apparently hadn't prevented it from hurting her. The moment they drew their mounts to a halt at the steps to the keep, and Mary dismounted, she found herself surrounded and caught up in one embrace after another by the women who had trailed them across the bailey. Things like, "'Tis good to see you looking so bonny, lass," and "We're missing you here at Stuart, my lady," were repeated to her over and over, and Mary would have liked to load every single one of them into her wagon and take them home to Domesbury with her. At least then she would not feel so alone, for despite Una's accompanying her, it had been a lonely 3 weeks directly after her arrival in England. She had felt quite lost and alone, and had clung to the kindness Edda had shown her. Now, however, she was questioning that kindness and the woman who had shown it, and felt she had no ally at all. Just as Mary acknowledged that thought to herself, Alex suddenly appeared at her side, making his way gently but firmly through the woman to get to her and slip an arm around her shoulder. For one moment, she fancied he looked a little worried, as if he thought she might disappear into the crowd of women and not return, but then he managed a smile and suggested, "Mayhap we should go in now. One of the men said your father and brothers are inside." Mary nodded agreement, and Alex began to maneuver them toward and up the steps while she apologized and made her excuses for leaving, and then they were inside. The keep doors closed behind them, blocking out the chatter and noise, as well as the sun. Mary and Alex both paused to give their eyes a moment to adjust, and suddenly she was reminded of her arrival at Domesbury, for while she was briefly blind, she was not deaf and heard the men in the room before she saw them. The overloud laughter and slurring words that hit her ear made her heart drop at once, erasing all the pleasure of a moment ago, and Mary mentally raised her shoulders, and stiffened her resolve as Alex took her arm and led her slowly, almost reluctantly forward. As her eyes focused and her gaze landed on the 3 men seated around the trestle tables, with several empty, overturned pitchers lying around them, Mary began to wish she had thanked Alex kindly, but rejected the idea of stopping. In her brief moment of melancholy on the hill, she had remembered only the people who lived and worked here and the good of her childhood home. She'd quite forgotten the 3 men who had been burrs in her behind since her mother's death. She and Alex were halfway across the floor when Mary suddenly found her feet would no longer move her forward. Alex paused at once, a questioning gaze on his face, and she said unhappily, "Mayhap 'twould be better did we just continue on our journey." "I'd say so," Gerhard muttered behind her, drawing her attention to the fact that they had not entered alone. Mary stiffened and felt her face flush with shame for her family, but did not miss the scowl Alex turned on the man. His expression was neutral when it returned to her, and he said, "If you wish it, Mary, we will do what you like." "Aye," she said solemnly, "I wish—"
"Mary, as I live and breathe, here we were just talking about you and you appear as if by magic."
Mary's shoulders drooped at that loud shout from her father, knowing it was too late now and they would have to carry this debacle forward. Taking a deep breath, she turned and forced herself to approach the table as the 3 Stuart men staggered to their feet to greet them.
"Damn me, Mary,"
Brodie greeted. He was the first to reach them and immediately caught her up in a bear hug.
"You're looking fine, lass. We've been fretting o'er that husband of yours and how he's treating you. Is he giving you any trouble? We can kill the bastard and bury him and his men in Cook's herb garden, and no one would be the wiser."
Mary forced a smile, treating the words like a joke, though she suspected they weren't. She managed to ease from his embrace as she assured him, "There's no need for that. My husband is very kind to me."
"Well, that's all right then," her father decided as he displaced Brodie to embrace her himself. "We'll let the lad live then, shall we?"
"Aye," Mary said firmly, and wondered what madness had made her wish for this visit. Surely this was only going to add to the suspicion the English already had of her. Certainly, Gerhard had an expression on his face that suggested this was nothing less than he'd expected. As for Alex, his face was still in that neutral state, and she could not tell what he was thinking. And then her father was displaced by Gawain, who gave her a quick, hard hug and then tugged her toward the table, saying,
"You've got to come celebrate with us, Mary. We've the most wonderful news."
"Oh?" she asked wearily, as she was urged to sit on the bench.
"Aye,"
Brodie assured her, as he and Gawain both settled on either side of her at the trestle table. Mary was about to glance around to be sure Alex was still nearby, when he stepped up behind her and settled his hands on her shoulders. He then used that touch to urge her to relax back against his legs and use him as a chair back. Mary tilted her face up to peer at him, relieved to find his expression kind, sympathetic and reassuring all at once as he murmured, "Let us hear this wonderful news." Mary had to swallow a lump in her throat, grateful that he hadn't snatched her back off the bench and run for the door. She would not have blamed him had he done so, and part of her almost wished that he had, but they were her family.
"Cade is a-comin' home."
This announcement from her father made Mary whirl to stare at where he stood on the other side of the trestle table. He had a pitcher full of whiskey in one hand, a mug in the other, and a grin on his face full of happy expectation as he awaited her response. She stared at him blankly for the longest time as she tried to accept that the brother she'd begun to fear was dead, was not, and then finally said, "He isna."
"Aye,"
Brodie crooned, throwing an arm around her and drawing her up against his side in an exuberant if clumsy hug that pulled her away from Alex.
"He is, Mary. Cade is alive and will soon be home."
"But how?" she asked with bewilderment. "Where has he been? Why is he not—"
"He was being held captive by one of those damned infidel princes," her father said grimly. 3 years the poor bastard rotted in some foreign cage.
Aye, Gawain said solemnly, but then cheered and added,
But he escaped. There's no keeping a Stuart where there no wanting to be. He escaped and is recuperating with friends. As soon as he's well enough to travel, he'll be on a ship home.
Recuperating? Mary asked with alarm, reaching up to cover one of Alex's hands with her own as she straightened, and his hands settled on her shoulders again. Was he injured?
Nay,
her father assured her, and then admitted with some concern of his own.
At least, there was no mention of injury. From the letter we received, it sounds as though he was weak and half-starved is all. He'll be home soon enough.
Mary sank back against Alex's legs and chest as she absorbed this news. Cade lived. All would be well. At least, here at Stuart. He would return and take her father and brothers in hand, and run Stuart in her place. It would be one worry off her plate, for she truly had been fretting over how Stuart would continue on with 3 drunks running it. But once Cade was back, well, this was the best news she'd had since her marriage. Tilting her head back, Mary offered a beaming smile to her husband.
"'Tis good news. All will be well."
Aye, he agreed quietly, a small smile playing about his lips.
Aye, Eakin Stuart said gruffly. "'Tis the grandest news imaginable, and surely the 2 of you will stay to celebrate it."
Alex glanced to the man, hesitated, and then peered down at Mary, lifting one eyebrow. "Do you wish to stay and celebrate? We could stop the night and continue on in the morning." Mary smiled wryly at the offer, knowing he was no more comfortable with the idea than she. Grateful he had made it, she nevertheless shook her head. "I think I'd like to continue our journey. We've a long way to go and much to settle at Domesbury." Alex nodded and glanced to her father. "I fear Mary is right. We do have to return home. We only stopped to say hello on the way and let you know that we will return for a longer visit another time if we are welcome."
"Oh, aye, you're welcome here, lad," Eakin Stuart assured him generously, and added brightly, "Mayhap next time you come, Cade'll be back, and you can meet the boy."
"I would enjoy that," Alex assured him solemnly, slipping a hand to Mary's arm to help her maneuver herself from the tiny space she was inhabiting on the bench between her brothers. The 2 younger men were far enough gone in their celebrations that it apparently didn't occur to them to give her the room necessary to extricate herself, and, in the end, Alex simply lifted her up and off the bench and set her on her feet once she was clear of it. They turned to leave then, but Mary paused as Brodie suddenly caught her hand, bringing her to a halt. Glancing back, she raised her eyebrows curiously when she saw his solemn expression. "'Tis oddly quiet here without you, Mary," he confessed somberly.
"Aye,"
Gawain agreed, and then added,
"I didna think we would, but we miss you."
Mary felt her heart squeeze at the soft words, and impulsively moved back to give both her brothers a hug. "We will come back soon," she whispered as she squeezed them both, an arm around each of them, and then added gruffly, "Try not to drink yourselves to death or break your foul necks ere we do." The 2 men grinned as if this was a fine joke, and Mary shook her head as she straightened, then turned and took the hand Alex offered, allowing him to lead her out of her childhood home. It took them several moments to make their way through the people crowded outside the keep doors. The size of the group had grown while they were inside, and none of them was shy about letting their disappointment be known that she wasn't staying any length of time. It made her feel a bit guilty, but did her heart good as well. At least she knew, did things go terribly wrong at Domesbury, she had a home and people to return to who would welcome her with open arms. "'Tis good Cade is returning," Alex murmured once they were finally on their way again and travelling out of the bailey.
"Aye,"
Mary agreed, a smile stretching her lips. It truly was the best news she'd had in a long time. "You will worry less about your father and brothers with him here to watch over them." Mary glanced to him, surprised by the astute observation, but then merely nodded. I will. They rode in a companionable silence after that, Mary thinking about her brother and what it would mean at Sturt for him to return. She had no doubt he would take up the reins there. Her father had no interest in running the place. Mary only hoped Cade could somehow make the three men give up, or at least slow down on their drinking. Perhaps with him there, Brodie and Gawain could be reformed. At least they would have a strong male lead to follow rather than their father. It was a possibility, if her father allowed him to take over this time, and if Cade returned to Scotland unbroken by all he'd experienced, she added unhappily, and began to fret about what shape he was in. Mary was so caught up in her thoughts and worries about her brother that she didn't notice when the sun began to set or wonder why they were travelling so late into the day. It was only when Alex called a halt and she released her worries to glance around that she saw it was now full night. They were in a clearing beside a loch, the moonlight reflecting off its surface and making it easy to see despite the hour. Her gaze slid to Alex in question then, but he was already dismounting. Once on the ground, he paused for a moment while he waited for his legs to recover from sitting his horse for so long, and then moved around to hold his hands up to her. "'Tis late," Mary murmured, as he lifted her off her mare. "Aye," Alex agreed, but didn't explain and merely said, "Take a minute to find your legs, ere you try to move about, Mary. You will be stiff from the ride." She nodded silently and clutched his arms as he held her up and then released a breath and murmured, "Thank you," when her legs had recovered enough to hold her up without issue. Alex then led her farther along the lake to tend to personal matters. He said she could bathe if she wished, but the water was cold, so she made do with a quick wash. They then returned to camp and parted ways, he to tend to the men, and she to see what she could do about the tent. Una had been busy and the tent was already set up, the furs and their belongings laid out. Mary paused in the tent flap, aware that Gerhard stood not far away, his eyes burning a hole in her back, and then moved inside to collect the sack holding her dresses. She had no doubt that the soldier would raise a fuss with Alex about the possibility of her sleeping in the tent with him, where she might kill him in his sleep. Mary had no wish to have to hear Alex asking her to sleep elsewhere, or choosing to sleep elsewhere himself. At least if she simply did it now herself, she could avoid that, she thought unhappily, and turned to hurry back out of the tent with her belongings. Una and Godfrey were both inside the wagon arranging things when she arrived. Mary suspected that the lad had also helped Una set up the tent, and that was why it was all done so quickly. She knew the boy still felt bad about attacking the maid, and had been doing such thoughtful little things in an effort at repentance. Seeing the single pallet of furs the two were now setting out, Mary cleared her throat and murmured, "Ye shall either need 2 of those, or to make that one bigger, do you no mind sharing it with me, Una?" The maid and Godfrey both sat back on their haunches to peer at her with surprise. It was Una who asked, "You're no sleeping with your husband?" Mary grimaced. "What? And have Gerhard insisting on sleeping in there with us? Nay, I shall sleep in here with you." Godfrey and Una exchanged glances and then set silently to work, rearranging the furs, and Mary was relieved that they were not questioning her further or commenting on these new arrangements. She set her sack of gowns just inside the wagon, and then climbed inside and moved forward on her knees to help them. The men had finished tending to everything else needed to ensure a relatively safe and comfortable camp when the trio climbed out of the back of the wagon. Several rabbits and a bird or two had been trapped or shot with a bow and arrow and set over the fire to cook. Mary's stomach gave a loud growl as they joined the men around the fire, and she was glad to see that the meal was nearly ready. She sat beside her husband when he gestured her over, but said little and ate quickly before excusing herself for the night and making her way to the wagon. Mary had burrowed herself under the top linens and furs on her side of the pallet when Una arrived. They both whispered a quiet, "Good sleep," to each other, and then Mary was left to her thoughts and misery. In a desperate effort to stave off the misery trying to claim her, she was reminding herself that this was her choice, and she had not been banished there when she heard the rustle of the bit of tarp hanging over the end of the wagon being moved. "Una?" Alex's irritated voice came from the darkness. "Do you know where my wife is?" Mary heard rustling as the maid shifted about beside her, but was already unburying herself from the furs and sitting up herself. "I am here." "What the devil are you doing here?" Alex asked, sounding most annoyed. Mary opened her mouth to respond, but then let it close, her eyes widening as he suddenly clambered into the back of the wagon with them. "Husband," she began uncertainly, and then gasped in surprise as he scooped her up off the furs and turned to carry her back the way he'd come. It was an awkward business carrying her across the wagon on his knees, but he did so, and then leapt to the ground behind it, with her held close to his chest. Mary didn't say a word as he carried her around the outside of the camp to get to their tent. But then neither did he, and then they were inside the tent, and he was setting her, none too gently, on the furs. The man was obviously annoyed. If she doubted that, his sharp, "You sleep with me, wife, 'tis your place," would have cleared up the matter for her. Mary lay where he'd left her and peered at him uncertainly, but he wasn't looking at her. He had apparently come to the tent and started to disrobe before realizing she wasn't buried in the furs. The man wore only his brays, and those were now quickly stripped away. He then paused to blow out the candle on the chest next to the pallet before climbing into the makeshift bed beside her. She waited nervously for him to say or do something, but after a couple of moments of rustling as he shifted about to get comfortable, Alex merely threw his arm over her and drew her against his side, and then gave a little grunt of satisfaction. The tent then fell into silence. Mary considered simply going to sleep and not talking about what had just happened, but she could feel his irritation in the tension of the arm around her and said meekly, "After Donachie, I thought you felt safer without me in your bed." A long sigh ruffled the hair on the back of her head, and then Alex said, "Why do you think I wished to leave Donachie so soon?" "To tend to matters at home," she suggested, repeating what he'd said to his sister and Cullen. "There is that," he admitted, and then added, "But Mary, your sleeping in another room was not my choice." "But you didn't protest it," she pointed out quietly. "I had just woken up from a head wound, my head was throbbing, everyone was yelling, and no one was listening to me because they all thought me an invalid. You even shushed me," he pointed out dryly. Mary bit her lip to keep from grinning at the affront in his voice. "I knew there was no use in arguing, but did not like not having you in my bed, and did not intend to spend another night like that. So rather than deal with Gerhard's protests and Cullen's efforts to keep everyone happy, I decided 'twas time to leave so that I could now make my own rules about who slept where. And," he added firmly, "my rule is that you will always sleep with me. Understood?" "Aye," Mary said meekly. "Good." She listened to him breathe, waiting for him to tell her that he did not suspect her, or, well, anything that would help erase some of the worries that were rolling around her head like great boulders. But he apparently had nothing more to say and no desire to bed her, because she soon realized his breathing had grown deep and steady and he was sleeping. It left her to wonder what exactly this all meant. He hadn't bedded her, but she was back in his bed. That last part had to be a good thing, did it not? Mary wondered, and then allowed her eyes to drift closed as she too fell asleep. Chapter 14. Alex woke to smoke, the loud crackle of flames, and someone coughing as they tugged and pulled on him. It was a rude awakening, and he had stumbled half to his feet and started coughing himself before he was fully awake and aware that he was being half pulled and half led from the tent that was now awash in flames. At first, Alex thought the person pulling him was Mary, and he had the brief thought that this would be the third time his wife had had to save his hide. But then he became aware that the body that had shifted to brace his own as they stumbled out of the tent into the cool night air was much larger than his petite wife. Another fit of coughing seized Alex the moment he sucked clean fresh air in on top of the smoke filling his lungs, and he found himself doubled over and helpless to resist all the hands now pushing and pulling at him as more bodies surrounded him. In this state, he and his saviour were propelled a safe distance away from the fire, and then Alex found himself pushed to sit on a boulder to catch his breath. "Thank God!" Gerhard got out between hacking coughs of his own as he dropped to sit beside him. "I thought sure you were done for." Alex gave one last cough to clear his throat and shook his head before glancing to the man. He took in his grim, soot-stained face and then glanced to the tent before peering around the clearing to see where they had dragged his wife to. She was much smaller than he, and he worried that the smoke might have harmed her more than him. He didn't spot her at once, however, and asked, "Where did they take my wife?" "What?" Gerhard asked sharply. "She is in the wagon with Una. Godfrey said she planned to sleep there, and I saw her go there myself last night after we ate." Feeling the blood drain from his face, Alex turned toward him with dismay. "Nay, I found her there and carried her to the tent ere going to sleep. Surely one of you saw her there and brought her out too." Gerhard was now looking alarmed as well, but shook his head. "I saw no one. You were alone." Cursing, Alex leapt to his feet at once and rushed toward the tent. "My lord!" Gerhard caught his arm and tried to stop him. "I saw no one. She cannot be there, and if she is, 'tis too late. I barely got you out. There is no way to save her." Alex merely shrugged his hold away and charged forward. He would save his wife, or die trying. He would not leave her in that inferno to die a fiery death. Dear God, she was probably awake right now and bleating with fear, he thought with horror. Roasting to death was a terrible way to go. The tent had appeared fully aflame when he'd wakened in it, and was certainly no better now. But Alex ignored that, took a last gasp of smoke-free air, and then charged through the flaming tent flap. His eyes were nearly closed against the heat inside, but he knew his way to the fur pallet, and rushed there so quickly he almost could not stop himself, and nearly trampled his wife under the furs and linens. "Wife!" he shouted, dropping to his knees beside the bump that was she, but she did not stir. Alex didn't take the time to see whether she lived or not, but scooped her up in his arms, furs and all, and turned to crash back toward the tent flap. His heart lifted with relief and a sudden mad desire to laugh as he reached the flap and rushed through to the sound of a loud, snuffling snore coming muffled from the furs he held. His wife was alive, and had slept through the whole damned thing. Mary was not pleased to be awake. It had been a long day of riding, following several days of little sleep as she'd fretted over Alex, and she simply was not happy to be jarred awake by Alex's sudden desire to cart her about. In truth, she suspected she might have managed to sleep through that, had the big lummox's chest not been vibrating against her ear, and his laughter not reached her through the muffling of the furs she'd curled herself in as usual. She was going to ignore him and simply go back to sleep until it occurred to Mary to wonder where he thought he was carrying her to. The wagon came to mind, and she stiffened in his arms at the thought of being put back where she'd started out after he'd dragged her out of there to begin with. Had he changed his mind about wishing her to share his bed? Upset at the possibility, Mary began to struggle to unravel the furs cocooning her, and managed to push her arms and head out of the top like a child being birthed. Her head turned instinctively toward her husband, and she noted the dark smudges on his face, and how they stood out in relief against the sharp light coming from the torches surrounding them. Nay, not torches, she realized as her eyes travelled past his face to the tent he was carrying her away from. Her eyes widened incredulously on the flames abode, and then turned sharply back to her husband as she cried, "'Twas not me!" Alex's laughter immediately died and was replaced with a soft expression of regret, but before he could speak, they were suddenly surrounded by several men, Gerhard among them. The next several moments passed in a whirl of chaos as Gerhard herded them farther from the still burning tent before allowing Alex to pause. She expected him to set her down then, but Alex held her tightly and shook his head when Gerhard tried to take her from him. "We need to check both of you over for burns or injuries," the soldier said reasonably. "I have a few minor burns, but I'm otherwise all right," Alex said quietly, and then glanced at Mary and added, "And I believe the furs protected my wife from injury." When she nodded silently, he released a small breath of relief and then dropped to sit on the nearest boulder, still cradling her in his arms. Mary peered from him to the burning tent and then to Gerhard as Alex asked him, "What happened?" The concern on Gerhard's face suddenly turned to fury as he spat. "What happened is someone obviously set the damned tent on fire. Which wouldn't have happened had you listened to me and allowed me to set guards on the tent for the night." Mary's eyes widened at the anger in the man's face and voice. 'Twas obvious he was upset, and not afraid to show it. Alex, however, merely nodded. "Aye, you are right. It would not have happened. But how do you know it was set?" Gerhard blew out an exasperated breath. "Well, I presume you were not foolish enough to leave a candle burning while you slept." "Nay," Alex agreed, even as Mary shook her head. She distinctly recalled Alex blowing out the candle before joining her in the pallet. It had definitely been dark inside the tent when she drifted off to sleep. "Then someone obviously must have set it," the soldier snapped, and was so upset he began to pace in front of them. "It was a stupid effort to kill you, though it nearly worked. Fortunately, the fire upset the horses and their nervous movement and whinnying woke Alan, and he got up to soothe them, saw the tent was afire and woke me." "And you came in after me," Alex said solemnly. "Thank you, old friend." Gerhard waved his words away with disgust. "Of course I came in after you. 'Tis my job to keep you alive. But I would not have needed to had you just listened to me and allowed me to put guards on you. Someone set that fire deliberately, trying to kill you. There is no way this could be an accident that we are misconstruing." His eyes slid to Mary as he said that, and she sat a little straighter in Alex's lap and said quickly, "I did not set it." "Mary, love," Alex said softly, drawing her weary gaze to him. Lifting one sooty hand, he brushed the hair back from her face and said solemnly, "We know it was not you. Do we not, Gerhard?" he added in hard tones. Mary glanced to the man, sighing inwardly when he hesitated. She was sure he was about to accuse her of starting the fire in another attempt to point the guilty finger elsewhere, but much to her surprise, he nodded solemnly. "Aye, we know it is not you," he said dutifully, and then added, "You would hardly set the tent on fire and then go to sleep inside and remain there so long." He shook his head. "I do not know how you survived it. The heat and smoke were enough that I was sure you were dead when I realized you were still in there." "My wife sleeps buried under the furs," Alex said dryly. "She burrows even her head under them. 'Tis probably the only thing that saved her." "Ah," Gerhard nodded, and then peered at Mary and said seriously, "'Tis good you do. 'Tis probably the only thing that saved you this night. I thought you were in the wagon with Una, and the smoke was so thick in the air I never would have seen you there. We are just lucky that the furs were not set afire by a spark ere Alex realized you were still inside and got you out. Surely the angels were looking after you both tonight." Mary nodded solemnly as her gaze slid back to the fiery tent as it collapsed. The angels had indeed been working hard tonight. "My lady." Mary glanced back to Gerhard and noted that his expression had gone even more solemn. "Allow me to offer my apologies for my earlier accusations," he said with dignity. "My only excuse is that—" "Looking out for Alex has been your job for many years now," Mary interrupted, equally solemn despite the relief pouring through her. She had not enjoyed knowing she was under suspicion for hurting Alex, and was glad to have that pall removed. She was so relieved she didn't need the apology, so said, "And everything did start after me arrival.
I understand why you suspected me. 'Tis all right."
"Thank you," he murmured, and then seemed to become aware of the men all standing around them, watching and listening to everything, and said, "Well, 'tis morn now. Why are you not breaking camp?" The men began to move away at once, and Gerhard turned to offer them both a slight bow before following suit. Mary watched him go, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. In truth, she thought it was nearly worth having almost been roasted alive to get that suspicion off her. She suspected she might feel differently had she not slept through the ordeal. However, the very fact that she had made her shake her head with bewilderment. Surely the heat or the smoke should have made its way through to her sleeping mind and roused her. Apparently not. "Mary." She turned to Alex, surprised to see that he looked even more solemn than Gerhard had. He caught her face in his hands and said, "I want you to know that I have never believed that you were involved in what has been happening." When Mary's eyes narrowed with doubt and she opened her mouth to say she was not sure that was true, he held up a hand and said, "If ever I did wonder, it was only a passing thought and quickly forced away by your own behaviour." "Mine?" she asked, wanting to believe him. "Aye," he assured her, and then laughed slightly and said, "Mary, there is a reason you gained the name the Stuart Shrew." Mary felt herself flush, but before she could get too embarrassed or upset, he added, "And you did not get it from sneaking around drugging people or knocking them out when their backs are turned. Anyone could tell that from watching you deal with your father and brothers." "They could?" she asked dubiously. "Do you recall the day I found you training the men in the bailey?" "Aye," she said slowly, unsure where this was heading. "Well, Mary, when you realized your father and brothers were drinking in the great hall, you straightened your shoulders and marched up there ready to do battle. You did not handle it in some underhanded, sneaky manner." Mary grimaced but said, "As much as I hate to disappoint you and risk you thinking I'm behind all this, I feel I should tell you that I did actually slam me shield or Brody's head from behind when I got there." "That was just to get his attention," Alex said, waving her words away. "You saw it?" she asked with dismay. "Aye, I followed and saw and heard everything, and you have nothing to be ashamed of. You hit him over the head, got his attention, gave him hell, and then knocked him out good and proper from in front." Mary was busy cringing over the knowledge that he'd witnessed one of her shrewish moments, when he caught her face and turned her so that she was focused on him as he continued, "Mary, you handle everything in a forthright manner. You did not hide the whiskey from your father and brothers, but locked it away in the pantry and kept the key on your person, and all knew you had it." He shook his head. "Nay, did you want me dead? You would not choose strange potions and sneak attacks from behind to do it. You would choose a much more forthright manner." "Thank you, husband," Mary said quietly, touched that he thought so highly of her. She then frowned and added, "I think." Alex chuckled at the disgruntlement now claiming her face, and then hugged her close. "I am almost glad for this latest attack. It has allowed us to clear up the matter of your being under suspicion and—" Mary tilted her head back to peer at him curiously when his words faltered. "And what?" He grimaced, but then admitted, "It also gave me the chance to rescue you for a change." She paused, her brow furrowed with confusion. Alex smiled but explained, "It was beginning to hurt my pride that my sweet little bride had saved my life twice, when I am supposed to be the big, strong warrior husband." "Oh," her eyes widened in realization, and then she patted his shoulder soothingly. "You are a big, strong warrior husband. I have never doubted that, and I kenned 'twas only a matter of time ere you'd had to be saving me back." Alex began to laugh so hard he fell back on the grass with her, and Mary gave a little squeal and clutched at his shoulders as they went. She then found her head pressed to his chest as he hugged her tightly and breathed, "Ah, Mary, you are priceless." Mary wasn't sure what he found so amusing, She'd been in earnest, but let the matter go and admitted, "I'm glad o' it too if it means Gerhard will stop suspecting me, but your words have made me wonder." "About what?" Alex asked, his hand moving soothingly over her back. "Well, you're right. It hadna occurred to me, but this whole ordeal is full of sneaking about and such, and I think Gerhard too forthright to do that too." "Aye," Alex agreed quietly. "He is not the sneaky sort either. Sometimes I think 'twould be better if he did learn a bit of sneakiness." When she tilted her head to peer at him curiously, he explained, "The man has a sharp mind and is good with a sword, but diplomacy is not exactly his long suit, as you may have noticed. Were he just a touch less forthright, he could avoid insulting unnecessarily." Mary murmured, but said, "You ken the people of Domsbury better than I. Who do you think is sneaky enough to do this?" Alex was silent for a moment and then sat up, taking her with him. He took a moment to help when Mary then quickly set to arranging the furs and linens around herself to be sure she was decently covered, and then admitted, "You are not going to like this." Mary grimaced. "You're going to say Edda?" He nodded solemnly. "I know you like her, and she has been good to you, but she has proven herself sneaky in the past. When my father lived and was home, she acted much as she does with you and me now. However, when he left on the occasional journey, her demeanour changed entirely. She was cold and even cruel to those left behind, including myself and Evelyn. And then he would ride through the gate, and she was suddenly sweet and dutiful again. 'Twas like there were two of her, a good Edda and an evil Edda." Mary considered this, upset at the possibility that Edda was not what she presented herself to be, and then admitted, "Evelyn made me promise to approach you about sending Edda away to visit her sister for a while once we return." "Sister?" Alex echoed with surprise and then nodded. "Oh aye, I had forgotten she had one." "I didna even ken she had one until Evelyn told me," Mary admitted. "I found that surprising considering how often we've sat by the fire chatting o'er our mending on a night." "'Tis odd she would not have mentioned it," Alex agreed, and then asked, "Would you mind did we send her away for a visit when we return?" "Nay," Mary said quietly. "I shall miss her, but it need only be until we sort things out and can prove she's no behind all of this nonsense." "Aye," Alex agreed, hugging her. "My lady." Mary pulled a little away from Alex to glance around as Una came stumbling up. The maid was a complete mess, her hair still sleep-rumpled and her gown laced up crookedly. It was obvious she'd been in a rush to dress. "Godfrey woke me with the news of the fire. Thank God you're all right," the woman gasped, dropping to her knees beside them. "You didn't get burned at all, did you?" "Godfrey didn't think you had, but I'm fine," Mary assured her quickly, and then glanced to her husband with surprise when his chest began to rumble with fresh laughter. "It does seem amazing to me that the women from your part of Scotland can sleep through such things. Surely the ruckus the men were making with their shouts and so on should have woken you, Una." "Oh," the maid flushed, but waved that away. "I am a deep sleeper. Most of the people at Stewart are. It comes from years at Eton and the boys staying up all night, drinking and carousing and making a hell of a racket. We are used to sleeping with noise." "Ah, that explains a lot," Alex said with sudden understanding and eased Mary off his lap so that he could get to his feet. "I suppose we too should get moving. I have not done so ere this because I am not sure what we are going to do for clothing now that everything burned up in the fire, but the men are nearly finished breaking camp, and I'd best look into the matter." Mary opened her mouth to point out that her gowns were safe and sound in the wagon where she'd taken them last night when she thought she'd be sleeping there, but swallowed the words and nearly her tongue along with them as she glanced up and found herself staring at her husband's naked chicken neck. Until then, she hadn't realized that he was naked as the day he was born. She should have, since that was how he'd climbed into bed last night, but... "Dear Lord, Godfrey's no the only one with a claymore," Una muttered, bringing Mary abruptly to her feet to wrap the furs that had been covering her around her husband's waist. "Mary, stop that and cover yourself," Alex snapped, trying to wrap the furs back around her even as she wrapped them around him. You are not decent. I may not be decent, but at least I'm in my chemise. Yet, on the other hand, our bare-arsed husband. Mary snapped back in case he'd missed that fact. My men will not care about me being naked, he argued, pushing the furs back toward her. And I don't mind either, Una assured her, ogling Alex. Mary scowled at her. Well, I do. Sides, they will not care about me in my chemise. They may not, but I do, Alex growled back, and then gave up trying to cover her and merely scooped her up in the furs and headed for the wagon, saying firmly, You shall have to borrow a gown from Una for the rest of the journey. Mary didn't tell him then that she had gowns. She was too busy scowling over his shoulder at Una. The maid had stood to follow, and her eyes were fixed firmly on Alex's behind as she did. Judging by the expression on her face, she was enjoying the view, too. Mary thought it terribly rude, and was not enjoying her enjoyment. Chapter 15. It was a hard ride for the next couple of days. With no tent to sleep in at night, they were forced to sleep around the fire with the rest of the men, and so Alex saw no reason to stop each day until well into the night. It troubled him that this latest attempt on his life had nearly seen his wife killed, and that was another reason he rode them so hard to reach home. He knew he was driving them all to exhaustion and risked the wagon losing a wheel, but hoped that the exhaustion would be enough to keep whoever kept attacking him from doing so again, and possibly succeeding this time, if not in killing him, then in killing his wife. He would not lose Mary now when things were starting to look up between them. By the last day, the pace he'd set had everyone grumpy, and so when the sun set, when they were only 4 or 5 hours from Domsbury, rather than call a halt and sleep one more night in the open before finishing the journey the next morning, Alex kept them going. It was a relief to everyone of the exhausted group when the torches on the towers of Domsbury were spotted through the thinning woods. Alex glanced down to Mary to point out that they were nearly there, but she was sound asleep in his lap. Unlike the journey out, she had ridden on her own for most of the way back. However, when he'd caught her starting to nod off in the saddle an hour ago, he'd pulled her before him on his mount and ordered her to sleep. He suspected it was a sign of how exhausted she was that she had not argued or even troubled herself about her mare, but had merely curled up and dropped off to sleep at once. She is dead to the world, poor thing, Gerhard said quietly from the side, and Alex glanced to where the man rode with Mary's horse trailing his own. The first had taken the mare's reins and attached them to his pommel to lead the beast when Alex had scooped Mary from her back. Aye, Alex agreed and then added, but dead to the world is better than just plain dead. Gerhard nodded. It has been hard the last few days, but 'tis better to reach Domsbury quickly and avoid further possible problems on the trail. That was my thought, Alex agreed. I suspected as much, Gerhard admitted, and then added wryly, but you may wish to explain that to your wife when she awakes. I think she and her maid thought you had lost your mind, riding us as you have. Alex smiled wryly at the suggestion and nodded. They broke through the trees then and started up the sloping path to the castle gates. The greeting here was much different from the one they'd received at Stuart. The men on the wall did not break out in smiles or wave and call out greetings as they let down the gate, and no one rushed across the bailey to crowd and meet them. Alex told himself it was because it was the middle of the night, but knew, even had they arrived during the day, they would not have been welcomed as they had been at Mary's childhood home. He had been away for years, and only recently returned to a troubled keep, only to turn around and leave again, and Mary herself was altogether new here. But he hoped that someday their people would be as pleased to see them return from a journey as the people of Stuart had been to see Mary. It was a goal for him to work toward, Alex decided. He would gain the trust and love of his people, so that his return was always welcomed. Alex drew his mount to a halt at the keep stairs and eased out of the saddle, still clutching her close, and Mary did no more than stir and mutter unhappily before dropping off back to sleep. Shaking his head at his wife's ability to sleep through anything, he didn't bother to give any orders or instructions to Gerhard and the men, but left them to it. Secure in the knowledge that they would do whatever was necessary and tend to the wagon and horses before seeking their own beds, he carried Mary inside and moved quietly through the sleeping bodies in the great hall to reach the stairs. He met no one as he made his way up to their room. Once there, he settled Mary on the bed and then simply collapsed beside her, too exhausted even to think about undressing either of them. They would just have to sleep in their clothes this night, he thought, as sleep washed over him. Mary woke to find herself alone in the room she shared with Alex at Domsbury. Her first reaction was relief that she was not lying stiff and sore on the cold, hard ground, but instead in her warm bed. Her second reaction was to wonder when they had arrived, where her husband was, and if he'd even joined her in the bed. The last thought brought a wave of depression over her, for while Mary had slept at Alex's side every night since leaving Donachie, that was all they had done. He had not touched her in any way that could be construed as sexual, or even kissed her since the night he'd been so aggressive and they'd realized he was being drugged. It was all rather depressing to Mary, which was ironic when she considered that on her wedding night she hadn't been at all impressed with Edda's description of the bedding. At the time, she had thought it would be a grand thing did he not bother her too often. Now she lay in that same bed and fretted because he was not bothering her with it. Life did seem to like to have its little jokes, she thought wearily, and started to sit up, only to drop back down and pull the linens a little closer as the bedchamber door opened. She held her breath, but then expelled it when Alex entered. He wore clean clothes, and his hair was damp, as if he'd bathed recently. He was also leading a parade of servants who were carrying a tub and several pails of water, some steaming, some not. Mary lay still as her husband oversaw the operation. Alex did not even glance her way that she noticed, so she was somewhat surprised when the servants finished and he moved to close the door behind them as they left, saying, "Are you going to lie there until I come fetch you? Or will you get up to enjoy your bath?" Mary hesitated, and then sat up, surprised to find that she still wore the clothes she'd donned the last day of the journey. She hadn't thought to look, but had just assumed she was naked, but now threw the linens aside and slid her slippered feet to the floor. "I was too tired to undress either of us last night," Alex announced as he moved back to the tub and bent to test the temperature. Apparently satisfied, he began to pour perfumed oil into it. "What time was it when we arrived?" Mary asked, moving around the end of the bed to join him. "I am not sure," Alex admitted as he finished with his task and straightened. 3 in the morn, perhaps 4. "Oh," Mary's gaze fixed on the tub of steaming water. It did look inviting. She hadn't had a proper bath in days. By the time they had stopped at night, she'd been too tired to be bothered, and while she'd managed a quick wash here and there on 1 or 2 occasions in the morning, they'd been hurried and not very satisfactory. The idea of a proper soak and scrub now was an attractive one, and made her smile gratefully at her husband. "Thank you," she murmured, and then asked, "Did you already have a bath yourself? I notice your hair's wet." Alex nodded as he set the oil aside and approached her. "I bathed in the kitchens to save the servants some work and keep from waking you." Mary raised her eyebrows, thinking that must have given the kitchen staff a thrill, and then scowled as she recalled Una's ogling her naked husband after the fire, and imagined all the lovely little maids in the kitchen doing so. "Behind a screen in the kitchens, so you can stop scowling," Alex added with amusement, as he came to a halt before her. "Come, let us get you into your bath." When he reached for her laces and began undoing them, she felt the blush of heat that rose up her cheeks, and quickly pushed his hands away, muttering, "I can manage." But Alex was not a bee to be brushed away. He ignored her fluttering hands and continued with his efforts, not only undoing the laces in a trice, but then removing her gown and setting to work on her chemise as well. Mary was a clumsy mess as she tried to help, her mind taken up with wondering where this might lead, and hoping. However, the wondering and hope were all for naught. The moment he had stripped naked, Alex picked her up like a child and set her in the tub. He then turned away and headed for the door, murmuring, "Take as long as you like. There is nothing of import we need do today." Mary watched the door close behind her husband, disappointment claiming her. While she knew she needed a bath, she had hoped that he might aid her in the endeavour, and then follow it up with some humagandie. But it seemed he had no interest in that with her now that he was no longer being drugged. "'Tis enough to make me seek out what it was he was being dosed with and mix some up myself," she muttered to herself, but could not even manage a smile at her own joke. The situation was too dire and miserable in her mind for that. He had taught her the pleasure of the marital bed, and now was not interested in enjoying it with her. 'Twas a sad state to her mind, and made her feel ugly and lacking in whatever it was that attracted a man. It made her feel unworthy, she supposed, and that was a feeling she'd had often over the years. While she knew her mother had loved her, Mary had done so much to aid and comfort the woman that she had always wondered if that love was for herself or for what she'd done. And then there were her father and brothers. While they were showing caring now, they had not always done so despite all she had done to keep things running smoothly at Stuart. And in her young mind, she'd always felt that if they'd loved her, they would have fought off the sick hold drink had on them and tried to relieve some of her burden. Now it appeared she was not satisfactory in her husband's eyes either, without the tonic to make her so. The salty taste of tears on her lips brought Mary to the realization that she was weeping, and she was suddenly furious with herself. Why should her husband want her when she was such a puling, pathetic creature that she wept for no reason? Gritting her teeth, she raised her knees and slid her bottom forward so that she could dunk her head under the water and remove the evidence of her weakness. When she came back up a moment later, Mary immediately concentrated on washing herself, trying to distract herself from the ache in her chest. She had managed to do so, and was composed and nearly finished with her bath when the bedchamber door opened and Alex re-entered with a tray in hand. Mary glanced with disinterest at the food and drink on the tray and then again slid under the water, this time to rinse away the soap she'd just finished lathering in her hair. When she re-emerged, it was to find that Alex had deposited the tray on the fur before the fire and now stood beside the bath, holding open a clean, dry linen. "Come, you can sit by the fire and eat while your hair dries," he said. Mary hesitated at the thought of standing naked before him, but then reminded herself that he had seen every inch of her body ere this and forced herself to do so. Did he find her body so ugly and unattractive, hiding it was hardly going to make a difference. She stood grimly and was relieved when he merely wrapped the linen around her and lifted her out of the bath. Alex set her on her feet on the floor and quickly dried her down with the linen in a perfunctory manner before wrapping it around her once again and urging her to the fireside. Mary noted the 2 glasses and the pile of food and glanced around to ask if he planned to join her, but paused when she saw that he'd moved back to the door. She thought he was about to leave, but then he opened the door and several servants bustled in to use the pails to empty most of the water from the tub before carrying the tub and pails away. The whole operation took no more than moments, and Mary had barely sat and was only just surveying what he'd brought for them to eat when Alex closed the door behind the last body and then crossed the room to join her. "It looks lovely, thank you," Mary murmured, managing a smile as he joined her. Alex nodded as he settled cross-legged opposite her on the fur, and then smiled wryly as he admitted, "'Tis probably too much, but I was hungry when I was choosing what to bring." Mary smiled faintly at the confession, but had no idea what to say, so simply ate, and pondered how she could be so uncomfortable with him after everything they had been through. She was more uncomfortable right that moment than she had been the day she'd met him, or even on their wedding night. But at that time, she had not cared for the man so much. Her own opinion of him had been so poor, she hadn't worried what he thought of her. Now, however, loving him as she did. Mary sucked in a breath as the thought started to flit through her mind, and nearly choked on the grape she'd popped into her mouth. Loving him as she did? Aye, Mary admitted. She'd fallen in love with the blasted man. He was caring and considerate, intelligent and amusing, and all the things she could have wanted in a husband. Well, but for the fact that he did not want her, she thought unhappily, and knew that this one thing was not just a wrinkle she could smooth away to enjoy happiness over the coming years. 'Twas a huge wolf in their bed that would rend her apart in time. 'Twould tear at her self-esteem and sense of worth, make her doubt that he cared for her at all, and leave her feeling alone and once again unworthy. "Mary, what is it?" Alex asked suddenly, and the concern in his voice told her that her fears and unhappiness were showing. "Nothing," she assured him, her voice husky with unshed tears. "I merely choked on a grape." Mary then turned her face solemnly to the offering between them, but was aware that he was watching her, his eyes sharp and thoughtful. She'd chosen an apple and was carefully paring the skin away with the knife that had been provided when he suddenly said, "Colin said something to me as we were leaving Donaghey." "Oh?" Mary asked, concentrating on the task at hand. "He suggested I may want to reassure you that I was attracted to you and that it was not the dosing I was receiving that brought me to your bed." The knife slipped, slicing into her thumb, and Mary gasped and popped it into her mouth as she stared wide-eyed at her husband. "Let me see that," Alex said, sounding annoyed as he shifted around the food to her side. He pulled her thumb from her mouth and cursed at the wound she'd given herself, and then applied pressure with his own thumb to stop the bleeding as he berated her. "You must be more careful, wife. Honestly, you're forever slicing yourself up, and I will not lose you to some stupid infection or—" Alex paused suddenly, his eyes meeting hers, and Mary stared back, surprised at the outburst over such a small thing. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and shook his head. "You do think that, don't you?" Mary blinked in confusion, but after a moment realized he had returned to the original topic and was asking if she did believe that his attraction to her had been only because of the tonic he'd been given. She was tempted to lie and deny it, but they were husband and wife, and had a whole life ahead to deal with each other. Lies did not seem a clever way to manage the situation. Swallowing the sudden knot of anxiety and shame in her throat, she murmured, "Well, you've no bedded me since the night we realised you were being dosed and took precautions against it, and it has occurred to me that mayhap now that you're no being dosed, you've lost interest or—" Her words died on a gasp of surprise as she found herself suddenly pushed back on the furs. The gasp then died as well as he followed her and covered her mouth with his own, swallowing the sound. Mary almost caught at his arms in surprise, but remembered the knife she held at the last moment and dropped it before reaching to grasp him. She had barely done so and begun to kiss him back when he broke the kiss as abruptly as it had started and suddenly leaned up so she could see his face. "Look into my eyes, wife," Alex ordered grimly, and she did so with some confusion until he pointed out, "There is no dilation now. I am not drugged, but I want you, Mary." He ground the bulge between his legs against her to be sure she understood that he did indeed want her, and then added, "I have not bedded you for days because there has not been the opportunity. That first night in the tent my head was still pounding badly and I was exhausted from just riding." "I knew we should have waited another day ere travelling," she muttered irritably at this news. "Evelyn and I both told you 'twas too soon to be up." "Aye," he admitted and laughed at her irritation. "Mayhap it was, but I missed you in my bed and was happier leaving and at least being able to hold you, even if I was too exhausted to do aught else." Mary went still. "Really?" "Aye, really." She took in his expression briefly and then said, "But then on the second night, why did we not—" "Mary, the tent burnt to the ground," he reminded her dryly. "We left the ruins there in the clearing and were forced to sleep around the fire with the men. Would you have me tumble my wife right there for all to see?" "We could have slipped away to a private spot as we did on the way to Scotland," she pointed out. "And risk having my head bashed in again?" he asked dryly. "Or worse yet, you getting in the way and getting hurt?"
Alex shook his head and then admitted, I was tempted, but in the end I was too afraid of losing you to my momentary greed.
Well, we could have slept in the wagon then, Mary suggested. Una wouldn't have minded.
Again, we would have been away from the men and more vulnerable to attack. I was not willing to risk you that way. 'Twas safer to stick close to and even sleep by the fire, surrounded by the men, and safety was my main concern. So I decided it was simply better to get us all home as quickly as possible. He smiled wryly and added, I suppose you did notice that I set a punishing pace on the return journey. That was not wholly out of a concern for my or even your well-being. I was eager to get back here where we could be alone.
Really?
She asked, her heart filling with hope. Oh, aye, Mary, really, he assured her grimly, and then added, just think on it logically. While I imagine that dosing me did make me randier than usual, that was all it could do. It could not make me randy for you. I could have taken that randiness it caused elsewhere, had I wished. True? She scowled at the very suggestion, but nodded. But I did not. And I did not do so because my interest lay only with you, he told her solemnly and then assured her, Mary, I find you beautiful and graceful and strong and intelligent. I am proud and happy to have you to wife, and were my father still alive, I would be thanking him 10 times a day for arranging this marriage. I want you, and none other than you, in fact. He paused to take a breath and then admitted, I love you, wife.
You love me?
She asked, almost afraid she'd misheard him. Alex's mouth tipped crookedly at her expression, and he said solemnly, Aye, Mary, I love you. How could I help it? You are strong and determined and take on whatever needs doing when others will not. Yet despite the hard outer shell you present to the world, your heart is still soft and you care for those around you. Aye, I love you, Mary Domsbury. Mary stared at Alex, a terrible sharp ache in her chest that she knew was love. She wanted to hold him so close that they would forever be one and never again part, but all she could do was swallow and blink away the tears that had risen to film her eyes, and then say equally solemnly, And I love and want you too, husband. I find you handsome and sweet and ever so considerate. He brought her list of his good attributes to an end with a kiss that took her breath away. Mary did not fight him. She could tell him how wonderful he was later. For now she wished to enjoy this newfound love in the most satisfying way she knew of. She wished to take him inside her body and feel him fill her up until they were one in body as well as heart. Mary woke the next morning to sunshine and bird songs pouring through the unshuttered window, and Una standing over her, dry amusement on her face. I'm guessing all is right with your world, Una commented wryly as Mary blinked her eyes open and smiled at her.
Aye,
she admitted with a grin and sat up to glance around.
Where is me husband?
Up and off tending to castle business hours ago, Una informed her, moving away to open her chest and begin rooting through it for what Mary could wear that day.
I'd aroused you from your bed at the time, but you ordered me to let you sleep as long as you liked,
she announced, as she settled on a dark green gown and got to her feet once more. As she walked back toward her, Una added dryly,
He too was smiling like a fool. 'Tis obvious the two of you got up to Humagandy while locked in here all day yesterday.
Jealous? Mary teased with a grin.
Aye,
she admitted sourly.
I need me a man with a claymore. Even that boy Godfrey is looking attractive to me just now.
Mary laughed at this suggestion as she tossed the linens aside and hopped from bed. I think you were right about your feelings ere we left Stuart, Una, she announced as she moved to the basin of water to wash up. I believe I will be much happier here than I ever was at Stuart.
Aye,
Una agreed, and then added seriously,
And 'tis happy I am for you. You've a fine husband there and I foresee many happy years and braw children.
Do the two of you settle this nasty business of drugging and attacking ere one of you is seriously hurt? Mary's smile immediately began to fade at this reminder that there was a snake in paradise.
I had forgotten about that, she admitted on a mutter, and wondered how she possibly could. Well, I wouldna feel too bad about it. It looks to me like your husband had quite forgot it too, this morn. 'Tis that rosy glow of love. It fogs your mind and blankets anything unpleasant.
Aye, Mary murmured, and thought that she must not forget again. In fact, she was suddenly determined to resolve the situation as quickly as possible and asked, "Where is Edda?" "At the table in the great hall," Una responded heavily. "And I can tell you the servants are acting even queerer around her than usual, especially old Bet. I suspect Edda was up to no good while we were gone." Mary didn't comment, but pondered this news as she washed and dressed. The more she heard, the more her own suspicions turned reluctantly to the woman, and it did seem for the best did they send her away, at least until they sorted the matter out. Una left her to her silence as she helped her dress, and then remained behind to make the bed and clean up the room. Mary was alone when she descended the stairs to the great hall. Edda was no longer at the table, but had moved to sit by the fire. She stood, however, when she saw Mary, and smiled widely as she crossed the room to meet her at the table.
"Welcome back."
Mary smiled in return and felt a pinch of guilt for her suspicions when the woman bent to hug her where she sat. It was enough to make her hug her back a bit more enthusiastically than she was feeling.
"Thank you. I hope all was well here while we were away."
"Oh, aye,"
Edda assured her as she settled on the bench to keep her company.
"My, you were hardly gone long enough for anything to be unwell."
"We had some difficulties on the journey and Alex thought it best to return."
"So I heard."
Edda shook her head.
"Accidents, the tent in flames, and someone drugging Alex. 'Tis hard to believe."
"Aye," Mary murmured, offering a smile to Leah as the maid appeared with food and drink for her.
"I hope you found Evelyn well,"
Edda asked as the maid left. Recalling Evelyn's comment that she should watch Edda when she told her of her happiness, Mary turned to smile at her widely and watched her expression as she gushed.
"Oh, aye, she is wonderfully happy.
'Tis obvious she and Cullen are very much in love. The man dotes on her and she on him. 'Twas enough to make me jealous."
"What a relief,"
Edda said, and the words seemed genuine, as did her concern as she admitted.
"I fear I have been fretting over the girl. We were not close, but still, she was my husband's daughter, and I did worry how she would get along with the devil of Donacay. By all accounts, he is a cold, heartless bastard."
She paused and shook her head.
"But I suppose such names mean little in Scotland, and these tales just spread and grow until they carry little truth. After all, they call you the Stuart Shrew, and that title hardly fits, does it?"
She laughed. Mary smiled and then turned to her food, now thoroughly confused. The woman truly seemed happy and relieved that Evelyn was well. Either she was a much better actor than Evelyn had supposed, or the woman really had turned a new leaf. It made Mary feel guilty for the suspicion she'd allowed the others to bring about in her. She herself had been falsely accused, and knew how hurtful it could be. Now she was anxious about her promise to see Edda sent away to visit her sister. She still intended to carry that plan through, but was troubled at the prospect and found herself unable to join in properly as Edda chattered away, keeping her company. Fortunately, she had the excuse of eating and drinking to cover her silence, but she was grateful when she was done and could excuse herself to go check on how things had gone while she was away. Mary's guilt and discomfort made her avoid Edda for the rest of the day, and it was not until supper that she spoke to the woman again. Her mother-in-law was as cheerful and happy to see her then as she'd been that morning, but, terribly aware of Alex beside her and knowing he suspected the woman as much as his sister did, Mary found herself extremely uncomfortable through that meal as well. When the sup had ended and Edda suggested they relax by the fire to attend to mending, Mary forced a smile and promised to join her in a moment,
and then waited until she had moved away from the table before turning to Alex. "You are finding dealing with Edda difficult," Alex said sympathetically, the moment his stepmother was out of earshot. Mary was surprised at his intuition, but nodded silently and managed a true, if weak, smile when he leaned forward to press a quick kiss to her lips. Once he'd straightened again, he peered at her solemnly and then suggested, "Mayhap it would be for the best, did we send her away to her sisters as you suggested." "Evelyn suggested it," Mary said quickly, feeling disloyal enough without taking the full burden of responsibility for sending the woman away. Still, she could not wholly shirk the responsibility.
"But mayhap 'tis for the best."
"Then I shall ask her sister's name and suggest a visit," he said simply.
"Evelyn told me the name,"
Mary murmured, but then paused. The sound of the great hall door opening had distracted him, and Alex was glancing toward it, a scowl claiming his lips as he saw who entered. Mary followed his gaze, her eyebrows rising slightly as she saw that it was Godfrey. The lad hadn't attended the sup, and she'd thought he must be on a chore for Alex. Judging by her husband's irritated expression as he stood to meet the lad, if he had been on a chore for him, Godfrey hadn't been quick enough about the task. "What the hell took you so long?" Alex asked irritably as the boy came to a stumbling halt before him. "I sent you to the village shortly after noon. You should have been back hours ago."
"I am sorry, my lord,"
Godfrey said quickly, and then shamefaced admitted,
"I met a courier on the way, got turned around in the woods, and lost my way back. I have been wandering for hours. Here, he gave me this letter to bring to you."
Alex scowled, but took the letter and barked less angrily. "You missed the sup. Go to the kitchens and get yourself something to eat."
"Aye, my lord, thank you, my lord."
The boy hurried off, disappearing into the kitchens as quickly as his legs could carry him, probably more in a rush to escape his lord's angry glare than an eagerness to find food. Mary's gaze slid back to her husband as he untied the ribbon around the scroll and then unrolled it.
"What is it?"
"'Tis just a letter from his father, checking on how he's faring," Alex said. "He frets about the boy unnecessarily. I think 'tis because he is so small for his age and looks so much younger than he is." He paused to glance at her and then added with a grin, "I hope our own sons inherit their size from me." Mary smiled faintly, her mind immediately moving to ponder their possible children and what they might look like as she asked,
"How old is Godfrey?"
16. Near a man really, and much older than most boys are when sent away to squire. But as I say, I suspect his size and young looks have made his parents overprotective," Alex murmured as he turned back to continue reading the missive. Mary's eyes widened with surprise.
"Godfrey is indeed small and young-looking for his age. I would have guessed him to be no more than 12 or 13. He barely has any meat or muscle on him."
"Aye, well, he's stronger than he looks," Alex murmured, setting the letter on the table. He then gave her a quick kiss even as he got to his feet to move toward the kitchen. "Excuse me, wife. I forgot to ask him how he fared with the task I'd set him. We can continue this discussion about sending Edda away later in our room, where prying ears will not hear." Mary nodded her understanding and watched him head to the kitchens before moving to join Edda by the fire as she'd promised.
"Alex looked annoyed,"
Edda commented as Mary took the seat across from her and began to poke through the endless mending that needed doing.
"Is Godfrey failing in his position of squire?"
"Nay, well, I do not think so. Alex apparently sent the boy to the village after lunch and expected him back much sooner, but Godfrey got lost on the return journey."
"From the village?"
Edda asked with a bark of disbelieving laughter. She shook her head.
"That boy is forever getting himself lost. He needs a couple of lessons in navigating ere he's let loose again, else he'll find himself in the wrong place at the wrong time and beset by bandits."
"Aye," Mary said, and decided she would mention as much to her husband this evening when they retired to their room.
"I need a refill on my mead, Mary,"
Edda announced suddenly, setting her sewing aside.
How about you? Nay, I am fine, but I can fetch it for you, if you like,
Mary offered, eager for an excuse to escape the mending. It was not one of her favourite tasks.
Nay, that is all right,
Edda said, getting to her feet.
My fingers are sore and stiff from sewing, and I could use the chance to stretch my legs. You go on and get started. I shall return directly.
Mary watched her go and then glanced down to the brays in her lap and grimaced. She really wasn't in the mood for sewing, but it had to be done. She set to work, her thoughts wandering as she sewed, and then glanced up eagerly when the kitchen door opened once more and she saw Edda returning.
I've decided I am rather weary tonight, Mary,
the older woman announced, pausing beside her chair.
I think I shall retire early and finish this tomorrow night.
Oh, all right, Mary murmured, and then offered a smile. Well, good sleep then, Edda.
Thank you, dear, and you too. See you in the morning.
Mary nodded and watched her head off, then glanced back to her sewing once more, but managed only one stitch before restlessness had her setting it aside and wandering to the trestle table. She thought she would wait there for her husband's return and then suggested they too retire early. She was not tired herself, but was bored, and they might as well retire to their rooms where they could discuss Edda in privacy and decide how they were to approach her on taking a visit with her sister. Mary settled at the table and began to toy absently with the letter from Godfrey's father, rolling the scroll around on the tabletop as she waited. After another moment's passing, she then unrolled the scroll for something to do and glanced over the contents with a bored eye. It was exactly what Alex had said it was, a letter from Godfrey's father asking about his welfare and how he was working out as squire. It wasn't until her eyes slid to the signature that Mary's ennui died an abrupt death. Lord Alfred Duquet. She breathed the name aloud, her mind suddenly in an uproar. Evelyn had said Duquet was the name of Edda's sister's husband. Godfrey was Edda's nephew? Surely Alex would have mentioned it, she thought, and then recalled his saying that he'd forgotten Edda even had a sister and could not recall her name. He didn't know, she realized, and neither Godfrey nor Edda had mentioned it. Why? Not for any good purpose, she decided with grim certainty and headed for the kitchens. This was something she needed to talk to Alex about at once. If Godfrey was Edda's nephew, he might very well have been the one behind the attacks on their journey, she thought, and suddenly recalled that he was the first person she'd run into on bringing Alex back from the waterfall. He'd claimed, and she'd believed him when he said, that he was coming from camp to relieve himself, but now she wondered if he hadn't been checking to see if his attempt had succeeded and his lord was dead. He certainly hadn't continued on with his chore to relieve himself that she knew of. Mary didn't like to believe the thoughts now crowding her head, for she liked Godfrey, but this news placed suspicion firmly on his head. And Edda's, she realized unhappily, suddenly sure the kind woman who had been so welcoming to her since her arrival was just a facade. Evelyn had been certain Edda could not have changed, but Mary had been sure she was wrong. Now, however, she tended to think her sister-in-law might be right. It still didn't all make sense, but with this new bit of information perhaps she and Alex could sort it out. Or at least question the pair of them and get to the bottom of matters, she hoped, pushing the kitchen door open and peering around the busy room for her husband. Her mouth tightened with displeasure when she didn't spot either him or Godfrey, and then her gaze landed on Una chatting with the old servant, Bet, and she headed in her direction.
Una, have you seen Alex? Aye, he took Godfrey up to the tower. Whatever for? She asked with surprise. Well, he was in here asking Godfrey about something he'd sent him to the village for when Edda came in and teased the boy about his complete lack of direction. She said only a fool could get lost on the way back from the village, or someone completely ignorant of navigation. She then asked Alex had he not taught the boy to navigate by the moss on the trees during the day and the stars at night.
Una grimaced and muttered, "The cow." She was making like 'twas all teasing, but she was criticising him for all that. Mary felt her mouth compress, knowing Eda's words had probably felt as sharp to Alex as her own insult to his sense of responsibility when she'd suggested it was not well done of him to plan a trip to Donacay without first tending to his men's fighting skills here.
"I thought he'd snap at her, but no such luck,"
Una said glumly. Mary raised an eyebrow at the disappointment in her voice. Una's comments made it more and more obvious that not only was she not warming to Alex's stepmother, but instead she seemed to be growing a stronger antipathy to her. But Mary had no idea why that was. Even the maid could not explain it, claiming 'twas just a feeling she had about the woman.
"Anyway,"
Una went on, drawing her attention back to her explanation,
"your husband decided he'd teach the boy what he could tonight and usher him off up to the tower to train him in how to navigate by the stars."
"I did not see them pass through the great hall."
"Nay, he used the back stairs."
Una turned and gestured to a stairwell in the back corner of the room.
"It meets up with the stairs from the second floor, about halfway up."
"Is there a guard on that tower?" Mary asked sharply, a bad feeling flowing through her.
"Nay, well, there was, but he came down to find a warm drink just as Eda entered, and when Alex decided to take Godfrey up there, he said he'd keep an eye out and suggested the guard give his legs a stretch. He's going to send for him when he's done."
"Then he and Godfrey are alone up there?" she asked with sudden alarm.
"Aye,"
Una answered, and then asked,
"What is it? You've gone all pale."
"Godfrey is Eda's nephew," Mary muttered, and rushed for the stairs, suddenly sure her husband should not be alone with Godfrey. Chapter 16. Mary was perhaps halfway up the winding tower staircase when Eda suddenly stepped out of the shadows a step or two above her. The woman's appearance brought an abrupt halt to her headlong rush, and Mary eyed her warily and pressed a hand to the stone wall to steady herself. "Eda?" she greeted, managing to keep her voice polite.
"Why, Mary dear, wherever are you headed in such a hurry?"
Eda asked lightly, gracing her with one of her sweet smiles. Mary considered her briefly and then said,
"I thought to go join Alex and Godfrey on the roof."
"What a lovely idea,"
Eda responded at once.
"I could do with a bit of fresh air myself. Why do we not go up together?"
When she hesitated, wondering how to handle this, Eda suddenly slipped her hand out from behind her back, revealing a small but lethal-looking dagger with a jeweled handle. Her smile suddenly as sharp as the blade's edge, she suggested,
"Why do you not lead the way?"
Mary's mouth tightened, but she had little choice but to do as Eda said and started forward. It wasn't until she was passing Eda that she saw the door she'd been standing in front of. The door to the second floor, Mary supposed, stiffening when she felt the tip of Eda's blade press into her back.
"I had a feeling you might be a problem when I saw your expression as you read the letter at the table. Godfrey told me it was from his father. You recognized the name, didn't you?"
Mary nodded. "Evelyn said your sister was married to a Lord Duquet. I thought it too much of a coincidence that Godfrey's father was also a Lord Duquet."
I thought so,"
Eda said, and Mary couldn't help but notice that the sweet, affectionate voice was gone, a cold and even smug one in its place.
"I thought you'd gone to your room,"
Mary muttered, continuing grimly up the stairs.
"I did, but only to fetch my knife. 'Twas as I was leaving my room and walking by the stairs that I happened to glance down and see you seated at the trestle table in the great hall, reading the letter from Godfrey's father."
"You mean your brother-in-law, do you know?" she asked dryly.
"Aye, he is that too," Eda admitted, "though I've never had much use for either him or my sister." They are a pair of mealy-mouthed, whey-faced cows, perfect for each other, but hardly interesting otherwise."
"And Godfrey?" Mary asked grimly.
"Oh, he at least shows some promise," she said, and then clucked her tongue and added, "Unfortunately, he is young yet and prone to make mistakes."
Thank God, Mary thought unhappily. Those mistakes were probably the only reason Alex still lived, and if she was lucky, he might make another tonight, and she and Alex might yet get out of this.
"Speaking of my nephew,"
Edda said suddenly, prodding her with the blade,
"do move more quickly, Mary. I am eager to see that all is well in the tower. If Godfrey hasn't erred yet again, Alex should already be lying broken on the stones below the tower."
Mary prayed that wasn't true, and paused to peer back at her as she asked,
"Why are you doing all of this?"
"Because I am not ready to give up my position as Lady Domesbury,"
Edda said simply.
"Killing Alex would not achieve that for you,"
Mary pointed out.
"Neither will killing both of us. Domesbury will merely go to Evelyn and Cullen and their heirs."
"No, it will not,"
Edda assured her firmly, and jabbed her angrily with the blade for the suggestion. Mary winced as it made a shallow cut in her back, but merely shook her head and continued walking. To her mind, the woman's plan could never work. Domesbury certainly would go to Evelyn and Cullen did Edda succeed in killing both Alex and her this night. The woman was obviously mad, she decided, and then reminded herself that being mad merely made her more dangerous. She then gave up trying to sort out Edda's reasoning in favor of trying to anticipate what was coming and find a way to save both herself and Alex. Unfortunately, she had little time to think. They had almost reached the tower by then, and all too soon they were stepping out into the starlit night. Mary immediately glanced around, searching out her husband, but any hopes she might have pinned on him died the moment she saw him lying unconscious before Godfrey. He had either fallen across the top of the parapet when Godfrey had attacked him unexpectedly, or he had fallen on the floor, and Godfrey had so far managed to get him half over the bulwark. She could not tell if her husband was dead or just unconscious, but knew he must be one or the other, for he was completely still and silent as the boy pushed and prodded at his limp form, trying to push him up and over the wall.
"Damn it, Godfrey! Can you do nothing right?"
Edda snapped, urging Mary across the tower toward them.
"Alex should be lying broken and dead in the bailey below by now."
"Oh, aye," Godfrey grunted, not bothering to look around as he worked. "And if you think 'tis that easy, why do you not get over here and try to push him off? I have no stomach for this bit of business anyway."
"That became more than obvious to me with your repeated failures to kill him on the way to and back from Scotland,"
Edda said dryly, catching Mary's arm and drawing her to a halt several feet from the pair.
"Unfortunately, you shall have to manage it on your own as I am presently otherwise engaged."
"Ha ha," Godfrey snapped, sounding nothing like the sweet, shy lad she'd known since arriving at Domesbury. It seemed Edda was not the only actor in the family. "Why do you not?" Godfrey's words died as he finally glanced over and spotted Mary with Edda. He gave up pushing at Alex then and let him drop back to the ground in a heap as he turned to stare at her in horror. "What is she doing here?" he asked with alarm, stepping in front of Alex as if to hide his body with his small frame.
"What do you think she is doing here?"
Edda snapped with disgust.
"She read the letter from your father and connected the names. Evelyn told her my sister was Lady Duquet," she added grimly. "Certainly Alex never recognized the name."
Godfrey bit his lip and then glanced to Mary. "My lady,
"Oh, please,"
Edda interrupted with disgust.
"Do not tell me you intend to grovel and plead for forgiveness. You are trying to kill her husband. She will hardly thank you for that when the little fool is so obviously in love with him."
Godfrey fell silent,
his gaze returning reluctantly to Alex's prone form. Afraid he would now continue with his efforts to throw Alex off the wall, Mary asked quickly, "So, you were the one behind the accidents and the fire on the journey?" "I thought you were in the wagon with Una when I set the fire," Godfrey said quickly.
"That is not what she asked," Edda said with amusement, and then told Mary, "Aye, it was him. He is a good boy, more than eager to help out his auntie for my silence and a few coins."
That caught Mary's attention, and she glanced back to the woman to ask curiously, "Silence on what?"
"Our little Godfrey has something of a gambling problem. He got himself in some trouble earlier this year when he accompanied my sister and her husband to court, and got himself in deep with usurers."
"Was he not in Tunis with Alex this last year?" Mary asked with surprise.
"Nay, Godfrey replaced Alex's last squire, who was finished with his training when he returned from Tunis," Edda explained.
Alex hadn't mentioned that, Mary thought with a small frown. But then why should he? She was sure there was much he had not mentioned and she hadn't thought to ask about.
"At any rate," Edda continued, "Alfred paid off Godfrey's debts and exhorted him to stop. Godfrey, of course, promised he would, but both Alfred and my sister were fretting that he would not be able to resist, and so I suggested he be sent here to be trained by Alex. I pointed out that here, far from court or even a large town for quite a distance, there would be little temptation for Godfrey to break his promise, and I, of course, would keep an eye on the boy."
She grinned, and Mary felt pity for the sister who had been foolish enough to trust her son's well-being to this woman. "And no one mentioned the connection between you to Alex?" she asked quietly. Edda pursed her lips as if in thought, and then clucked.
"I do believe I may have forgotten to mention that. I may even have suggested to my sister that they might not wish to mention it either, just so that Alex did not start asking questions, learn of Godfrey's gambling problems, and reject the request, of course."
"Of course," Mary said dryly.
"They thought it all a wonderful idea and petitioned Alex at once. He accepted, and Godfrey arrived here just the day before you."
Edda smiled at the lad with satisfaction, to which he scowled in return, which made her laugh as she turned back to Mary.
"Unfortunately, even in the village here there is gambling. Cockfights and other low-class games of chance that anyone who wishes may bet on."
She shrugged.
"He soon found himself unable to resist the temptation of gambling and in trouble again owing money he did not have. He came to me, of course."
"And you were ever so helpful," Mary suggested dryly.
"Of course. He is my nephew. I promised to pay off his debts and not tell his father, who would surely disinherit him this time, all in exchange for one little favour."
"Little?" Mary scoffed. "You've blackmailed the boy to commit murder. And you—" She turned on Godfrey. "Do you really think being hung for murder is better than taking a beating from the local moneylender?" "Nay," he said grimly, "but 'tis better than being disinherited and left a pauper without title, home or wealth. And then I will only be hung if I am caught." "You're caught," she said coldly, and was satisfied by the fear that flashed in the boy's eyes, if only for a moment, before he glanced to his aunt.
"Aye, you are," Edda agreed. "What are we going to do about that?"
Godfrey hesitated, his eyes sliding back to Mary, and she thought she saw a brief struggle on his face. But then he said, "Kill her too."
"Nay, then I shall surely be left homeless and penniless," Edda said, and then added grimly, "And trust me, nephew, does that happen, I will not keep my mouth shut about your gambling here."
"Well, we cannot let her live," Godfrey argued, his brief moment of regret apparently gone. She will see us both hanged.
And if she dies without producing an heir, the castle will go to Evelyn and her husband, and they shall surely cast me out,
Edda snapped.
'Tis why it was done this way, if you will recall. She was to get with child, then Alex was to die, and she was to follow once the babe was born, and I could remain as his or her guardian, and Lady Domesbury for a good 20 years more, or longer if I could manage it. I will remain Lady of Domesbury.
Mary's eyes were wide as she suddenly understood what had seemed so incomprehensible before.
You were dosing Alex to make him randy, not appear drunk and cause trouble between us.
Edda waved that away with irritation.
The slurring and staggering were an unfortunate side effect. The tonic was a combination of things to make him bed you often and well and get you with child. I also dumped some emetic in the soldiers' ale in the barracks to ensure they became ill so that Alex had to delay the trip. And I was giving you a tonic as well to strengthen you to accept his seed.
She smiled slightly and added,
However, your tonic had no side effects, unpleasant or otherwise.
Mary's eyes narrowed at these words, but she merely said,
That is why you were asking about me being with child ere we headed to Scotland.
Edda smiled.
On your wedding night you told me you'd last had your women's time 2 weeks earlier, when 3 weeks passed after the wedding and no doubt repeated beddings without its return. I knew my tonic had worked and you were with child.
She shrugged.
There was no reason to delay killing Alex. An accident on his journey to Scotland seemed the safest bet.
She turned angry eyes to her nephew and added in harsh tones,
However, the boy messed that up like he does everything.
While Godfrey stiffened and puffed up with outrage at the angry words, Mary had no interest in them whatsoever and asked,
But why continue on with the tonic on the trip then, if you thought I was carrying?
There was extra left over,
Edda said with a shrug.
I had made up an awful lot expecting to have to dose him for longer than I did, and it did seem beneficial that the side effects made him clumsy and slow thinking. I thought he would be easier for Godfrey to handle did he continue dosing him. Howbeit,
she added, turning a glare on the lad,
he messed that up too, dosing himself by accident.
I told you it was not an accident. I slipped into the tent and dosed Lord Alex's wine while they were out checking the cut, and I gave her me.
The cut was your doing,
Mary interrupted. Godfrey nodded. Just a small one, a nick. I had to point right at it before Alan even noticed it, he added with disgust. But then you two came out to look as I knew you would, and I slipped into the tent to put the tonic in his wine.
Too much tonic,
Edda said grimly and complained to Mary.
He doubled the dosage I told him to use and then was foolish enough to drink it himself.
You told me 2 portions, Godfrey argued.
I told you 1.
2, the boy insisted, and then added, And I knew what I was doing when she pressed the tonic on me. But what could I do? Admit there was tonic in the wine and refuse to take it? Edda opened her mouth to snap back, but paused and turned a confused and suspicious glance Mary's way as she suddenly began to laugh.
What are you finding so funny, Merwin Short?
Mary Domesbury,
she corrected, sobering only slightly, and then explained.
I am laughing because the 2 of you are ridiculous. You're a pair of jesters, too clumsy and foolish to succeed at anything.
Is that right?
Edda asked grimly.
And yet your husband is about to die.
And you'll still have not, Mary said with a shrug, despite the fact that her heart ached at the thought of Alex dying. It wasn't going to happen, could she help it, but she was still searching for a way to save them both, and it was not looking good.
We shall have you, and the child you carry,
Edda pointed out, and when Mary opened her mouth, quickly went on.
You're about to say that you will surely turn us in the first chance you get. Howbeit you will not get the chance. The tonic I gave Alex is not the only one I know. My mother was a master of herbs and tonics, and all things healing as well as not so healing in nature. I shall simply keep you full of one of the many that will leave you silent and your mind scrambled until the babe is born, and then you shall die giving birth, even if I have to smother you with a folded fur to do it.
Mary nodded slowly at these words, but then said, Actually, I wasna gonna say I would tell. I was gonna say I'm no carrying a child. Eda blinked several times, her mind apparently having difficulty accepting this, and then disbelief filled her face and she shook her head.
Nay, your woman's tame
has always been undependable, sometimes late, sometimes no coming at all, Mary said with a shrug. It used to worry me,
but me mother told me she was the same way, and I should hae no problem conceiving.
Howbeit I havena yet, she added pointedly. But Alex didna even bed me until the night ere the journey to Scotland, she announced triumphantly.
But the blood,
Eda protested with alarm. I told you I cut my leg.
But you said...
I told you what you wanted to hear, Eda, she said dryly. The truth is, though, that after you'd all departed that night, Alex got out of bed to close the door properly, stumbled over some clothes on the way back, and knocked himself out. He wasn't conscious and couldn't consummate. Mary smiled her satisfaction and then said, So, you can do what you like, but there'll be no heir to keep you here as Lady Domesbury. You will be homeless and penniless, for Evelyn will inherit, and she kens you too well to be fooled by your sweet smiles and kind words. She'll put you out ere Alex and I are even placed in the family crypt. Fury crossed Eda's face, but 'twas like lightning, there and gone quickly. A look of determination followed that was somehow more frightening than the fury could ever be.
That little bitch will never put me out. There will be an heir, she announced grimly. I shall just keep you dosed as planned and have Godfrey at you every night until you begin to grow with one, and then... The hell you will!
Mary glanced sharply toward her husband to see that he had regained consciousness. In fact, judging by his expression and the speed with which he regained his feet now, she suspected he'd regained consciousness shortly after she'd arrived, and had heard most of the explanations. He looked more than angry, he was enraged, and it was enough to make Godfrey back away, wide-eyed.
Stop him, you fool, else we are both done for,
Eda snapped, even as she grabbed Mary by the arm and jerked her against her. The knife was at her throat ere Mary had fully come to rest with her back against the woman's chest, and she winced at the pressure of the cold steel on her throat. Her eyes automatically sought out her husband. When she saw that Alex had paused, his sword only half drawn as he saw her peril, Mary knew she would have to do something. She would not have him give up his weapon to save her. That would only see them both dead. Movement from Godfrey drew her eyes then, and she saw that the lad was taking advantage of Alex's distraction and rushing him with his own sword drawn. Ignoring the knife at her throat, Mary shouted a warning and then grabbed for Eda's arm and slammed her slippered foot down on one of Eda's even as she forced the hand away. Mary's actions were instinctive, things she'd been helping to train the Stuart men in since she was 16. She didn't think, but simply followed the training, pushing against Eda's wrist and whirling out from between her and the knife. Eda, of course, was pulling at the weapon, trying to stab at her with it and prevent her escape. The moment Mary was out from between the knife and Eda, she reversed the pressure, adding her own impetus to Eda's so that the woman actually stabbed herself. Both of them froze as the knife slammed into the base of her throat, and Mary found herself staring into Eda's startled, angry eyes, and then the life slipped from them, and Mary released her as she began to sink to the floor of the tower roof. She turned immediately to her husband then to find him in battle with his squire. His attention had obviously been only half on the fight, as he'd kept an eye on what was happening with her. She saw the relief on his face as he noted that she was no longer in danger, and then Alex turned his attention wholly to Godfrey. "You cannot win, boy, you know that. Give it up and live."
"Live how?"
Godfrey asked bitterly.
"In one of the cells in Domsbury's dungeon? I think not, my lord. You shall have to kill me."
"So be it," Alex said quietly, and Mary turned away, not wishing to watch him have to kill the lad. Her gaze dropped to the woman lying at her feet, and she felt her mouth tighten. This was all her fault. Edda had brought about her own death as well as her nephew's, and Mary had no idea how they would tell Lady and Lord Duquet what had come to pass. In the next moment, the clang of swords ended with a grunt of pain. It was followed by a silence that made her bite her lip, and then glance around just to be sure the end she'd thought had come, and that Godfrey had not somehow got in a lucky blow. She found Alex kneeling beside the lad, smoothing the hair from his face and listening to something the boy was whispering to him. Mary stayed where she was, not wishing to intrude, but knew the moment when the boy drew his last breath by the way her husband's shoulders slumped, and he bowed his head. She moved to him then and rested one hand on his shoulder. Alex didn't respond for a moment, and then he lifted a hand to clasp hers, and they remained like that a moment. It was how Gerhard found them when he rushed onto the tower roof moments later. Mary glanced around at the clank of metal that announced his arrival, and raised one surprised eyebrow as the man came to an abrupt halt, his gaze sliding from Edda's prone body to Godfrey's. "Una told me what you found in the letter, and I came to see that all was well," he answered the silent question, and then added, "I take it was Edda and Godfrey behind it after all." Mary nodded silently and then glanced to her husband with surprise when he rose beside her and said, "The lad died saving us from his aunt." Gerhard gave a slight start at these words, his eyes sliding from Alex to her, and Mary realized that her own expression would give away the lie, but had trouble controlling it just then. Alex must have realized it too, for he slid his sword back into his sheath and scooped her up into his arms, meeting her gaze briefly before telling Gerhard Edda had blackmailed him into helping her, but at the last moment he chose the side of right and died for his lord, and that is what we shall be telling his parents. Gerhard nodded abruptly, accepting what was really an order. "So it shall be." Nodding, Alex then moved past him, carrying Mary toward the door as he said, "Have both bodies prepared and carried to Duquet. They will no doubt wish to bury their son with honours, and can decide for themselves what to do with Edda. She will no longer cast a shadow on Domsbury, not even with her gravestone." Mary caught a glimpse of Gerhard nodding, and then Alex stepped into the tower and began to descend the stairs. She slid her arms around his neck and peered at his silent, stern face as he negotiated the steps, waiting until he'd stepped out and started up the hall to their room before saying, "That was kind of you." Fear is an awful thing, and he feared more than anything losing the love and support of his parents. "Still," Mary began, only to fall silent as he continued. "'Twas his last request as he lay dying. 'Pray, my lord, do not tell my parents what I have done,' he quoted, and then added, 'He was but a boy, Mary, led astray by his vile, corrupt aunt. He made his choice. 'Twas the wrong one, but I do not hold him responsible as much as Edda, and will not have his parents carry his shame as well as their sorrow.'" She nodded silently and leaned her head against his chest, thinking that she had a good man to husband. Epilogue. What has my wife looking so grim and unhappy? Mary tore herself from her thoughts and glanced up at Alex as he settled on the bed beside her. It had been 8 months since the night on the tower, and she managed to avoid thinking much on it, but found herself pondering Edda and her machinations this day for some reason. She did not tell Alex that, however, but said dryly,
"Oh, I do not ken, husband. Me legs are swollen.
I am as big as a wagon, and your bairn has a liking for kicking me in the stomach that is most distressing. Why would I look grim and unhappy?" Alex chuckled and bent to press a kiss to her round stomach through the linen covering it, and then pressed a kiss to her lips as well before asking, "Shall I give the boy a good lecture for kicking you?" "You may lecture her, do you wish, but I doubt she listens any better than you," Mary said dryly, and then asked, "And why is it you kissed the bairn first and me second?" Alex hesitated and then smiled and offered, "Babe before beauty?" Mary chuckled despite herself and shook her head. "Oh, you're a charmer, you are, Alex Domsbury. Let us hope your son is too." Alex arched an eyebrow. "I thought you were sure 'tis going to be a she."
"I changed me mind,"
Mary said with amusement.
"And do you give me a moment, I shall change it again."
Alex chuckled and shifted up to sit beside her on the bed so that he could slip his arm around her. He then presented a scroll he'd kept hidden until then. "Guess what this is?"
"A note from Eveland and Cullen saying they're coming to visit,"
she asked hopefully, and then pointed out, "'Tis their turn." "Aye, it is their turn," he agreed, and then added, "And they did indeed send a note saying they shall come, but that is not what this missive is." Mary smiled happily at the news that the other couple was coming to visit, but asked, "So what news is it you thought was more important than that?" Alex opened his mouth to answer and then paused and threw one leg over both of hers before admitting, "A note from your father announcing that Cade has finally arrived back at Stuart." Mary sucked in a long draught of air, instinctively trying to push Alex's leg off so she could leap off the bed and start preparing.
"Get off me legs, Alex, I needs must pack. We must head to Stuart at once and—"
"Mary," Alex interrupted, his expression stern as he turned her face to his. "I know you have waited forever for Cade to return, and I know you want to go see him, but you are due to deliver our babe any day now. You cannot travel."
"But Alex, 'tis Cade,"
she moaned miserably. "I know, but he will still be there after you have had the babe. Or perhaps he will be here before that. There is no reason he could not visit us."
"Aye,"
Mary agreed at once, her expression brightening.
"We could have him visit while Eveland and Cullen are here. That would be nice."
"Aye, it would," Alex agreed, and they fell silent for a bit as Mary concentrated on what they would do and what she should have cook make, and "Now," Alex interrupted her thoughts and drew her to rest against his chest as he asked, "Why do you not tell me the truth about what you were thinking about when I entered?" Mary hesitated, but then admitted,
"I was thinking about Edda."
"I suspected as much," Alex said quietly. When she glanced at him with surprise, he shrugged. "You have done it very rarely since that night, but I think I have been aware each time you have thought of her. You get this look of regret as if you felt sorry for your part in her death."
"Aye,"
Mary sighed. As glad as she was that it was Edda and not they, and as much as she would do everything to exact the same again if necessary, it was hard to know she'd had a hand in ending a life. It was a large responsibility to bear, and she found herself occasionally fretting over there possibly being another way she might have handled it that might have prevented anyone dying. Mary shook these grim thoughts aside and added,
"But that was not what I was thinking about this time."
"Nay?" Mary smiled at his surprise.
"Nay, though you're usually right when guessing what I'm thinking, husband. Sometimes you're actually wrong, and this is one of them."
Alex smiled and gave her a gentle squeeze. "Then tell me."
"I was thinking on how I grew up sure that men were usually evil sinners and women the saints."
Alex nodded solemnly. "'Tis how it was in your family."
"Aye,"
she agreed, and then said,
"But nay."
When he pulled back to peer at her with confusion, she laughed and explained,
"My father and brothers may be drunkards and fools,
but they are no truly evil like Edda was."
"Nay," he agreed solemnly.
Mary nodded and then added,
And I was realising that my prejudice in thinking that men are evil and women saints blinded me to Edda's true nature.
You could not know.
I was told repeatedly, she reminded him. And yet, even that last evening, after hearing what you thought and what Evelyn had to say, I still couldna believe Edda wasna a good woman until I read the letter and realised that Godfrey was her nephew. That prejudice nearly got us both killed.
No, it did not, Alex said firmly. Even had you suspected her, you could not have foreseen what would happen on that tower unless you had known who Godfrey's parents were, and you did not know because I never told you. Mary considered his words silently, and felt herself relax a little inside. But she nodded slowly and said,
I see. Then 'tis really your fault for no telling me things.
Aye, Alex said. He then frowned as he realised what had been said, but caught the twinkle in her eyes and started to chuckle. You are an evil woman, wife.
And you're a saint for putting up with me, she said, smiling.
Then we are a perfect match, he murmured, and kissed her again. This recording of Taming the Highland Bride by Lynsay Sands was produced and directed by Bob Dion and performed by Mariana Polka. It was recorded, edited, mixed, and mastered by Dion Audio Services, Inc. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio, and Cadman, please visit our website at www.harperaudio.com. Thank you for listening.